Chapter 1429. There's such a thing? Xiaohua looked at the two of them handing over spirit stones in one hand and taking pills in the other. He felt a bit awkward in his heart. Fellow Taoist Xiao, it's your turn. See which pills are suitable for you? Shui asked with a smile after putting away the pills. My cultivation is shallow. I'm afraid I won't be able to use the Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. What's the price of the Qingyi pill and clean lotus pill? Xiaohua's gaze didn't even look at the Peiyuan Dan. He only picked up the bottle of Qingyi Dan and poured one out. When he saw the Qingyi Dan, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This Qingyi Dan was exactly the same as the Qingyi Dan he had taken in the beginning. No matter if it was the size or shape, or the rich medicinal fragrance, it was all the same. Could it be? Xiaohua's heart moved, as if he thought of something. Well, could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao thinks the quality of this Qingyi pill isn't good? Shopkeeper Lu saw Xiaohua's expression and slightly frowned. My humble sex Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill, as fellow Taoist Shui said, the quality is indeed a bit lacking due to the age of the main ingredients. But this Qingyi pill is different. The age of the main ingredients is just right. Xiaohua came back to his senses and shook his head. I's thinking, such a good pill is probably several mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. I'm afraid I can't buy much. Haha. Shopkeeper Lu didn't say anything, but Shui laughed first. She pointed at Xiaohua and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao is really cute. Shopkeeper Lu, you must lower the price, otherwise, I'll be anxious with you first. Shui almost bent over with laughter. Cute? Xiaohua touched his nose and thought gloomily. This is the first time I've heard someone say this. Indeed. Fellow Taoist Xiao came to my humble store for the first time. I'll consider it as forming a good karma. As for the Qingyi pill, 5 mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. Shopkeeper Lu squinted his eyes and said with a smile. What about the clean lotus pill? Xiaohua immediately asked. Clean lotus pill? Shopkeeper Lu was slightly startled, but he quickly regained his composure and said, the effect of the clean lotus pill is not as good as the clear breeze pill. As for the price, 2 mid-grade spirit stones for one pill. Then, do you have Guiji Dan or something like that? Xiaohua asked again. That's strange, fellow Taoist Xiao. Shui said, the effects of the marrow cleansing pill and the Peiyuan pill are extremely good. Even the Qingyi pill is not bad. Why does fellow Taoist keep looking for pills with poor effects? The spirit herbs used to refine those pills are all quite young. Xiaohua smiled and said, I's cultivation is shallow. I don't dare to take those dawn. It's better to use some low-level dawn. Shui knew that this was definitely not the real reason, but since Xiaohua said so, Shui naturally couldn't ask further. Shopkeeper Lu twirled his beard, thought for a moment and said, I did bring some Guiji Dan. If fellow Taoist Xiao needs it, I will pay 1 mid-grade spirit stone for one pill. Shopkeeper Lu, this is where you are wrong. Guiji Dan? I'm afraid the price is too expensive. Shui heard and immediately shouted. Fellow Taoist Shui, this Guiji Dan is used by I's disciples. I also saw that fellow Taoist Xiao came here for the first time, so I had no choice but to take it out a bit more expensive. Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. So it's like that. Shopkeeper Lu's reason was very good, so Shui didn't have the nerve to say any more. Then, how many Guiji Dan, clean lotus pill, and clear breeze pill are there? Xiaohua asked while holding his chin. Shopkeeper Lu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Shui, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, could it be that you want to buy all of them? Are you here to inquire about the situation? Shui sucked in a breath of cold air and frowned slightly. She also moved slightly to the side. This? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and cupped his hands. Shopkeeper Lu is thinking too much. This is my first time in Yenyuan City. How could I have other thoughts? Shopkeeper Lu stared at Xiaohua for a long time. Seeing that there was nothing strange, he said coldly, This time, my humble store has 300 clear breeze pills, 800 clean lotus pills, and 100 Guiji Dan. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao wants to buy all of them? Shopkeeper Lu. Shue Shue exclaimed from the side. This time, your sect. How could? Fellow Taoist Shue, don't speak first. I will explain this later. Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand and stopped her. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please speak first. On the side, Xiaohua's mind was spinning rapidly. This was definitely a rare opportunity. The 3 types of pills added together were only 3,200 mid-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 32 high-grade spirit stones. For the current Xiaohua, this was nothing, but, seeing that shopkeeper Lu was already suspicious, could he still buy them? Moreover, after he entered the 4th level of qi refining, the clear breeze pill no longer had the same effect as before. It would be a waste to buy it now. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua raised his head and said, Shopkeeper Lu, I only have 30 high-grade spirit stones here. I'm afraid it's not enough to buy these pills. Would shopkeeper Lu be willing to part with them? Ah? Fellow Taoist Xiao. You really want to buy them? This time it was Shue Shue's turn to be flabbergasted. She advised, no matter what kind of pill it is, as long as it's taken a few times, its effect will gradually weaken. Unless it's a pill like the Peiyuan pill, which has been used for a long time. Fellow Taoist, buying so many will be useless. All right, deal. Shopkeeper Lu extended his hand and said. Xiaohua understood and also extended his hand. The two's palms hit each other as an agreement. Sigh. Shue Shue glanced at Xiaohua and shook her head. Fellow Taoist Xiao, in 2 days? Hehe, there are still many Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill up for auction. Fellow Taoist low-grade pills. I'm afraid they won't attract the attention of others. Shopkeeper Lu said with a smile. As he spoke, Shopkeeper Lu took out a storage pouch from his sleeve and handed it over. Xiaohua opened it and took a look. He put the jade bottles inside into his own storage pouch and then gave the 30 high-grade spirit stones to Shopkeeper Lu. On the side, Shue Shue saw Xiaohua take out 30 high-grade spirit stones without even frowning. She could only sigh. Fellow Taoist Xiao, as expected, you hid your strength well. You actually have so many high-grade spirit stones in your storage pouch. Could it be? You're not afraid that I will covet them? Xiaohua put away the storage pouch and clapped his hands. I was afraid a moment ago, but now I'm not. There are only some low-grade pills that fellow Taoist Shue doesn't care about. What's there to be afraid of? That's true. Shue Shue didn't expect Xiaohua to answer in such a way. Shopkeeper Lu's eyes were different from before. There was another meaning in the coldness, as if Xiaohua was his opponent in the auction. Shopkeeper Lu, weren't you going to tell I why your sect took out so many pills? What's the reason? Shue Shue suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. Actually it's nothing much. Our humble sect needs some spirit stones and also needs to use medicinal pills to exchange for some other things. Our humble sect can't compare to Shu and Yen school, much less the 7 skills sect, so we can only use medicinal pills to exchange. Ordinary medicinal pills aren't worth much spirit stones, so we can only use medicinal pills to increase our magic power. Shopkeeper Lu laughed. It's that simple? Shue Shue asked with wide eyes. It's that simple. Shopkeeper Lu said calmly. He then waved his hand and said with a smile, I still have some things to take care of, so I won't be accompanying you. If you two have time, you can rest for a while and try some of our specialty spirit fruits. Excuse me. After he finished speaking, Shopkeeper Lu cupped his hands and went up to the 3rd floor. After Xiaohua and Shue Shue bowed, they looked at each other and said with a smile, Shopkeeper Lu, he's sending us off. Fellow Taoist Shue, let's go out. Please. After the two of them left the shop and walked on the street, Shue Shue couldn't help but say, Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're really lucky. There aren't many pills that can increase magic power in this world. Imperial Pill Sect must have gone through a great change, so they took out so many pills. Moreover, you actually ran into them. In my brain, why couldn't I buy more? Shue Shue seemed to have suddenly thought of something and turned around to walk back into the shop. Xiaohua laughed in his heart, but he shouted, Fellow Taoist Shue, you didn't take advantage of the opportunity just now. If you go back now, will they still sell it to you? That's right. Shui angrily slapped her forehead. Why didn't I think of that? The fellow Taoist Xiao, can you give some of your pills to I? Shui blinked and asked Xiaohua with a smile. What? Fellow Taoist Shui has thought of the auction the day after tomorrow? Xiaohua said with a smile. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao didn't take out so many pills for the auction the day after tomorrow? Shui asked curiously. This is I's first time in Yenyuan City. How would I know about the auction the day after tomorrow? I only found out after hearing fellow Taoist Shui's words just now. Xiaohua replied. Moreover, the Imperial Pill sect took out so many Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. This clear fragrance pill and other low-grade pills are simply not worth their attention. If they took them out to bid, they would only lower the price of their own Peiyuan pill and marrow cleansing pill. They might as well give it to I first, and then take out pills of better quality later. Haha, so fellow Taoist Xiao is still going to the auction? Shui said with a smile. That's right, fellow Taoist Shui is right. I only said that I didn't know about the auction, but I didn't say that I wouldn't participate the day after tomorrow. Xiaohua said calmly. Then, does fellow Taoist Xiao have an invitation talisman for the auction? Shui's eyes narrowed into slits. Invitation talisman? Xiaohua's eyes turned quickly and he shook his head. Really don't have one. Then I will make a deal with fellow Taoist Xiao. Shui patted her storage bag, took out a red-yellow talisman, and said with a smile, I have an invitation talisman for the auction. If fellow Taoist gives half of the clear fragrance pill to I will give this invitation talisman to fellow Taoist. This, Xiaohua said with difficulty, 30 high-grade spirit stones is I's entire fortune. I'm using these pills to exchange for some spirit stones. Chapter 1430. It can give fellow Taoist Xiao more spirit stones. Shui saw that Xiaohua's tone was slightly relaxed and immediately said, How much does fellow Taoist Xiao think is appropriate? How can fellow Taoist Shui say that I'm that unscrupulous? Xiaohua quickly waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to give I the same price as before. Really? Shui was a bit in disbelief. Of course. Xiaohua smiled and extended his hand. Fellow Taoist Shui, give fellow Taoist I the spirit stones first. But Shui wasn't afraid that Xiaohua would go back on his word. She patted her storage pouch and took out the high-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua didn't hold back and put them all into his storage pouch with a flick of his sleeve. Then he gave half of the Qingyi pill to Shui. After putting the Qingyi pill into the storage pouch, Shui let out a sigh of relief. She handed over the auction invitation and her own communication talisman and said, The auction will begin at noon the day after tomorrow. It will be held in Yenyuan City's Treasure Auction Pavilion. If fellow Taoist can't find the place, you can send a message to me. I will come and find fellow Taoist to go together. Xiaohua took it and smiled. Thank you, fellow Taoist Shui. However, I'll ask one more question. Can this invitation only allow one person to participate? Of course not. Shui blinked and said, Each invitation can bring one person. Fellow Taoist Xiao can rest assured. That's good. I have a fellow Taoist with me. If I go alone, I'm afraid it won't be appropriate. Fellow Taoist? Shui's black eyes looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully and smiled. Could it be fellow Taoist Zhao's dual cultivation partner? Xiaohua's face was very awkward. After all, they weren't the only two people on the street. Xiaohua saw that there was no one around, so he gave the essence cleansing pill to Shui. At this time, there were already people passing by them. Shui's voice was also loud, so a few cultivators looked at Xiaohua curiously. Fellow Taoist Shui, don't tease I, Xiaohua scratched his head and said, with I's cultivation, who would be willing to dual cultivate with I? You're right. Shui said proudly, do you want me to introduce you to a few fellow Taoists from the Immortal Beauty sect? I still have some mundane matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Fellow Taoist Shui, I'll see you at the Treasure Auction Pavilion the day after tomorrow. Xiaohua saw that Shui's words were somewhat unreliable. He didn't know Shui's background, so he didn't dare to pester her too much. He hurriedly cupped his hands and took his leave. Xue Xue saw Xiaohua quickly leave, but because she didn't chase after him, she only thoughtfully looked at Xiaohua's back. When he disappeared, she pursed her lips into a smile and walked in another direction. Just as Xue Xue turned around, her eyes nonchalantly looked at a nearby store that sold yellow talismans. Outside the store, there were several cultivators with their heads lowered as they chose yellow talismans. When Xue Xue's figure also disappeared, the cultivators picked up the yellow talismans they had already chosen. One of them hurriedly walked towards the elixir school's shop, while the others hurriedly chased after Xiaohua. So he really isn't on the same side as Xue Xue. In the elixir school's shop, shopkeeper Lu was listening to the report of the person who just returned. He said in a low voice, "Also, this guy actually gave half of the marrow cleansing pills to Xue Xue. Could it be that he already knew Xue Xue's background? Or perhaps, this guy is here for Xue Xue? And not related to our elixir school's matter? Sigh, if that's really the case, wouldn't these pills be a bit of a waste? If we can bring them to the auction, we should be able to get more spirit stones. And you may leave. Let the disciples keep an eye on him for a while longer. It might be that guy's trick." Shopkeeper Lu waved his hand and dismissed the disciple. He sat down, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. His brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the beautiful scenery outside the window. He sighed and said, "This Xiaohua is also a loose cultivator. Could it be related to Marshal Uncle Bien's death? Sect Master took out so many pills, is he trying to lure out the murderer? Or does he have other plans? Could it be those rumors are true? If so, won't the cultivation world undergo a great change? Sigh, I don't have much time left. Why should I think so much? This change, I'm afraid it will only happen after I die. Sect Master is thinking for the elixir school, but I don't need to, right?" Shopkeeper Lu said leisurely. He took out a heart-intoxicating fruit from the jade plate and put it into his mouth. In a moment, his face was flushed, and he squinted his eyes slightly. He seemed to be enjoying it very much. Xiaohua didn't know that he had really been targeted by the disciples of the elixir school and had caused another trouble. He left in a hurry. When he was far away, he saw that Xue Xue hadn't caught up with him. He couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his forehead and muttered, "Why is there such a big difference between female cultivators? Kai Zhuxia, Xue Xue, and the disciples of the Immortal Beauty School, why are they so different? Haha, if Kai Zhuxia was as forthright as Xue Xue, she would have chased him all the way to the Utopia faction, right?" Xiaohua thought as he strolled around Yenyuan City happily. This time, he was able to get so many Qingyi pills and clean lotus pills from the shop of the elixir school. It was really beyond his expectations. Now that he thought about it, it was like a dream. Yes, the pills he had been looking for a long time were actually solved with only 32 pieces of high-grade spirit stones. It was even more convenient than the EG of the wind station. The heavens do as I wish. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and said to himself, when did this poor Taoist's moral standing become so good? Could it be that the heavens just gave I a chance to enter the Huanhua sect? The streets of Yenyuan City were extremely wide. 10 flying carriages like the one pulled by the flying feather beasts could walk side by side. The shops on both sides of the street were also different from those in Jinghua City. There were many pavilions with more than 5 floors. Xiaohua walked around for a while and saw a shop in front of him with the words, Fu Family's Talisman, written on it. Thinking that the Earth Escape talisman in his space had long been used up, and the talisman paper and talisman ink for making yellow talismans had also been used up, Xiaohua lifted his leg and walked in. Not far behind him, the few disciples of the elixir school who had been tailing him passed by the entrance of the Fu Family's talisman as if nothing had happened. They didn't even look into the shop. After the disciples had left, Xiaohua's figure jumped out of the shop again. He looked around and thought to himself, could it be that I was overthinking? It seems very normal. Then Xiaohua walked in again. Not far away, the disciples of the elixir school spread out again and watched the Fu Family's talisman closely. Xiaohua was just being cautious. How could he be a match for the specially trained disciples of the elixir school? The interior of the Fu family's shop was similar to that of the Elixir School's shop. Behind the various restrictions on the walls, high-grade yellow talismans could be seen at a glance. At the bottom of the walls, mid-grade yellow talismans were arranged neatly according to the categories of defense and attack. On the left-hand side, there was a huge jade shelf. All kinds of talisman crafting materials were arranged neatly according to their categories. There weren't many shop assistants in the shop, but there were many cultivators who came to visit. Xiaohua first entered the shop, then left. When he entered the shop again, there really weren't any shop assistants who came to greet him. Xiaohua stood for a moment and was looking around. A shop assistant saw him and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, please feel free to look around first. When I'm done, I'll come over to greet you." Got it. I'll take a look around first." Xiaohua cupped his hands and walked around casually in the shop. After this period of cultivation, Xiaohua's talisman crafting technique had greatly improved. Not to mention fireball talismans, he could also successfully craft icicle talismans and confinement talismans. Of course, he didn't need to let others see his talisman crafting technique anymore. These yellow talismans weren't drawn with talisman brushes. What's this? Xiaohua walked to a corner of the wall and saw a silk cloth about a foot long casually tossed there. There were some words on it. Most of the words were covered, and only a few words were exposed. It read, "Talisman crafted. Disciple. Third layer of aura refining. Could it be talisman crafting technique?" Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to take a closer look, the shop assistant who greeted him just now walked over and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist, have you picked a yellow talisman that you like?" When Xiaohua heard this, he pointed at it and asked, "What's this?" "This?" The shop assistant looked at what Xiaohua was pointing at and said with a smile, "This is a notice that our Fu family is recruiting talisman crafting disciples." "A notice? Can I take a look?" Xiaohua asked. "Of course. Fellow Taoist, please." As the shop assistant spoke, he picked up the silk cloth and handed it to Xiaohua. He then said, "This notice has been hanging outside my humble shop for a long time, but I couldn't find a suitable disciple. So, I stopped hanging it for the past few days and threw it here." Xiaohua took it and carefully looked at it. He saw the following words written on it: "The Fu family, a talisman crafting clan, is recruiting talisman crafting disciples. Must have a cultivation level of at least the third layer of aura refining and can craft simple low-grade yellow talismans. If you don't have a foundation in talisman crafting, you must have a cultivation level of at least the fifth layer of aura refining. If you have outstanding aptitude and can craft high-grade yellow talismans, you can join our Fu family and become a core disciple. You also have the opportunity to become a guest elder of the Fu family." "Your Fu family? How did you recruit disciples from outside? Could it be that the Fu family doesn't have enough disciples?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Fellow Taoist, do you know how to craft talismans? Do you also want to join our Fu family?" The shop assistant looked at Xiaohua's cultivation level and didn't answer his question. Instead, he said, "If fellow Taoist knows how to craft talismans and is also a loose cultivator, our Fu family would be the best choice." Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, "I might be a loose cultivator, but I'm afraid that it wouldn't be appropriate for me to join the Fu family for no reason." The shop assistant smiled and took the silk cloth out. It was obvious that he was going to hang the notice of recruiting talisman crafting disciples outside. Not long after, he returned and said, "Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but crafting talismans is different from cultivating. Our Fu family's disciples with the surname Fu all know how to craft ordinary talismans. However, crafting high-grade yellow talismans requires talent and skill. Many disciples with the surname Fu are unable to master the crafting method of high-grade yellow talismans. Therefore, every few years, our Fu family will recruit some talented disciples from outside the family. These disciples can cultivate while crafting yellow talismans. Our Fu family will also select the most outstanding disciples from these disciples and recruit them as core disciples to cultivate our Fu family's inherited cultivation method." Chapter 1431. The shop assistant from the Fu clan told Xiao Hua about the recruitment of talisman crafting disciples and said with a smile, "Even though my Fu clan can't be compared to a famous sect, we're still an aristocratic family that specializes in talisman crafting. We have talisman crafting techniques and cultivation techniques, so we're very attractive to rogue cultivators. Many rogue cultivators who know how to craft talismans have sought refuge in my Fu clan. Fellow Taoist, if you're interested, I'll ask the shopkeeper to come down and test your talisman crafting techniques." Don't. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I was just casually asking. I've never thought of learning talisman crafting techniques." The shop assistant glanced at Xiao Hua and said, "If fellow Taoist is interested, you should hurry up. The standards for the recruitment of disciples this time are relatively high, so there might be some good treatment. For example, there might be some good talisman crafting techniques." When Xiao Hua heard the recruitment standards again, he immediately became anxious and said inwardly, "This might be reserved for some disciple. Why would I feel uncomfortable?" Thus, he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, does your Fu clan have any Earth Escape talismans?" "Oh, this way please." Seeing that Xiao Hua wanted to look at the Earth Escape talismans, the shop assistant didn't say anything about the recruitment of disciples. He led Xiao Hua to the side of the Earth Escape talismans and took out a yellow talisman for Xiao Hua to appraise. Xiao Hua looked at it and asked for the price. The price of this Earth Escape talisman was slightly more expensive than the ones Xiao Hua bought in the past. However, the Earth Escape talisman had saved Xiao Hua's life several times before. Therefore, Xiao Hua haggled a few times and bought a lot of Earth Escape talismans. Then, Xiao Hua bought a lot of talisman paper and talisman ink before preparing to leave. "Fellow Taoist, my humble shop still has high-grade confinement talismans and high-grade iron cloak talismans. Does fellow Taoist not want to take a look?" Seeing that Xiao Hua was very generous, the shop assistant couldn't help but recommend. "These yellow talismans, I still have them for the time being. I don't intend to buy them." Xiao Hua smiled and suddenly thought of something and asked, "That's right, does your shop have a type of yellow talisman that can transmit messages further away? The distance of ordinary transmission talismans is too short." Fellow Taoist is right. The shop assistant pointed to the side and said, "This is a 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman, a high-grade sound transmitting talisman. It can be sent to a fixed location, and it can also be transmitted to a cultivator from a very far distance after he injects his magic power." Not bad. Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this. Although the 1,000-mile sound transmitting talisman cost a lot of spirit stones, Xiao Hua still bought a few of them. "Yes, I bought an invisibility talisman in Jingbua City last time. I wonder if your shop has it?" Xiao Hua suddenly asked with a smile when he saw that there were many strange yellow talismans in the Fu clan's shop. Invisibility talisman? When the shop assistant heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Fellow Taoist, you're really lucky. I've never heard of the Fu clan selling invisibility talismans. Those are top-grade yellow talismans." "Oh no, it should be called a talisman. Spirit talisman?" Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Then, I'd like to ask fellow Taoist again. Does the Fu clan have a talisman that can suppress a cultivator's cultivation?" The shop assistant scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I've heard of it, but as for the specifics..." "Oh, if fellow Taoist really wants to buy it, I can ask the shopkeeper of my humble shop to explain it to fellow Taoist." The shop assistant looked at Xiao Hua's 4th-layer aura refining cultivation and didn't think he would buy this kind of talisman. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua said, "Since that's the case, I'd like to ask the shopkeeper of your shop to come over for a chat." The shop assistant nodded helplessly and said, "Please follow fellow Taoist." After saying that, the shop assistant led Xiao Hua to the 2nd floor. The layout of the 2nd floor of the Fu clan's shop was different from the 2nd floor of the Imperial Pill School's shop, but they were both spacious. A 40-something-year-old cultivator around the 9th layer of aura refining invited Xiao Hua to take a seat and offered him some fragrant tea. He said with a smile, "I'm Fu Wingman. How should I address fellow Taoist?" Xiao Hua didn't dare to be impolite. He cupped his hands and said, I'm Xiaohua. Greetings, senior. Hee, there's no need. Fellow Taoist is our humble shop's breadwinner, so there's no need to be polite. Fu Yingmin waved his hand with a smile. I heard from the shop assistant that fellow Taoist wants to buy a talisman that can suppress cultivation? Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. Xiaohua didn't hide anything and answered. Fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation. Hee, can you tell I why fellow Taoist wants a talisman that can suppress cultivation? This talisman isn't something fellow Taoist can use, right? Fu Yingmin asked. I have a fellow Taoist who sent a message to I saying that he needs this kind of talisman. However, it's inconvenient for him to come out since he's in closed-door meditation. When he saw that I came out to travel, he handed this matter to I. As for why he needs this kind of talisman, I don't know either. Xiaohua explained, actually, I've never heard of this kind of talisman. Just now, I was just casually asking the shop assistant. I didn't expect to get a definite answer. So that's how it is. Fu Yingmin nodded and said with a smile, like I said, how could fellow Taoist know about this kind of talisman? I'm afraid the invisibility talisman was also purchased by that fellow Taoist, right? Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. He knew that what Fu Yingmin said was definitely reasonable, so he nodded with a smile. Haha, presumably fellow Taoist also doesn't know, right? The invisibility talisman, that's a talisman. The magic power required to make a talisman can't be underestimated. Those below the 6th level of qi refining can't use it. As for the talisman that fellow Taoist mentioned, it's the Qingyun talisman. Those below the 10th level of qi refining can't use it. So you're saying your sect has this kind of Qingyun talisman? Xiaohua asked, overjoyed. Unexpectedly, Fu Yingmin shook her head and said, no. Xiaohua was greatly surprised. Alas, talismans are a talisman crafting technique that's even more profound than yellow talismans. My Fu clan's ancestors did have some talisman crafting techniques, but the Fu clan's descendants have limited aptitudes and can't completely inherit it. Many talismans, not only talismans, even some high-level yellow talismans, have been lost. Fu Yingmin sighed and said, it's not just my Fu clan. In fact, many cultivation clans are also facing this kind of awkward situation. On one hand, they have cultivation techniques, on the other hand, they can't find suitable descendants. It's difficult to continue the bloodline. Hearing this, Xiaohua's mind spun rapidly. He opened his mouth, but closed it again. This kind of Fu clan matter should only be known by Fu clan descendants. I wonder, why did Fu Yingmin tell me this? Of course, Xiaohua also believed that even if he didn't ask, Fu Yingmin would explain the reason. Sure enough, Fu Yingmin opened her mouth and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, since my humble shop doesn't have this Qingyun talisman, why did I invite fellow Taoist to come up for a chat? Exactly, please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Fu. Xiaohua said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you must be a loose cultivator, right? Fu Yingmin probed. I am indeed a loose cultivator. Xiaohua looked straight at Fu Yingmin. He didn't evade her gaze and answered very decisively. And fellow Taoist Xiao looks to be 17 or 18 years old, but is only in the 4th layer of qi refining. The possibility of you being a loose cultivator is really too high. Fu Yingmin had a look of understanding and explained, actually, as a disciple of a cultivation sect, fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation is a bit lacking. Even if you're a descendant of an aristocratic clan, it's still barely passable. Of course, if you're a loose cultivator, then it's a different matter. Fellow Taoist cultivation is also not bad. However, as a loose cultivator, you lack a lot of things. Cultivation techniques, medicinal pills, guidance, experience, and so on. Every one of these things will hinder fellow Taoist's progress. If fellow Taoist wants to make further progress, then you can only join a cultivation sect or aristocratic clan. Fellow Taoist Xiao must also know that the disciples accepted by cultivation sects are either young or have a cultivation level of the 10th layer of qi refining. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid you won't be able to meet the requirements. I understand. Xiaohua suddenly understood. After saying so much, Fu Yingmin wanted him to join the Fu clan. It's good that fellow Taoist understands. I heard from Fu Yu that fellow Taoist knows some talisman crafting techniques. Fellow Taoist Xiao isn't very old and his cultivation level isn't low. If you join my Fu clan, even if you don't have great achievements in cultivation, you might have some achievements in talisman crafting, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao, why not? This? Xiaohua was a bit dumbfounded all of a sudden. Previously, he had racked his brains to join a cultivation sect and obtain cultivation techniques, but this cultivation aristocratic clan, he had never thought about joining. That was because he felt that they would definitely be the descendant of a direct descendant or a branch family, and he wouldn't have a chance. Now that this opportunity had suddenly appeared, Xiaohua didn't know how to choose. After a moment, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Fu, please allow me to think about this matter a bit more. I'm afraid I can't give Senior a reply right now. I naturally know this, and I didn't want fellow Taoist to make a decision right away." Fu Yingmin smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao only needs to carefully think about what I said and give me an answer within half a year." Half a year? My Fu clan will hold a selection in half a year. My Yen Abyss city will have a quota. If fellow Taoist Xiao is interested, you can come within the time limit. Xiaohua nodded and said, "Many thanks for Senior's care, Junior will carefully think about it." After saying this, Fu Yingmin sent Xiaohua to the stairs and cupped her hands to bid farewell. Xiaohua walked out of the Fu clan's shop in a daze. He had never thought that he would encounter such a situation when he casually walked into a yellow talisman shop. Even when he returned to the inn, he still didn't know whether he should go or not. "Hee, what am I thinking about?" Xiaohua suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "I'm so stupid, isn't there just a disciple of an aristocratic clan in front of me? I only need to ask." Kai Zhuxia's mood wasn't very high, and she was somewhat worried. However, she was a female cultivator after all. When she heard that Xiaohua had encountered such a thing, she also became interested. She looked at Xiaohua from head to toe and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, with your current cultivation level and age, you can be considered an outstanding individual among rogue cultivators." That shopkeeper of the Fu clan didn't see wrong. However, even if that's the case, he still made a mistake. Can fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation be based on what you see on the surface? Fellow Taoist Kai, I only want to ask, do you think I should enter the Fu clan? Xiaohua waved his hand and asked directly. Chapter 1432. I feel that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't need to join the Fu clan. Kai Zhuxia said without hesitation, "Shopkeeper Fu wants fellow Taoist to join the Fu clan because he wants fellow Taoist to learn the art of making talismans and become a talisman master of the Fu clan. Since fellow Taoist doesn't have the surname Fu, even if you join the Fu clan, you will only be able to make ordinary talismans. I'm afraid they won't let fellow Taoist practice making high-grade talismans. Besides, what fellow Taoist needs now is a cultivation technique. As long as you have the basic cultivation technique, the art of making talismans is just a trivial matter. Even if fellow Taoist talisman making skills are superb and you become a guest elder of the Fu clan in the future, but, in terms of cultivation techniques, they definitely won't teach you the complete set of cultivation techniques. You will still be a high-level talisman master of the Fu clan. Actually, to be honest, fellow Taoist, I have also considered whether fellow Taoist should join the Kai clan, but fellow Taoist Zhao's terrifying cultivation speed and other divine abilities. I feel that if fellow Taoist Xiao were to join the Kai clan, your talents would definitely be buried, so I didn't dare to ask. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to join the Fu clan, it would be better for fellow Taoist Xiao to join the Kai clan. At least in terms of cultivation techniques, fellow Taoist Xiao will not be treated unfairly." Hearing Kai Zhuxia's honest words, Xiaohua suddenly understood. Kai Zhuxia had always invited him to join the Kai clan, and before he left alone, she changed her mind. It seemed that there was a hidden meaning behind her words. Of course, if the Fu clan really has some talismans, and fellow Taoist Xiao feels that, in terms of cultivation, fellow Taoist Xiao can't make any progress, it's not impossible for fellow Taoist Xiao to practice it. Finally, Kai Wuxia gave an ambiguous smile. All right, thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua smiled and told Kai Wuxia about the auction the day after tomorrow, asking for her opinion. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Kai Wuxia was very happy and said, "The auction is the most lively. There are often rare items that don't appear in the marketplace. Since there is such a good thing, we naturally have to go. It doesn't matter if we go a day or a day later." That's good. Fellow Taoist Kai, have a good rest. We'll participate in the auction together the day after tomorrow. Xiaohua prepared to leave. Don't be in such a hurry, fellow Taoist Xiao. This auction has always been controlled by the number of participants. Those who have nothing to do with it don't even know about it, let alone enter. Fellow Taoist, you just went out for a stroll and received an invitation talisman. What's going on? There won't be any traps, right? Xiaohua originally wanted to avoid the important matters and dwell on the trivial matters, but he didn't expect Kai Wuxia to delve deeper into it. Thus, after thinking for a moment, he told her the whole story. Of course, he definitely wouldn't tell the truth about the number of medicinal pills, and only made up some nonsense. The Xue, who is she? I've never heard of a cultivator family with the surname Xue in the kingdom of Xi. Kai Wuxia frowned. But if he's from a cultivation sect, his age and cultivation level, it doesn't seem right. Who cares about her? Xiaohua said with a smile, we only received her invitation talisman, and this auction wasn't organized by her alone, so how could it be disadvantageous to us? Once the auction is over, we will leave Yenyuan City. What is there to be afraid of? AI, fellow Taoist Xiao, there are some things that we can't let our guard down. Most of the time, even the tiniest details can be life-threatening. Perhaps. Xiaohua shrugged. Thinking about the situation with Xue just now, she also couldn't think of any traps. The most important thing was that Xiaohua didn't tell her the truth about the invitation talisman. Leaving aside the fact that Xiaohua came out of Kai Wuxia's room and returned to his own room to cultivate, the disciples of the Imperial Pill sect saw Xiaohua return to the inn in a daze. They first asked the inn's staff a few questions, then left a few disciples to guard the inn's entrance, and the rest returned to the Imperial Pill sect's shop. After listening to the disciples' report, shopkeeper Lu muttered in his heart, he's with a female cultivator who might be a descendant of an aristocratic family? Could it be that Xiaohua bought so many medicinal pills and brought them back to the clan? This could also be explained. Clear fragrance pills and the like are only low-level medicinal pills that can increase one's cultivation level. Which cultivator family would buy so many at once? It couldn't be that some other cultivator family also heard the rumors and wanted to stockpile spirit stones like my Imperial Pill sect, right? This matter seems to be only known by the Immortal Union. Right, my Imperial Pill sect's sect master is old friends with someone from the Immortal Union, so he leaked a little bit of information. Moreover, he was also warned not to leak it. Other cultivator families, how could they know? Shopkeeper Lu thought for a while, then ordered his disciples to withdraw, leaving only one to watch Xiaohua's trail. 2 days passed by very quickly. Xiaohua had enough clear fragrance pills in his space. During this period of time, he didn't even leave his room, only quietly cultivating. Only when the 4 walls of his room flashed with brilliance did Xiaohua open his eyes and open the restriction on the door. Kai Wuxia was already standing at the door in high spirits, waiting to follow Xiaohua to the treasure auction pavilion. Kai Wuxia had been to Yenyuan City before, so she was very clear about the location of the treasure auction pavilion. Xiaohua followed her for an hour and arrived at a plaza in the center of the city. This plaza was rather large and oval in shape. On the plaza, there were dozens of towering pillars that pierced straight into the blue sky. On the pillars, there were many relief carvings of different shapes. On the carvings, there were faint runes that flickered in and out of existence under the noon sun. In front of each pillar, there was a tall cultivator dressed in armor. His hands were either holding a spear or a halberd, or a sword. He stood majestically at the side. They should be the city guards of Yenyuan City. Many of the scattered cultivators in the plaza stayed far away from these armored city guards. The pillars in the plaza were very eye-catching, so Xiaohua's eyes were completely attracted to them before he could see anything else. Seeing Xiaohua like this, Wuxia said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't you ask a few days ago about the difference between Xuanyan sect's defensive formation and Jinghua City's defensive formation? This is the defensive formation of Yenyuan City, the Yenyuan Limitless Formation. Yenyuan City got its name from this formation." Yenyuan Limitless Formation? Xiaohua muttered to himself. His eyes roamed over the pillars for a moment, then he said in a low voice, "Compared to Jinghua City's defensive formation, which one is stronger?" Fellow Taoist Xiao is strange. Why do you always want to ask who is stronger? Wuxia pursed her lips and smiled. I don't know who is stronger. I only know that the Yenyuan Limitless Formation is the most suitable formation for Yenyuan City. These pillars can extract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the spirit veins under Yenyuan City. It can be used for both defense and attack. It is said that back in the day, several nascent soul cultivators joined forces to attack Yenyuan City, but they couldn't succeed. Instead, one of them was injured by this formation. Ah? Several nascent soul cultivators? Xiaohua was shocked. He looked at the pillars again in disbelief. This? Yenyuan Limitless Formation? Is this powerful? The Tao of formations is profound and unfathomable. Unfortunately, many of them have already been lost. Wuxia sighed. Even the profound heaven sect, which is famous for its formations in Lian country, is rumored to have withered away. Formations? Formations? Xiaohua muttered. There, that's the treasure auction pavilion. Wuxia said as she pointed to a tall 6-story pavilion on the west side of the plaza. Xiaohua came back to his senses and looked over. The entire auction pavilion was overflowing with light and was emitting all kinds of brilliance. It was extremely dazzling under the sunlight. Fellow Taoist Xiao, look to the east. That pointy tower-shaped pavilion is the weaponry workshop. It's where Yenyuan City sells magic tools and treasures. However, it's only open to cultivators above the 11th level of qi refining, so we can't enter for now. The round gourd-like pavilion on the north side is the herb gathering hall. It's where you buy spirit herbs and pills. The square pavilion on the south side is called the Jade Talisman House. It sells yellow talismans and spirit talismans. It's said that the legendary jade talismans can occasionally appear. I'm sure fellow Taoist Xiao knows which sect built these 3 pavilions? Of course. The weaponry workshop is the property of the Qiqiao sect. The herb gathering hall is the property of the Xuanyan school. As for the Jade Talisman House, it's definitely the property of the Splendid sect. Xiaohua glanced over and answered with a smile. Fellow Taoist is right. That's exactly the case. Wuxia looked at the 3 towering pavilions with envy. The 3 great cultivation sects of the country of Xi are indeed worthy of their reputation. Then what about the treasure auction pavilion? Which sect does it belong to? Xiaohua asked curiously. Wuxia laughed. Is there even a need to ask? When Xiaohua heard this, he was extremely regretful and said, this poor Taoist was wrong. This poor Taoist only looked at the cultivation sects and cultivation families and forgot about Yenyuan City. That's right. This treasure auction pavilion is the property of Yenyuan City. Wuxia smiled sweetly and said, let's go, fellow Taoist Xiao. It's already late. Let's go in earlier. Xiaohua followed Wuxia to the front of the treasure auction pavilion. The entrance hall of the treasure auction pavilion was extremely large. A row of armored city guards stood at the entrance, inspecting the invitations of cultivators who wanted to enter the treasure auction pavilion. The rows of city guards gradually decreased from the middle to the sides according to their cultivation level. The cultivators who wanted to enter also wisely chose to pass in front of the city guards according to their cultivation level. After entering the treasure auction pavilion, the lighting inside was a bit dim. Even the area in front of them was dark and they couldn't see anything clearly. Xiaohua looked around and didn't see any city guards coming to greet them. He unconsciously stopped. Why did fellow Taoist Xiao stop? Wuxia also stopped and asked curiously. Xiaohua pointed to the front and said in a low voice, "Why is it so dark inside? It doesn't feel normal." Wuxia turned her head and looked. She pulled Xiaohua to the side and said in a low voice, "Extremely rare items often appear during the auction. In order to protect the cultivators who are bidding, the auction will set up a restriction before entering the venue. This restriction cannot be passed through by divine sense. The cultivators who are bidding can put on a mask or use some kind of spell to hide their face or cultivation level. This dark area in front of us is precisely the restriction set up by the treasure auction pavilion." Chapter 1433. "Oh, so it's like that?" Xiaohua slightly nodded. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, let's also go. However, since, according to Ai's previous experience, everyone except those who didn't conceal their identity will appear alone in the auction. I'm afraid I can't travel with fellow Taoist Xiao." Wuxia hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Okay, then we'll do as fellow Taoist Kai said." Xiaohua nodded. He knew that Wuxia had some top-grade spirit stones in her storage pouch. Presumably, she wanted to bid for some things in this auction and bring them back to Liang's Kai clan. These were all cultivators' privacy, so Xiaohua naturally knew to avoid them. Soon after, the two slowly followed the cultivators who came in from behind and entered the darkness. Xiaohua slowly walked and put on the camouflage cloth. He stopped at the side for a moment before walking out of the darkness. At this moment, several cultivators scattered around Xiaohua followed him out. Apart from a foundation establishment old man who didn't conceal his cultivation and identity, the others were all wearing different camouflage cloth. Xiaohua didn't know which one was Wuxia, or perhaps Wuxia had already come out. In front of Xiaohua was a rather large hall. A dozen or so boys wearing the same clothes stood in different places with smiles on their faces. In the hall, there were several jade tables with some flowering spirit herbs and some spirit fruits. Many cultivators were scattered around the hall. Some were whispering, some were standing alone, looking at the ink and brushes hanging on the walls of the hall. There were even some who were holding spirit fruits or tea in their hands and lightly tasting them. In the four corners of the hall, there were 4 stairs that led straight to the second floor. Xiaohua walked into the hall and met a boy in the second layer of qi refining. The boy had a clean face and red lips, looking very cute. The boy cupped his hands and smiled. "Welcome, senior, to my auction. There are still some hours before the auction starts. Senior can rest in the hall for a while, or you can go to the second floor first. Today's auction will be held on the second floor." Xiaohua slightly nodded and said, "I'll go to the second floor." "Senior, this way please." The boy raised his hand and invited Xiaohua to go to the nearest stairs. He said, "If Senior has something to bid for in the auction, now is the right time. On the second floor, my auction house has a senior martial brother to receive Senior." "Okay," Xiaohua said and walked in the direction the boy pointed. The cultivator who was walking beside Xiaohua didn't talk to the boy. At this moment, Xiaohua walked in front of him. Xiaohua followed that cultivator to go to the second floor. The second floor was different from the first floor. There was a slightly larger platform in the middle, floating high in the air. The entire second floor was divided into 2 parts by the platform. On the side where Xiaohua was, there were a lot of chairs, all facing the platform. At this time, there were already some cultivators sitting on the chairs. On the other side of the platform, there were some small room-like lattices. Each lattice looked empty, but there was some empty brilliance that blocked Xiaohua's gaze outside. The cultivator in front of Xiaohua went to the second floor and walked straight to a row of young cultivators. These young cultivators were about 16 or 17 years old and their cultivations were all in the 4th or 5th layer of qi refining. They wore clothes similar to the boy downstairs. They should be the senior martial brother of the boy downstairs. "Senior, do you have something to bid for?" Seeing the cultivator approaching, a Yenyuan city disciple cupped his hands and asked. "Yes." The cultivator nodded and replied. "Senior, please come this way." When the Yenyuan city disciple heard this, he raised his hand and invited the cultivator to a nearby entrance. Seeing the cultivator and the Yenyuan city disciple enter the entrance, Xiaohua rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. But after thinking about it, he couldn't bear to part with any of the items in the space. Without hesitation, he picked up a chair in the corner of the hall and quietly sat down. Xiaohua closed his eyes and did not speak. After about the time it took to finish a meal, the sound of footsteps gradually rang out around him. The chairs around him were all occupied. In the entire hall, other than the sound of footsteps and the welcoming words of the Yenyuan city disciples, everything else was quiet and there was no noise at all. Pop, pop, pop. A burst of crisp sounds, as if some bamboos were being squashed, followed by a burst of ethereal music that echoed throughout the hall. Xiaohua knew that the auction had begun. When he opened his eyes, he saw that in the center of the stage, a milky white brilliance was gradually emitting from the tall platform. It was like a layer of clouds that slowly rolled upwards. When it covered the entire top of the stage, it suddenly dissipated in all directions along with the resounding music. When the milky white brilliance dissipated, a thin and tall old man wearing a Taoist robe appeared on the stage. The old man's cultivation was roughly at the early stage of the late stage. His face was thin and his long beard was a bit white. His two eyebrows drooped down from the corners of his eyes and seemed to be much longer than an ordinary person's. The green Taoist robe on his body was indescribably fitting. The old man's figure appeared on the high platform. He immediately smiled at the people below the stage and the independent seats across from Xiaohua. He clasped his hands and said, "I'm in Chengimo. I'm the ruler of today's auction. Welcome, fellow cultivators, to my treasure auction pavilion to participate in the auction." At this moment, the music had already faded. The entire hall became even quieter. Only the old man's voice echoed in the hall. As you all know, the auction of the treasure auction pavilion is held every month. Thank you for your generosity in sending your treasures to the treasure auction pavilion. This time, there will be many treasures that you have never thought of appearing in the auction pavilion. Of course, before the auction begins, on behalf of my treasure auction pavilion, I would like to thank the Utopia faction, the Qiqiao sect, and the Xuanyan school. I would like to thank everyone for coming. And Qingma mentioned the names of many sects and families. At the beginning, he slightly tilted his body. It was obvious that he was speaking to the individual seats. At the end, he spoke to Xiaohua and the other ordinary cultivators. "Fellow cultivator, let's start quickly. I can't wait any longer." A loud voice came from Xiaohua's side. This voice was very abrupt in the hall. Xiaohua turned his head and saw a fat cultivator sitting there lazily. He didn't hide his cultivation level. "Ha ha ha, fellow cultivator Zhang, you are really impatient. Every time, you are the first to win. I just don't know, will you be able to get what you want today?" And Cheng Yimo didn't seem to be angry. He clapped his hands, and a beautiful woman appeared on the stage with a jade plate in her hands. The jade plate in the woman's hands was covered with a layer of silk, and no one could see what was on it. The woman walked in front of Nqingma. The jade plate floated in the air. She took a few steps back and stood still. "All right," said Nqingma with a smile. "Thanks to fellow Taoist Zhang's urging, I'm going to take out the first item for this auction." He waved his hand, causing the silk cloth to fly up into the air, revealing the item on the jade plate. There was a fist-sized stone in the jade plate. Under the moonlight in the hall, it was faintly transparent. It looked very strange. And Qingma picked up the stone and spun it a few times under the moonlight. He smiled and said, "This is the spatial stone. It is an extremely rare material for refining tools. It is said that when refining tools, the spatial stone can reduce the weight of the tool. It is as light as a feather. As for whether or not it has any other uses, I can't say. I'm sure that all the tool refiners here have their own opinions. Well, a fellow cultivator asked us to bid for this item. The starting price is 10 mid-grade spirit stones." And Qingma finished speaking and looked at the fat cultivator. "Fellow cultivator Zhang, this is a material for refining tools. I'm sure you won't be interested in it." "It's not that I'm not interested in it, fellow Taoistan. It's just that, the materials used to refine tools usually cost 3 to 5 mid-grade spirit stones. This space-time stone is so much more expensive. I'm still reluctant to part with a mid-grade spirit stone, Zhang Daoist said with a smile. When the others heard this, they all laughed. The atmosphere in the hall became very lively. Since this is the first item of the auction, I will bid 10 mid-grade spirit stones. A cultivator on Xiaohua's left raised his hand and shouted. He didn't hide his identity. Good, as expected of a fellow cultivator who knows his stuff. And Qingma praised and asked, is there anyone else who wants to bid? 1 mid-grade spirit stone each time. And Qingmo's words fell, but no one responded. Xiaohua had bought so many pills the day before yesterday, but he had only spent 30 or so mid-grade spirit stones. These things were only used for refining tools. Who would want to buy them? In the end, even after Qingma shouted twice, no one answered. Just as Qingma was about to say, since no one wants to bid, then, a low voice sounded, I bid 11 mid-grade spirit stones. And Qingma looked up and saw a cultivator in a camouflage robe raise his hand. All right, this fellow Taoist has a discerning eye. He has offered 11 mid-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? That fellow cultivator just now, doesn't he want to bid another mid-grade spirit stone? The cultivator waved his hand and said, fellow cultivator, and I was just throwing a brick to attract more jade. Since a jade has been thrown out, I'd better get out of here. Ha! Another round of laughter, and Qingma was very satisfied. Although the spatial stone hadn't been auctioned many times, the atmosphere of the auction had been stirred up. It would be very beneficial for the auction later. Good, if no one else wants to bid, this spatial stone is yours. The hall fell silent, and Qingma clapped his hands and shouted, congratulations, fellow cultivator, this spatial stone is yours. After he said that, the woman standing next to him walked up and held the jade plate in her hand. This cultivator was none other than Xiaohua, who was participating in the auction for the first time. Chapter 1434. The woman walked in front of Xiaohua with the jade plate in her hand. She raised her hands and the spatial stone appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. This was Xiaohua's first time participating in an auction. Of course, it was his first time bidding. He just thought it was fun and wanted to try something new. He didn't expect to actually win this spatial stone. Seeing that the woman had brought the void meng stone over, he knew that she wanted him to pay the spirit stones. Thus, he patted his storage pouch and took out 11 mid-grade spirit stones. He placed them on a jade plate before holding the void meng stone in his hand. Sure enough, the spatial stone was very light, almost as if it was weightless. Through the spatial stone, Xiaohua could almost see the woman nodding at him before walking away. On the high platform, and Qingma continued, the spatial stone has been sold. Next up is another material used for refining tools. This material is black gold. Following in Qingma's voice, another woman wearing the same clothes appeared on the high platform. She was also holding a jade plate covered in silk. Black gold is a common material used to refine tools. It can strengthen the tool. This piece of black gold is different from normal black gold. It is more delicate and harder. And Qingma gave a simple introduction of the black gold. Finally, he said, this piece of black gold is the same as the spatial stone. The bidding starts at 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Each bid will increase by 1 middle-grade spirit stone. Spatial stone was useless in refining many magic tools, but black gold was different. The harder a magic tool was, the more magic power it could contain, and the more power it could unleash. This was something that all magic tool refiners knew. Thus, as soon as Qingma finished speaking, a cultivator in camouflage robes shouted, I bid 12 mid-grade spirit stones. 13. 15. After a few bids, the price of the black gold had already reached 18 pieces. This black gold is so valuable? Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He remembered that when he bought a piece of black gold, he only paid 3 middle-grade spirit stones. This piece of black gold was 6 times the price of his piece. When the price reached 18 pieces, no one else dared to bid any higher. And Cheng Mo clapped his hands, indicating that the black gold belonged to the cultivator who had bid at the beginning. Soon after, there were all kinds of different refining materials, and there were also different prices and bids. The cultivators were all people who knew their stuff, and all the rare and commonly used materials had high prices. For example, some materials with very few uses like silk coiling gold and wild alfalfa stone had extremely low prices, and there were even some that no one bid at all. This made Xiaohua extremely happy. This guy loved to be cheap the most, and he also had an indescribable hobby. He liked to collect these things that he didn't need for the time being, but might be useful in the future. Therefore, Xiaohua took all the materials that no one cared about with a smile. This made Qingma of the treasure auction pavilion secretly happy. Usually, no one would bid for these materials and they could only take them back in the end. But this time, there was a strange cultivator like Xiaohua who bought them all. This made Qingma wonder if this guy was arranged by the city lord to be a front. After the bidding for refining materials, it was time to bid for spirit herbs. 100-year-old black wood was offered for 1 middle-grade spirit stone, but because this black wood was the main ingredient of the marrow cleansing pill, it was bid for 30 middle-grade spirit stones by the cultivators. Strange, I remember that this 100-year-old spirit herb was only sold for 1 middle-grade spirit stone in Jinghua City. How could it be sold for 30 middle-grade spirit stones in Yenyuan City? But soon he saw the cultivator in front of him who'd won the black would very carefully put the spirit grass into his storage pouch. Xiaohua immediately came to a realization. The Centennial Life's main ingredient might be a middle-grade spirit stone, but it's always been rarely seen in Iji. I wandered around Jinghua City for a long time, and I only saw spirit herbs that were a few decades old. As for those that were older, they were all used to refine blood-replenishing pills and cleansing pills. Where have I seen spirit herbs that are used to refine marrow-cleansing pills? That's right, the price of 1 middle-grade spirit stone is the price of income, and is not the price of selling it to cultivators. A black wood, another black wood, and other ingredients. If a high-level alchemist can refine a cauldron of 36 marrow-cleansing pills, 1 marrow-cleansing pill costs 10 to 20 middle-grade spirit stones, then 36 marrow-cleansing pills can be sold for at least 360 middle-grade spirit stones. The alchemist will definitely make a profit. According to the market price of Iji City, a 1,000-year-old spirit herb costs 100 upper-grade spirit stones. The exquisite grass in I's space is probably 1,000-year-old. I wonder how many spirit stones it can be sold for if I take it out to bid? Xiaohua was a little proud. Afterwards, there were many more spiritual grasses. Some were 100 years old, some were 200 years old, and in the end, there was even a yellow nightmare grass that was 500 years old. All of them were bid at an astonishing price. Xiaohua was not interested in any of these spiritual grasses. Moreover, it was not his turn to bid for them. They were all fought over by other cultivators. All right, everyone, there is only 1 spirit herb left in this auction, and it will be over. And Qingma's face was flushed. He clapped his hands and said with a smile, "This last spirit herb is a little strange. It is not a spirit herb that is commonly seen in the Xiaoyu continent. The alchemists of Yenyuan City have also searched through ancient records for a long time, but they could not find its origin. Therefore, I will take it out last." As he said this, a woman still brought up a jade plate. When Qingmo removed the silk cloth from the jade plate, everyone was stunned. On the jade plate, there was a withered willow branch. On the willow branch, there were 9 willow leaves, all of which were withered and yellow. "Fellow, isn't this a willow branch?" A cultivator broke the silence in the hall and asked curiously. "Fellow Taoist, good question." And Qingma clapped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you think my treasure auction pavilion will mistake a willow branch for something else?" That cultivator was speechless. This spirit herb, because my treasure auction pavilion cannot provide a name, then according to this fellow Taoist, we will call it a willow branch. Boom, everyone laughed loudly. And Qingma shouted again, "This willow branch, the lowest bid is 50 high-grade spirit stones. Every increase is 10 high-grade spirit stones." 50 high-grade spirit stones? Everyone was shocked. After all, the 500-year-old yellow grass was only bid for 100 high-grade spirit stones. This unremarkable willow branch, which could even be said to be dying, was actually bid for 50 high-grade spirit stones. Only 50 high-grade spirit stones, which fellow Taoist is willing to pay. And Qingma was not nervous at all and only shouted loudly. Xiaohua looked from afar and did not frown. He also could not find any clues about this willow branch, but Qingma clearly said that this spirit herb did not seem to be from the Xiaoyu continent. Could it be an item from the devil realm? Xiaohua suddenly thought. But if it is an item from the devil realm, how can it survive on the Xiaoyu continent? Is it destined to wither and die? Maybe I can raise it in my space. In that case, I can see what this willow branch is. 50 high-grade spirit stones is not a small number. Why would I buy this thing for no reason? Xiaohua was hesitant again. At this moment, a voice rang out from one of the small houses that had been silent all this time. Xuanyan School offers 60 high-grade spirit stones. Ah? Xuanyan School? 60 high-grade spirit stones? Everyone was in an uproar. Many cultivators who did not hide their identity began to whisper. Good, the fellow Taoist from Xuanyan School bids 60 high-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who would like to bid higher? If not, this willow branch belongs to Xuanyan School. And Qingma immediately shouted. The room was silent. Everyone unconsciously turned their heads slightly, wanting to see if there was really someone who would bid higher spirit stones. Is there no one? If no one else bids, this willow branch will be given to. Without waiting for Qingma to finish, Xiaohua raised his hand. 70 high-grade spirit stones. 80. The disciple from Xuanyan School coldly shouted without hesitation. Xiaohua secretly sneered in his heart. If it was someone else, since I don't know what this willow branch is, I will naturally bear with it. But if Xuanyan School wants it, I also want it. Even if I can't win against you in the end, I will make you spend more spirit stones. Xiaohua seemed to remember the anger he received in front of the disciple from Xuanyan School. 90. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, 100. The disciple from Xuanyan School's tone was still cold. 110. Finally, Xiaohua continued to bid for the willow branch, 220 high-grade spirit stones. This round of inexplicable bidding not only stunned the crowd of cultivators, but even Qingma, who was on the high platform, opened his eyes wide and was at a loss. This was obviously beyond his expectations. Ah, good. Since fellow Taoist likes this willow branch so much, I will let you have it. The disciple from Xuanyan School suddenly laughed loudly. What? Xiaohua was stunned. He suddenly felt like he was being teased. Could it be? I tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it? Instead, I was schemed against? But as the disciple from Xuanyan School withdrew, Qingma immediately clapped his hands and said, This fellow Taoist is wise, to be able to bid such a high price for the willow branch. Congratulations. Ha! As Qingma's voice fell, all the cultivators in the field also laughed loudly, making Xiaohua's face turn red. Fortunately, the mystic grass blocked him, otherwise he would have to find a hole and burrow into the ground. The woman gave the willow branch to Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't even look at it and threw it into the space, casually inserting it into a place. Well, under the enthusiasm of fellow Taoists, the spirit herbs have been bid for. Next are some talismans and talisman crafting materials. Qingma said with a smile, the first talisman is the guiding lightning talisman. As he spoke, he opened the jade plate that the woman sent over. Inside the jade plate was a shiny object, completely different from the ordinary yellow talismans. Looking at the appearance of the talisman, it was exactly the same as the Yunqing talisman on Li Zongbao's head. Chapter 1435. I believe that many fellow Taoists are familiar with the thunder palm technique. I don't think I need to explain how powerful it is. Qingma smiled and said, the thunder summoning technique is able to attract the divine lightning from the horizon. That kind of heavenly power, TSKDC, just thinking about it makes I tremble with fear. Of course, This thunder summoning technique has always been a secret technique passed down by some sections. Only seniors with profound cultivation can use it, and when using it, they need to use extremely powerful magic treasures. The thunder summoning talisman is made by using the thunder summoning technique to refine the thunder summoning talisman. The minimum requirement to refine the thunder summoning talisman is a 4th grade thunder beast. As for the blood essence of the thunder summoning talisman, it also needs to be a 2nd grade flying crane. Hiss. Hearing this, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Not to mention the talisman crafting technique used to refine the thunder summoning talisman. Just the blood essence of the spirit beast and the blood essence of the thunder summoning talisman were beyond Xiaohua's imagination. The price of this thunder summoning talisman was definitely not low. Sure enough, after Qingmo explained, he reported the price of the thunder summoning talisman. Although this thunder summoning talisman can be used repeatedly, the conditions for using it are quite harsh. The user must be at the foundation establishment stage or above, so fellow Taoists in the qi condensation stage should not consider it for the time being. Hehe, the price of this thunder summoning talisman is 10 high-grade spirit stones. 15. Before Qingma's voice fell, a voice rang out from the small room. 20 high-grade spirit stones. Right in front of Xiaohua, near the high platform, another cultivator added without hesitation. 25. It would appear that this lightning guiding talisman was very rare. Additionally, it was also very powerful. Many of the cultivators who had concealed their cultivation bases were bidding for it. In just a short moment, the price had risen to 60 high-grade spirit stones. At that moment, only 2 cultivators who were seated in separate rooms remained in the auction hall. One of them was dressed like a cultivator from the 7 Skills sect. He was at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. His hair and beard were all white, his body was large, and there was a hint of anger on his face. The other cultivator was dressed like a cultivator from the Splendid Flower sect. He was also at the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. His hair and beard were all white, but he was skinny and had some strange black spots on his face. The cultivator from the 7 Skills sect looked at Qingma excitedly shouting at the other cultivators and frowned. He then looked at the restrictions on the walls and said, "Fellow Taoist Jiang, I have some other uses for this lightning summoning talisman. If fellow Taoist isn't in a hurry to use it, why don't you let me have it? If I have other things later, I'll let fellow Taoist have it. How about it?" When the cultivator from the Splendid Flower sect heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Okay, since fellow Taoist he has a use for it, then why not let fellow Taoist have it?" "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Jiang." Fellow Taoist he from the 7 Skills sect said with a smile. "You can do that?" Xiaohua was stunned when he heard this from outside. And Qingma didn't find it strange. There were restrictions on the individual rooms. Even Golden Core cultivators couldn't privately communicate with each other. If they were to talk, they could only be heard by everyone in the room. Okay, the lightning summoning talisman for 60 high-grade spirit stones goes to fellow Taoist he from the 7 Skills sect. And Qingma clapped his hands and a woman brought the lightning summoning talisman into the room of the 7 Skills sect. Then there were a few more rare talismans. Unfortunately, none of them were the invisibility talismans that Xiaohua wanted. In addition, those talismans required foundation establishment cultivators to use. Therefore, most of the talismans were won by the cultivators in the individual rooms. There were also a few cultivators who hid their cultivation. Okay, everyone, the next item to be auctioned is what everyone wants to see, and that is medicinal pills. And Qingma's face showed a trace of red light and he said loudly, "Medicinal pills that can increase one's cultivation are rare in E-City and E-City. However, in the auction, they are not rare. However, today, to be able to appear in large quantities, to be honest, even I have never seen such a thing." Wow, the cultivators who didn't hide their cultivation couldn't help but whisper in each other's ears. Even more cultivators stretched their necks to look at the stage. Clap clap, and Qingma clapped his hands and a woman brought out more than 10 jade bottles. And Qingma smiled and said, "Do you see this? Fellow Taoists, This is the famous Qing pill in the country of Xi. It is most useful for cultivators in the 3rd and 4th level of Qi refining. If any foundation establishment cultivator has a junior in the lower level of Qi refining, you should consider it. After all, it is rare to see so many Qing pills. There are a total of 15 jade bottles here. Each bottle contains 10 Qing pills. Every time a jade bottle is bid, the price is 80 mid-grade spirit stones. Every time the price is increased by 10 mid-grade spirit stones. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Similarly, without waiting for Qingma to finish speaking, a cultivator immediately raised his hand and shouted, 100 mid-grade spirit stones? Xiaohua, who was at the end of the line, was stunned again. Of course, there were exactly 150 Qing pills. Needless to say, these were the pills that Xiaohua gave to Shui the day before yesterday. He paid 5 mid-grade spirit stones for each pill. This bottle of 10 Qing pills was only worth 50 mid-grade spirit stones. This cultivator had just started the auction and he had already bid such a high price. Presumably, Shui, who was sitting somewhere, was already bursting with joy. Sure enough, the other cultivators were also stunned. After Qingma shouted a few times, no one bid. That cultivator contentedly put the bottle of Qing pills into his bag. After that, the other 9 bottles of Qing pills were also bid at a high price. The highest price was 150 mid-grade spirit stones, while the lowest was 110 mid-grade spirit stones. In comparison, the cultivator who made the first bid used the least amount of mid-grade spirit stones. So that's how it is. Xiaohua slowly saw through the situation and said that Qing pill originally had a market price of 5 mid-grade spirit stones. Shui asked the treasure auction pavilion to bid 8 mid-grade spirit stones, which was already a lot higher. Furthermore, this cultivator gave out 10 mid-grade spirit stones all at once. Other people would probably still hesitate, and there were still 9 bottles of pills after that. In the end, this cultivator got a bargain. Actually, the one who got the best end of the deal is Shui. She earned more than 800 mid-grade spirit stones in one go. It's more than what she paid me. That's not right. Shui is the biggest winner? The biggest winner is probably the Imperial Elixir School. Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. The pills that the Imperial Elixir School is going to offer today are the soul-nurturing pills and marrow-cleansing pills. Their quality and effects are much better than the Clear Breeze pills. I finally understand now. The Imperial Elixir School gave me the Clear Breeze pills and Clean Lotus pills. It's impossible for these pills to earn too many spirit stones in the first place. If I sent these pills to the auction house like Shui did, I could only push the price of the soul-nurturing pills and marrow-cleansing pills even higher. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, Qingma gestured with his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't be anxious. These Qing pills are just appetizers. The next item is the real deal. Marrow-cleansing pill. 1,000 pills, which is also 10 pills per bottle. Each bottle costs 2 high-grade spirit stones. Every bid is 10 mid-grade spirit stones. 250 mid-grade spirit stones." A cultivator shouted. The marrow-cleansing pill could be used by cultivators from the 3rd to the 8th level of Qi refinement. It was much better than the Qing pills. 280 mid-grade spirit stones. The atmosphere in the hall immediately livened up. Looking at the somewhat crazy cultivators around him, Xiaohua sat quietly on his chair and shook his head slightly. There are good things in this auction, but if you don't have enough spirit stones, there's really no need to come. In the time it took to eat a meal, 100 bottles of marrow-cleansing pills were won by 100 cultivators at an average price of 5 high-grade spirit stones per bottle. Good, 500 high-grade spirit stones. Xiaohua secretly clicked his tongue. No wonder. Shopkeeper Lu of the Imperial Pill School could easily sell low-grade medicinal pills to me. They really don't care. In a separate room, shopkeeper Lu of the Imperial Pill School was frowning. He turned his head and asked the disciple beside him, "Did you see Xiaohua come to the treasure auction pavilion with a female cultivator?" Yes, this disciple saw it with his own eyes. That female cultivator isn't Xue Xue? Definitely not. This disciple has long been familiar with Xue Xue's appearance. That's strange. Those 150 Qingyi pills must have been obtained by Xue Xue from Xiaohua. But where are Xiaohua's Qingyi pills? And there are so many clean lotus pills, why didn't he take them out to bid? Could it be I misjudged him? There's something wrong with this Xiaohua after all? Reporting to shopkeeper, even if there's something wrong with this Xiaohua, what kind of storm can those Qingyi pills and clean lotus pills cause? At most, they'll just create more low-level cultivators, so that they won't have the chance to peak at the higher levels. What do you know? Shopkeeper Lu berated, those are 800 clean lotus pills. If each cultivator takes 10 pills, there'll be 80 low-level cultivators who can break through their bottlenecks. Even if there are 80 third-level qi refining cultivators, they still can't be underestimated. Moreover, this guy Xiaohua seems to be a loose cultivator. A few years ago, the heaven-forsaken loose cultivator organization was like a rainbow. I heard that a few years ago, they lost a feather on the Thousand-Zhang Peak and many loose cultivators died. Now they have disappeared without a trace. But what if this Xiaohua is a loose cultivator abandoned by heaven-forsaken? Doesn't that mean heaven-forsaken can rise from the ashes again? Those loose cultivators are as hateful as locusts, but they can't be underestimated. Ah? The disciple was stunned. He bowed and said, "This disciple is stupid, this disciple didn't think so much." "Humph, of course you didn't think so much." Shopkeeper Lu snorted and said, "Go to the treasure auction pavilion and send some people to keep an eye on Xiaohua's whereabouts. Find out who he is. Those 800 clean lotus pills can't be eaten by himself like he's chewing beans." "Yes, this disciple will arrange it right away." The disciple bowed and left. What shopkeeper Lu didn't know was that those 800 clean lotus pills, Xiaohua really did want to take them himself. In the past 2 days, he had been taking clean lotus pills in the inn. The effect was much better than the Qingyi pills. According to Xiaohua's estimation, from the beginning of the 4th level to the 5th level of qi refining, these 800 clean lotus pills should be enough. Seeing that the bidding for the marrow-cleansing pill was over, Chengma clapped his hands again and shouted, "Fellow Taoists who are at the higher levels of qi refining must have been looking forward to it. The next item to be auctioned is exactly what fellow Taoists are looking forward to, the Peiyuan pill." Chapter 1436. Peiyuan pill? Immediately, some cultivators cried out in surprise. It wasn't that the Peiyuan pill hadn't appeared in the auction before, but, after seeing the number of marrow-cleansing pills, all the cultivators understood that the Peiyuan pill couldn't be less. The number was the only reason they cried out in surprise. Sure enough, and Qingma clapped his hands and laughed. "I thought that everyone would be surprised. This time, the number of Peiyuan pill isn't small. I'm sure it will satisfy everyone's needs." As he spoke, several women brought up several jade plates. At this time, a few impatient cultivators stood up, wanting to see the number of jade bottles. This time, there are 800 Peiyuan pill divided into 160 jade bottles. There are 5 pills in each bottle, and each bottle is worth 4 high-grade spirit stones. Each increment is 50 mid-grade spirit stones. 5 high-grade spirit stones. A cultivator had already started to raise the price. Damn, they're all crazy. Seeing the cultivators start to raise the price, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth unconsciously twitched. However, he also knew that the Peiyuan pill was useful for cultivators at the 4th stage of qi refining. Didn't Zhang Qingxiao and the others break through after taking the Peiyuan pill? This kind of pill, it was worth it no matter how many spirit stones it cost. Sure enough, as Xiaohua had expected, a bottle of 5 essence-nurturing pills, with an average price of 11 high-grade spirit stones, was successfully bid for all of them. Each Peiyuan pill was worth 2 high-grade spirit stones. Hee. In the small room, shopkeeper Lu of the Imperial Pill School was laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. This was almost 2 top-grade spirit stones. For a sect that wasn't very big, and the quality of the Peiyuan pills wasn't very good, It was definitely a very worthwhile transaction. In another small room, the old man who bid against Xiaohua just now frowned. He turned to a disciple beside him and said, "Go ask the treasure auction pavilion. Which sect is this? How could they bid for so many Peiyuan pill? What are their intentions?" This. A disciple next to him said awkwardly, "I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. This is the rule of the treasure auction pavilion. We never reveal these secrets. This is also the reason why the treasure auction pavilion is so famous." What secrets? In front of my Xuanyan school, Yenyuan City has no secrets. As long as there are enough benefits, there are no absolute secrets. Yes, disciple will. Before the disciple could bow and leave, Cheng Mo's voice sounded again, causing the cultivators and disciples of Xuanyan school to be shocked and almost jumped out. Cheng Ma shouted, "It's time for the auction to reach its climax. What's after the Peiyuan pill? Fellow Taoists, do you know about it?" Foundation establishment pill. A cultivator stood up and shouted, That's exactly the case. The next item to be auctioned is 20 foundation establishment pills." It's really a foundation establishment pill. The standing cultivator was stunned. The cultivators of Xuanyan school in the hut were also stunned. The cultivators from the Seven Skills sect and the Magnificent Flower sect were stunned. All the cultivators in the auction hall were stunned. 20 foundation establishment pills, that means 20 foundation establishment cultivators. Usually, the treasure auction pavilion would only have 1 or 2 of them appear. There had never been so many of them. With a "wing" sound, the entire auction hall boiled over. Many people stood up without caring about etiquette. Go quickly, see which sect it is." The cultivators of Xuanyan school roared, This is simply not putting my Xuanyan school in their eyes." Of course, Xuanyan school's foundation establishment pill is a famous pill in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. Most of the foundation establishment pills that appear in the auction hall are controlled by Xuanyan school. With so many foundation establishment pills appearing, not only will it affect Xuanyan school's reputation, but it will also affect the balance of power between the various sects. The cultivators of Xuanyan school seem to have already seen that after the auction, the Seven Skills sect and the Magnificent Flower sect would criticize Xuanyan school. "Just 20 foundation establishment pills and you're already like this?" Xiaohua looked at everyone's appearance and only curled his lips. If you knew that the number of foundation establishment pills in the eye space is more than this, what would you do? Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly thought, that's right, why would Qing Fengmin want so many foundation establishment pills? He himself is only at the 5th or 6th level of qi refining, and he's also a demon. He doesn't need foundation establishment pills. That's not right. Since he can cultivate to the 5th level of qi refining, he can also cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, and even form a golden core. These foundation establishment pills are naturally useful, but how could he use so many of them? Could it be that Qing Fengmin's situation is the same as mine? But that's still not right. This guy is a demon. Although the blood shadow technique is powerful, it can't directly cultivate my cultivation world's techniques. AI, forget it, this guy has already been killed, why should I care about him? While Xiaohua was thinking, the bidding for the foundation establishment pills had already started. Sure enough, as everyone expected, the price of 1 foundation establishment pill had already reached 10 top-grade spirit stones. Moreover, there were still people slowly increasing the price. After all, this was a chance to enter the foundation establishment stage. No one would easily give it up. Fellow Taoistan. At this time, someone stood up and asked, I don't have enough spirit stones, but in my storage bag, there are magic tools and spirit herbs that are comparable to top-grade spirit stones. Would it be possible to exchange them? Hearing this, Qingma smiled and shook his head. Sorry, the cultivator who entrusted this auction to us said very clearly that they only want spirit stones and nothing else. Why only spirit stones? Magic tools and spirit herbs, aren't they all very good? The cultivator was unwilling to give up and asked. I don't know. And Qingma shook his head again. After that cultivator sat down, the first foundation establishment pill was won by a disguised cultivator at the price of 12 top-grade spirit stones. What was even more surprising was that the Seven Skills sect, Xianxia sect, and Xuanyan school also joined in the bidding. Of course, Xuanyan school didn't lack foundation establishment pills. What he wanted to do was to tell others that this foundation establishment pill wasn't offered by his Xuanyan school. The result was even more puzzling. The three great sects didn't win any more foundation establishment pills. Only 3 of the pills were taken by each of them, while the other 16 pills were taken by 10 rich and overbearing cultivators. One of the cultivators actually won 4 pills, and the remaining foundation establishment pills were sold for an average of 15 top-grade spirit stones each. That cultivator actually took out 60 top-grade spirit stones. This was really shocking. However, these 10 cultivators were all hiding their cultivation, so no one knew who they were. Who would carry 60 top-grade spirit stones with them? Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. Based on the items that the treasure auction pavilion had just bid for and the performance of the cultivators present, Xiaohua understood that a top-grade spirit stone could be used to bid for a lot of things in the auction. It was precisely because of this that no one would bring too many top-grade spirit stones, yet this cultivator actually, I know. Xiaohua suddenly realized. This cultivator is probably related to Xue Xue. But, since he's related, why would Xue Xue take out some clear breeze pills for me to bid for some mid-grade spirit stones? Xiaohua was puzzled. While Xiaohua was pondering, the auction was still proceeding in an orderly manner. Because they had just gone through the climax of the foundation establishment pills, the following few magic tools, even low-grade magic tools, were unable to arouse the interest of the cultivators present. Several magic tools that seemed somewhat ordinary, unexpectedly, no one bid for them. And with Xiaohua's current cultivation, he didn't have any use for these things. Towards these magic tools that could easily be sold for top-grade spirit stones, he was even less interested. Thus, he didn't raise any hand. Time slowly passed by, and when a magical treasure was taken back by the auction pavilion, Cheng Ma clapped his hands, and a dozen women brought out some jade plates. He said, "Fellow cultivators, before we bid for the last item of this auction, let's take out the items that we didn't bid for in the previous auctions. Let's see if anyone is interested. These items are priced at 10 mid-grade spirit stones each, and each increment is 1 mid-grade spirit stone." After he finished speaking, Cheng Ma waved his hand and the silk on the jade plates were lifted, revealing the items inside. When Xiaohua heard that they were items that weren't sold in the previous auctions, his heart had already lost interest. Seeing the dozen jade plates casually rotating around the high platform, he didn't look carefully. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall began to gradually become lively. Many cultivators also stood up and came to the side of the high platform. When they saw something suitable, they took out spirit stones from their storage bags and began to exchange. The items inside these dozen jade plates were very complicated. There were strange yellow talismans, broken magic tools, and some inexplicable things. This is a soul-absorbing talisman? Xiaohua's eyes inadvertently swept over and saw a shabby yellow talisman that was very similar to the one used by Cheng Ming. Whoosh! Xiaohua stood up from his chair and wanted to take the soul-assimilating talisman. Unfortunately, just as he took 2 steps forward, a cultivator standing next to the high platform pointed his finger and the soul-assimilating talisman immediately fell into his hand. The cultivator took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones and placed them on the jade plate, then he turned around and left. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to stop the cultivator. Although Cheng Ma said that they could bid, the cultivators in front of him didn't have the intention to bid at all. When they saw something that they liked, they immediately took out their spirit stones and left. Why is that? Xiaohua habitually scratched his head and prepared to go back. Coincidentally, at this time, a jade plate flew to the place where the soul-absorbing talisman was. Xiaohua's eyes fell on it and he couldn't help but feel happy. On the jade plate, there were 3 pieces of gold foil. It looked very similar to the gold foil in Xiaohua's space. Come on, this is it. I didn't come here in vain. Xiaohua smiled and quickly walked over. He stretched out his hand and put the jade plate into the jade plate, but when he took out the mid-grade spirit stones, a voice sounded next to him. Fellow Taoist, I also want this gold foil. Chapter 1437. Damn it, Xiaohua almost cursed it out loud. Just now, there was a soul-absorbing talisman, but he didn't get it. Now, he saw the 3 gold sheets that no one wanted. He just got them in his hand, and before he could even warm them up, someone else also wanted them. Like this, wouldn't he have to bid again? Was it because his character was bad, or was it because the guy next to him didn't know what was good for him? Xiaohua raised his head and glanced at the cultivator who just spoke. That cultivator didn't hide his cultivation. He was only 15 or 16 years old, and his cultivation was also very good. He was already at the 6th level of qi refining. He must be a disciple of some sect. However, looking at his somewhat uneasy expression, it seemed like it was his first time leaving the mountain. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, an older cultivator next to the young cultivator raised his arm and poked the young cultivator's waist. He shouted in a low voice, "Shut up." Then he smiled at Xiaohua and nodded. He said, "Fellow Taoist, this junior brother of mine doesn't know the rules. Please don't blame him, please don't blame him. You can just put away the gold sheets, don't mind him." Xiaohua was delighted. He didn't answer and took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. He threw them into the jade plate, and then very nimbly put the gold sheets into his space. At this time, Xiaohua heard the young cultivator next to him ask in a low voice, "Senior brother, this gold sheet. I also want it. Didn't Senior and say just now? If we both want it, we can bid. Why don't you let me bid?" "You don't know shit." The older cultivator also said in a low voice, "Didn't you hear Senior and say that? These are all things that failed in bidding before. They are things that their treasure auction pavilion smashed into their hands. If you bid with others now, wouldn't it be letting the treasure auction pavilion take advantage of you? Letting others pay more spirit stones for nothing? I'm also willing to pay more spirit stones." The young cultivator was very puzzled. You can't pay more spirit stones. All the fellow Taoists participating in the auction have a tacit understanding. As long as it's something that failed in bidding before, the treasure auction pavilion will take it out again. Whoever sees it first will get it, absolutely can't bid. The older cultivator raised his chin and said, "Look again, there are dozens of cultivators here. Which one of them is bidding against someone else? If you compete with others, not only will you embarrass our sect, but you will also offend many of our fellow cultivators. You can forget about traveling around Yenyuan City." The young cultivator looked left and right. It was just as his senior brother had said. No matter what it was, no matter how many cultivators were standing next to it, as long as a cultivator pointed his finger at the jade plate and caused it to stop, the people next to him would shift their gazes away and no longer look at the jade plate. "Yes, I understand," the young cultivator said in a low voice. So there's actually such a rule." Xiaohua, who was at the side, heard everything clearly and secretly gave a thumbs up to this rule. Just as Xiaohua wanted to see what else was on the stage, his heart suddenly moved and he walked over to the 2 cultivators. Seeing Xiaohua coming over, the older cultivator frowned and quickly cupped his hands. "This? Fellow Taoist, just now my junior brother didn't know the rules and offended you. Please forgive him." Xiaohua cupped his hands in return and smiled. "Fellow Taoist, don't think too much. I don't have any ill intentions and I don't want to pursue your junior brother's rudeness. I just have something I want to ask." "Oh? What is it?" "Fellow Taoist, please speak." The older cultivator didn't let down his guard and looked at the many jade plates on the stage and asked in a low voice, "May I ask this fellow Taoist, why did you want these gold plates?" Xiaohua turned his head and asked the young cultivator, "When I was young, I occasionally obtained a gold plate that was similar to these gold plates. However, I couldn't figure out anything from that gold plate, so I wanted to put these gold plates together and see if I could comprehend something." The young cultivator's face reddened and he said in a low voice, "Oh, so it's like that?" Xiaohua nodded and said, "I see." fellow Taoist is also a person of fate. Then Xiaohua turned his head and said to the older cultivator, fellow Taoist, I was the same as your junior brother. I also obtained a gold plate in my early years. However, after studying it for more than 10 years, I still didn't have any progress. Since your junior brother also has a gold plate, I won't beat around the bush. I wonder if your junior brother can exchange that gold plate for this. The older cultivator frowned and turned his head to ask, Junior brother, what do you think? The young cultivator thought for a moment and said hesitantly, I think that gold plate is a bit strange, but I also pondered about it for nearly 10 years. When the older cultivator saw this, he turned his head and asked, then, how many spirit stones is fellow Taoist prepared to use to exchange? This will depend on your junior brother's intentions. Xiaohua pushed the question back. Unexpectedly, the other party didn't take it and only smiled. I understand what my junior brother means. I must first see fellow Taoist's sincerity. At this moment, the young cultivator pulled the older cultivator's sleeve and said, forget it, senior brother. We don't lack any spirit stones. I think the gold plate is a bit strange. I better keep it for myself. When Xiaohua heard this, he became somewhat anxious. He patted his hand and took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch. It was the bottle he obtained from Kai Yuxia's storage pouch. He handed it over and said, fellow Taoist, I have no use for this thing. Take it for exchange. Fellow Taoist, please see if this thing is suitable. If it's not, then I can't do anything. What is it? The older cultivator took it curiously and opened the jade bottle to take a look. His expression changed, but he didn't reveal any surprise. Then he looked at Xiaohua and then at the jade bottle in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he whispered a few words into the young cultivator's ear. At first, the young cultivator was somewhat unwilling, but after listening for a while, he began to slightly nod his head. In the end, he took the jade bottle, looked at it again and again, smelled it again and again, then patted his storage pouch and took out a gold plate. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, Senior, please accept it. Xiaohua took it and looked it over. He smiled and said, then this old man thanks you. After saying this, he slightly cupped his hands and walked back to his chair. 2 Peiyuan pills are equivalent to 4 high-grade spirit stones in this auction. 4 high-grade spirit stones for 1 gold plate. I don't know if I'm losing out or not. Xiaohua sat on the chair and thought with a smile, but if I only take 1 Peiyuan pill, then as a senior brother, he may not open his mouth to speak. After the time it took to eat a meal, the jade plates on the high platform changed several times, but none of them were what Xiaohua wanted. The number of cultivators coming forward to watch also decreased. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, fellow Taoist, and quickly take out the last item. I can't wait any longer. The things flying around here are all trash that other people don't want. Who would use spirit stones to exchange? It seems that fellow Taoists are impatient. And Qingma clapped his hands and the jade plates on the high platform slowly fell down. A dozen or so women came forward to take them. Immediately after, a woman with a revealing figure and wearing very little slowly walked up the high platform. She held a small jade plate in her hand. The woman's round face and red lips made people's hearts itch. But, at this time, all the cultivators' eyes fell on the jade plate in her hand. The woman's good looks were rarely noticed by anyone. Fellow Taoists, I have had the honor of being the manager of the treasure auction pavilion for about 40 years. And Qingma said with a smile, in these 40 years, I don't know how many things I've bid for. Strange magical treasures, rare talismans, heaven-defying elixirs, I've bid for countless of them. Even if it's a rare basic cultivation technique, alchemy technique, artifact-making technique, and so on, this Taoist has seen them all before. But today's item is a little strange. And Qingma's words immediately aroused everyone's appetite. The laziness from before disappeared as everyone stretched their necks to look at the jade plate in the woman's hand. Unfortunately, both the silk and the jade plate had restrictions that isolated divine sense, so no one knew what was inside. However, looking at the appearance of the silk on the jade plate, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was a cultivation technique. As for what kind of cultivation technique it was, only Qingma could reveal it. Sure enough, Qingma waved his hand and took the silk off the jade plate. They heard him say, "To tell you the truth, this is a book of basic cultivation techniques." Ah? Cultivation techniques? Basic cultivation techniques? Everyone was shocked. Previously, our treasure auction pavilion also bid for books of basic cultivation techniques, and more than once. But those cultivation techniques were either incomplete or only had low levels. None of them could be used to directly cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. What? A basic cultivation technique that can be used to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage? And Qingma's words were like a huge rock that was thrown into the water, disrupting the tranquility of the hall. Almost everyone stood up, and the shock and surprise on their faces were even greater than when they saw the dozens of foundation establishment pills. Yes, it is a complete cultivation technique that can be used to cultivate from the first level of qi refining to the 12th level of qi refining, and then to break through to the foundation establishment stage. And it's a set of earth attribute cultivation techniques that are suitable for most cultivators. Buzz. The noise was so loud that it almost overturned the auction hall. In a small room, the cultivators of Xuanyan School, Qiqiao sect, and Xianxia sect all had gloomy expressions. They lowered their heads to discuss, presumably to obtain this cultivation technique at all costs. Shopkeeper Lu of the Imperial Pill sect was even more delighted. He knew very well what this complete set of cultivation techniques meant. Obtaining this set of cultivation techniques meant that they could use it to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage. It also meant that they could establish their own sect. At the very least, they could establish a family of cultivators. Come to think of it, Kai Zhuoxia's Kai clan in Luoyang only had a cultivation technique that could allow one to cultivate up to the 10th layer of the qi refining realm. Whoever obtained this cultivation technique would be able to create a clan even more powerful than the Kai clan. At this moment, Xiao Hua, who had been very calm until now, could no longer sit still. Chapter 1438. That's because Xiaohua didn't care about medicinal pills, talismans, magic tools, and magic treasures. However, Xiaohua could not care about cultivation techniques. It had been almost 2 years since he left Yellow Flower Ridge. Hadn't he been looking for cultivation techniques all this time? Now that an opportunity had appeared before him, how could he not be tempted? Fellow cultivator and... Everyone shouted, "Is this cultivation technique real? What's its base price?" Hee, I don't know if this cultivation method is real or not, but I've instructed a fellow Taoist to place a restriction on this book. Only when a fellow Taoist wins the bid will that fellow Taoist be able to remove the restriction on the book. Fellow Taoist, please take a look. As for the base price of this cultivation technique, even I don't know. And Qingma stretched out his hand and picked up a yellow talisman from the booklet. This was left behind by the owner of this booklet. The base price of this booklet is recorded on it. Fellow cultivator, and could you stop the auction for an hour? I don't have enough spirit stones here. A cultivator suddenly shouted. That's right, let's stop for a moment and go get some spirit stones. Everyone came to a realization. Fellow cultivators, I'm very sorry, but the owner of this booklet doesn't want to make it public. If he doesn't win the bid this time, he'll take this booklet and leave Yenyuan City. I don't know when he'll return. Sigh. Everyone sighed. Only shopkeeper Lu from the Imperial Pill sect was overjoyed. The Imperial Alchemy School had the most supreme grade spirit stones in this auction. Xiao Hua, who was below the stage, felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. Of course, he did have some top-grade spirit stones in his space, but they were far less than the dozens of top-grade spirit stones in the Imperial Elixir School. Although he had a lot of foundation-building pills, they were not top-grade spirit stones. Sigh, I'm afraid there's no chance. Xiao Hua thought in annoyance. If I knew this would happen, I would have sold some foundation establishment pills and spirit herbs. Xiao Hua wasn't the only one regretting. Almost all the cultivators in the auction were filled with regret. They were all regretting that they didn't bring enough top-grade spirit stones. Alright, I'm ready to reveal the base price. As Xianxia spoke, he activated his mana and the yellow talisman in his hand began to burn. An old voice rang out. Fellow cultivators, this is the heavenly law's embodiment of Earth. It is an advanced Earth element cultivation technique that I came across by chance. From the beginning of the first level of the Qi refining stage to the peak of the Qi refining stage, there is a corresponding cultivation technique. It is very complete. I don't lack spirit stones, so the base price of this technique is 100-year-old mother-child spirit fruit. Every increment of 10 years. Huh? When the old Xianxia's voice disappeared, the entire auction hall was silent. Everyone was stunned by this strange method. In fact, it was not that there were no specific spiritual herbs or elixirs in this auction, but, most of the time, it would be some centuries-old spiritual herbs or some extremely rare spiritual herbs. Of course, in most cases, if there were no spiritual herbs, a large number of spiritual stones would be enough. After all, spiritual stones could be used to exchange for what one wanted. But this old Xianxia didn't want spirit stones, he only wanted the mother-child spirit fruit. In this world, the mother-child spirit fruit grew in groups. If one wasn't plucked, the other mother-child spirit fruits wouldn't mature. Even if someone came across a mother-child spirit fruit or planted a mother-child spirit fruit, they would pluck it as soon as it matured. After all, the age of the mother-child spirit fruit didn't have much to do with the effect of the embryonic breathing pill. Who would wait for a ripe mother-child spirit fruit for 100 years? However, among the hundreds of cultivators in the auction hall, someone actually had a mother-child spirit fruit. A Qi refining level 8 cultivator jumped up and stammered, "I have a mother-child spirit fruit." And Xianxia saw this and laughed, "Fellow cultivator, you are really lucky. Is your mother-child spirit fruit 100-year-old? The cultivator's face was a little red. He scratched his head and said, "This mother-child spirit fruit was found by I 2 years ago. I plucked it as soon as it matured. I'm afraid, it's not even 100 years old." "Ha, it's better than nothing. Fellow cultivator, please come up. Let's see if anyone else has a mother-child spirit fruit. This poor Taoist also has one here." As he spoke, the other cultivator also stood up and said, "Please, fellow cultivator, come up too. Let's see who has the oldest mother-child spirit fruit." "Fellow cultivator, and I have 120-year-old mother-child spirit fruit." "These fellow cultivators don't need to come up." A voice came from the small room of the Xianxia sect. It really is the Xianxia sect. You are really rich. Fellow cultivator Jiang, your sect even has such a rare thing. This is really beyond I's expectations. "Oh, it's just a coincidence." Jiang Daoyu from the Xianxia sect replied proudly. "I have a 300-year-old mother-child spirit fruit." A slightly arrogant voice also came from the small room. Hiss. Not only the people outside, even Jiang Daoyu from the Xianxia sect sucked in a breath of cold air. 100-year-old mother-child spirit fruit was already rare. How could there be a 300-year-old one? "Fellow cultivator, you have no proof. Take it out and let us see?" Jiang Daoyu sneered. "Of course. I will bring it up now." "Fellow cultivator Jiang, are you going up as well?" "Of course." Jiang Daoyu retorted. Xiao Hua, who was sitting on a chair in the distance, was so happy that he went silly. When he heard the old man's voice from the yellow talisman saying that he wanted a 100-year-old mother-child spirit fruit, his brain immediately buzzed. It was louder than the noise in the room. He was dumbfounded. There was only one thought in his mind, "Damn it, I'm finally lucky. Oh my god, this is a complete Qi condensation cultivation method. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." When Xiaohua was just at the first level of Qi condensation, the spirit herbs in his space were as long as a year. After entering the second level of Qi condensation, it seemed that one day was as long as 2 years. Now that he was already at the fourth level of Qi condensation, one day was as long as a few years. He really didn't pay attention to it. However, he didn't need to think too much. The mother-child spirit fruit in his space was definitely more than 100 years old. After all, after he transplanted it into the space, he didn't care about those mother-child spirit fruits anymore. On the high platform, Jiang Daoyu from the Xianxia sect walked up with a somewhat gloomy expression. He held a jade box in his hand. Not far from him, a tall cultivator in camouflage also held a jade box. Fellow cultivators, you can open the jade box. Presumably, after comparing with each other, you will know which cultivator's mother-child spirit fruit is older. And Xianxia said with a smile. Fellow cultivator, please. Jiang Daoyu sneered. Hee, then I will go first. With that, the tall cultivator waved his hand, opened the jade box, and handed it to Jiang Daoyu. Jiang Daoyu glanced at it, and his face turned ashen. He muttered, There really is a 300-year-old mother-child spirit fruit. Sigh, it really opened my eyes. Immediately, he cupped his hands and said, You won't open it. This law embodiment of heaven and earth is yours. With that, he put the jade box into his storage bag and walked down the high platform. Good. And Xianxia didn't miss the opportunity to shout. The last cultivation method of this auction has also been successfully bid. The owner of the cultivation method, please come up and remove the restriction on the cultivation method. Wait. At this moment, the dizzy Xiaohua raised his hand and shouted, This old man also has a mother-child spirit fruit here. This fellow cultivator also has a mother-child spirit fruit. Then, how old is it? Could it be even older than 300 years? And Xianxia didn't quite believe it. But looking at Xiaohua, who had bid a few times before, he muttered in his heart, This was sent by the city lord? How old is it? This old man also doesn't know. If you know, take it out and compare it with this fellow cultivator, then you will know. Xiaohua smiled, got up from the chair, and quickly walked up the high platform. At this moment, a cultivator in camouflage also walked up the high platform from another place. When Xiaohua saw this, his heart thumped, and he secretly said, Oh no, could it be that this guy also has a mother-child spirit fruit? Fortunately, he heard Xianxia laugh. Just in time, the owner of the cultivation method is here. Which of these two mother-child spirit fruit is older, or which fellow cultivator's mother-child spirit fruit catches this fellow cultivator's eye, will depend on this fellow cultivator's choice. Xiaohua and the other two were all wearing camouflage clothing. No one could clearly see each other, and no one knew who the other was. The cultivator holding the jade box in his hand pushed the jade box in front of the owner of the cultivation method and said, Fellow Taoist, please take a look. That cultivator swept a glance inside the jade box, nodded and said, Correct, this pay. Mother-child spirit fruit has the effect of 300 years. Then he looked at Xiaohua and asked, Where is this fellow Taoist's mother-child spirit fruit? Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out the mother-child spirit fruit that had just been moved into the storage bag from the space, and didn't have time to find a jade box to put it in. Even though that cultivator was already prepared, when he saw the golden runes all over the mother-child spirit fruit, he still lost control and cried out. Just as that cultivator cried out, that cultivator waved his hand, and the mother-child spirit fruit disappeared from Xiaohua's hand. Then, a jade box appeared in the cultivator's left hand, and the cultivator very nimbly put Xiaohua's mother-child spirit fruit into the jade box, and then put it into his own storage bag. Fellow cultivator, when Xiaohua saw that the mother-child spirit fruit was suddenly taken away by that cultivator, he was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed. His mother-child spirit fruit was gone, and the other party gave him the cultivation method of heavenly law embodiment technique. Chapter 1439. Sure enough, the cultivator slapped his hand again and took out something that looked like a talisman from his storage bag. He handed it to Xiaohua with a smile and said, This is a talisman that can break the restriction of a cultivation method. You'll know once you use it. And Xianxia also handed over the booklet and said with a smile, Please, this cultivation method is yours now. Then, he looked at the cultivator who was standing there in a daze and said with a smile, Fellow cultivator, please go back. Fellow cultivator's mother-child spirit fruit is very good, but it's still not old enough. At this moment, the cultivator came to his senses. He turned his head and muttered, How is this possible? How can there be such an old mother-child spirit fruit? Xiaohua suppressed the excitement in his heart and took the thick booklet. He activated his spiritual power and the runes on the talisman gradually flowed. Then, he slapped his hand and pressed it on the booklet. A burst of bright light flashed and the words, Heavenly Laws Embodiment Technique, appeared on the booklet. Xiaohua pretended to be very casual and flipped through it a few times. He nodded and said, Yes, this is the complete cultivation method. Those juniors of this old man are really blessed. Then, he slapped his hand and put the Heavenly Laws Embodiment Technique into his storage bag. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, fellow cultivator. You're welcome, you're welcome. The cultivator also returned the greeting and said, If you want to say thanks, I still have to thank fellow cultivator. After the two finished speaking, they both came down from the high platform. Who is this cultivator? Why is he sitting down? How can he have a mother-child spirit fruit that's older than 300 years? Jiang Daoyu of the Xianxia sect had a gloomy expression. He stared at Xiaohua's back as he skipped back and racked his brains. At least 800 years. The old man from the Xuanyan sect also muttered. Xiaohua took out the mother-child spirit fruit very quickly, but the speed at which the cultivator put away the mother-child spirit fruit was even faster. He also didn't see clearly, but the thick golden runes on the mother-child spirit fruit were deeply imprinted in his mind. Who is this cultivator in camouflage? Why would he be willing to take out a complete cultivation technique for the sake of the mother-child spirit fruit? Even shopkeeper Lu of the Imperial Alchemy sect, who only had supreme-grade spirit stones and no mother-child spirit fruit, looked at the disappearing figure of the Mi Lu cultivator with a pensive look on his face. At this moment, Enchingma's voice sounded, Thank you all for your support. This auction has come to a successful conclusion. The next auction will be held in 1 month as usual. Before Enchingmo could finish his words, Xiaohua saw a few people standing up from their seats and quickly walking towards the outside of the hall. Xiaohua thought for a moment and understood that these people were the cultivators who had won the pills and magic tools during the auction. So he immediately stood up and walked towards the direction where those people had disappeared. At this moment, on the high platform where Enchingmo was standing, a brilliant light shone again, illuminating the entire hall on the second floor. The number of disciples in the treasure auction pavilion had decreased significantly. Only a few disciples were standing beside the stairs leading to the first floor. Senior, this way please. Seeing Xiaohua rush over, a disciple greeted him from afar. Xiaohua vaguely replied, Senior, don't worry, there are no more disciples on the first floor. Senior can just leave from where you came from. Also, Senior doesn't need to worry, the restriction on the first floor has a spatial spell, so Senior won't be with others. Once Senior takes off the camouflage and leaves with others, no one will recognize you. The disciple saw that Xiaohua was in a hurry and was not as calm as the previous people, so he kindly reminded him. Is that so? When Xiaohua heard this, he understood that he was a bit obsessed, so he paused for a moment and slowly walked down the stairs. Sure enough, as the disciple said, not a single disciple on the first floor could see him. Xiaohua calmly walked into the darkness of the restriction. In the darkness, Xiaohua kept the cultivation technique and other things into his space, then took off the camouflage. After waiting for a moment, he thought that it was about time, then he calmly walked out. Outside the treasure auction pavilion, it was already past noon, and the bright sun was already slightly to the west. Hundreds of cultivators rushed out of the treasure auction pavilion and entered the plaza in the middle of the city. It looked a bit crowded, but when they really scattered in the plaza, they were all blocked by the huge pillars, and in a moment, they seemed scattered. Fellow Taoist Xiao. A voice sounded from the side of a huge pillar. Xiaohua looked over and saw that it was Xue Xue. Ayo, fellow Taoist Xue. Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. He quickly walked forward, cupped his hands, looked left and right, and said in a low voice, Congratulations, you made a small profit. Isn't this all thanks to fellow Taoist Xiao? Xue Xue had bright eyes and white teeth, and the smile on her face was very bright. She cupped her hands and said, I also didn't expect that this clear fragrance pill would actually be so popular. If I had known earlier, I would have gotten more marrow cleansing pills from Imperial Pill School. But, fellow Taoist Xiao, you took so many clear fragrance pills and clean lotus pills, why didn't you bid? Fellow Taoist Xue and Imperial Pill School have both put up their pills this time. How much can I bid for with these pills? Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he said in a low voice, This time, the treasure auction pavilion has put up so many pills, there will definitely be a lot of cultivators who will come after hearing the news in the next auction. By that time, will fellow Taoist Xue and Imperial Pill School still have so many pills? Fellow Taoist Xiao. When Xue Xue heard this, her face was filled with astonishment. She raised her hand and gave him a thumbs up. She repeatedly said, Height. This poor Taoist truly admires you. I'm ashamed. Xiaohua secretly wiped his cold sweat. Then he heard Xue Xue say with some regret, Unfortunately, I will be going out in a few days, and I'm afraid I won't be able to return for a few months. Otherwise, I would like to see how many spirit stones fellow Taoist Xiao can earn. There will be a chance, Xiaohua said with a smile. But right at this moment, a faint divine sense was suddenly sent out from afar, and it swept over Xiaohua's body. Oh no! Xiaohua's heart thumped. Although his face was calm, he had long been muttering in his heart. When it came out, it seemed like there were a lot of cultivators in the surroundings. It's not very likely that someone would know. Moreover, this divine sense seems to belong to an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. There's no reason for it to pay attention to a small character like me, right? Fellow Taoist Xiao? Your tea complexion doesn't look too good. Xue Xue saw that Xiaohua was in a daze, so she quickly asked, Yes, what's wrong? Xiaohua came back to his senses and waved his hand repeatedly. No, it's nothing. Then he sighed and said, Thinking about that auction, there were so many good things, but I couldn't bid for a single one. It's really regretful, especially that cultivation technique. Of course. Xue Xue also echoed. I also didn't expect that a complete cultivation technique would appear. How about? At this time, the divine sense that swept over Xiaohua's body gradually withdrew, and Xue Xue stuck out her tongue at the same time. There's no need. That last cultivator actually took out a mother-child spirit fruit that's even older than 300 years old. I'm afraid I can't take it out. If fellow Taoist can't take it out, I can't take it out even more. So, it's just a pity. It's useless. Xiaohua also spread his hands. Oh right, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't you have other fellow Taoists? Why did you come out alone? Xue Xue slapped her forehead, thought of something and looked left and right. Xiaohua was also puzzled. At this time, there were already a lot of cultivators coming out of the treasure auction pavilion. Why hadn't Wuxia appeared yet? Could it be there's no need to think about any other possibilities. Just as Xiaohua turned his head, Wuxia's figure appeared at the entrance of the treasure auction pavilion. Fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua saw Wuxia looking left and right, and immediately shouted. Seeing Xiaohua wave his hand, Wuxia slightly nodded, but when she saw Xue Xue next to Xiaohua, Wuxia slightly frowned. When she got closer, she cupped her hands and smiled. This is fellow Taoist Xue, right? I'm Liu Yang's Kai family's Wuxia. I heard fellow Taoist Xiao mention you the day before yesterday. I still have to thank fellow Taoist Xue for your invitation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to participate in this auction. No need to thank, no need to thank. I and fellow Taoist Xiao each did what we needed, no need to thank me. Xue Xue casually waved her hand, and then casually asked, I wonder what fellow Taoist Kai obtained in the auction? I wanted spirit stones, but I didn't have spirit stones. I wanted mother-child spirit fruit, but I didn't have mother-child spirit fruit. What could I have obtained? I was just casually looking around. Kai Wuxia said with a smile. Shui still wanted to say something, but a crimson-red message talisman flew over from afar and stopped in front of her. Shui clapped her hands and took the message talisman in her hand. She looked into the distance, then cupped her hands and said, I will bid farewell to these two beauties. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. Beauties? Xiaohua was greatly embarrassed. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Shui, you're mistaken. Who would have thought that although Kai Wuxia's face was red, she still cupped her hands and said, Fellow Taoist Shui, we'll meet again someday. Hee, we'll meet again someday. Shui said, and quickly walked away. That Xiaohua opened his mouth wanting to ask why, but when Kai Wuxia turned her head and asked him, What's wrong, fellow Taoist Xiao? He felt that he didn't know where to start, so he could only smile and say, No, nothing. And if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't have anything to do in Yinyuan City, let's quickly go to Shihuang Town. There's still quite a distance from Shihuang Town to Yanlin Marsh. Kai Wuxia's tone was somewhat indifferent. I'm still waiting to return to Luyang. Okay, I'll listen to fellow Taoist Kai's instructions. Xiaohua didn't know why Kai Wuxia's tone suddenly changed, but he still nodded. Yinyuan City's teleportation array was on the west side of the plaza. It was a courtyard that looked like a garden. The door of the courtyard was wide open. 4 armored Yinyuan City guards stood on both sides of the door. They looked straight ahead, giving off a very imposing feeling. Fellow Taoist Kai? Xiaohua followed Kai Wuxia to the courtyard. As they walked towards the door, he asked in a low voice, This is the teleportation array of Yinyuan City? Why aren't there any cultivators going in and out? Fellow Taoist Xiao, what do you think it should be like? People coming and going? Endless flow? Kai Wuxia's face was a little strange as she asked in a low voice. Chapter 1440. That's right. Although it doesn't have to be an endless stream, it shouldn't be so deserted. Xiaohua looked at the deserted hall and said strangely, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow me in. You'll know when the time comes. Kai Wuxia replied indifferently. When Xiaohua and Kai Wuxia walked in front of them, a city guard stepped forward and said loudly, Fellow Taoists, do you want to use the transportation formation of my Yinyuan City? Yes, we want to go to Shihuang Town. We came here to register a few days ago. I wonder if we can go today. Kai Wuxia cupped her hands and said, Shihuang Town? Please wait a moment. As he spoke, the city guard took out a disc-shaped magic tool from his waist and struck it with a yellow talisman in his left hand. A cluster of misty light was emitted from the disc. The city guard looked at it and said with a smile, So it's fellow Taoist Kai Wuxia. What a coincidence. There are 3 other fellow Taoists who are also going to Shihuang Town. The appointment is also today. Please follow me in. Kai Wuxia frowned. The other 3 fellow Taoists are all male cultivators? Yes. The city guard waved his hand and the light on the disc disappeared. He raised his hand and said with a smile, Fellow Taoists, please follow me. As he spoke, he took the lead and walked into the courtyard. Xiaohua looked at them with a puzzled expression. When he saw Kai Wuxia walk in, he also followed and didn't ask a single question. Inside the courtyard, there were some strange flowers and plants, as well as some fake mountains and huge rocks. It looked very pleasing to the eye. After walking through a few corridors, they arrived in front of a room. The city guard smiled and said, Fellow Taoists, please wait inside. The other 3 fellow Taoists should be here soon. Thank you. Kai Wuxia cupped her hands and walked into the room. Xiaohua nodded at the city guard and followed her in. This was a room that was neither big nor small. There weren't many decorations inside, only 5 chairs and 5 tables were neatly placed inside. Kai Wuxia seemed to be used to it. She directly picked up a chair and sat down, closing her eyes without saying a word. Why is she so strange? When Xiaohua saw Kai Wuxia's abnormal reaction, he was somewhat puzzled. However, he didn't know where to start, so he just casually sat beside her. After waiting for a while, Xiaohua still didn't see anyone enter. He simply immersed his mind into the space, comprehending the trajectory of the heavenly Tao. Just as he had gained some insight, he was awakened by a commotion. When he opened his eyes, the sky was already a little dark. It seemed that a long time had passed. He looked at Wuxia beside him. Her face was still cold. At this moment, she also opened her eyes and raised her head to look at the door. At the entrance, another city guard led 3 cultivators in a single file. "Fellow Taoists, are you heading to Shihuang town as well?" The city guard asked expressionlessly. "That's right." Xiaohua nodded. "All right, this is the teleportation formation talisman. Take it." The city guard didn't beat around the bush. He took out 5 2-finger-wide yellow talismans from his bosom and handed them to Xiaohua, Wuxia, and the 3 cultivators who came in later. Only now did Xiaohua carefully size up these 3 cultivators. The 3 cultivators were of average height. 2 of them were tanned and strong with a fierce face. The last one was fair and clean, looking somewhat weak. However, the 3 of them were in the 7th layer of qi refinement, so Xiaohua didn't dare to underestimate them. The city guard gave the 5 talismans to the 5 cultivators and said, "Fellow Taoists, please pay me the spirit stones used for the teleportation. Each teleportation costs 5 high-grade spirit stones." "Fellow Taoists, it's exactly 1 high-grade spirit stone for each of you." "Ah." After listening to the words of the city guard, Xiaohua finally understood what Wuxia was talking about at the entrance. Every teleportation requires a piece of high-grade spirit stone, so expensive, no wonder. Not many cultivators are willing to use this teleportation array. Fortunately, Xiaohua was no longer as distressed as he was in Jinghua City. He patted his storage pouch, took out 2 high-grade spirit stones, and handed them over. Wuxia originally wanted to take it, but when she saw Xiaohua take it, she also put down her hand. However, the expression on her face seemed to be somewhat relaxed. The city guard kept the spirit stones and walked straight to the corner of the room. He took out another round plate from his chest. This round plate was different from the previous one. The city guard activated his Fa Li and pointed his finger. A pale yellow light beam shot out from the round plate and shone on the wall in the corner of the room. Not long after, the corner of the wall began to gradually melt and a round moon door appeared in front of everyone. "Fellow Taoists, please follow me." The city guard put away the disc, waved his hand, and took the lead to walk through the moon gate. "Fellow Taoists, please." The slightly weak cultivator of the 3 raised his hand and said with a smile, "Please." Xiaohua and Wuxia both nodded and followed the city guard in. Just now, when they were in the room, they couldn't see the situation inside the moon gate. Only after Xiaohua stepped through the moon gate did he see the situation inside clearly. This was a rather large space, and the first thing Xiaohua saw was a not-so-large spirit design. This array was in the shape of an oval, and it was located in the center of the space. The array emitted a gray color, and one could vaguely see black and white alternating rapidly. Xiaohua looked at it a few times, but he couldn't tell what this array was made of. He also couldn't tell if the array was on the ground or embedded in the ground. Soon after, Xiaohua looked around and saw that there were walls flickering with a faint white light everywhere in this space. Above his head was a tall roof. Looking at the distance, he was afraid that it was more than 10 feet high. The strange runes on the roof weren't blurred because of the distance. Instead, they were very clear, as if they were right in front of him. Around the walls, there were dozens of armored city guards evenly surrounding the entire space, which also happened to surround the formation in the middle. "Fellow Taoists, please stick the teleportation formation on your body. Enter the teleportation formation." The city guard said, "This one will go and ask the elder to come over." When the city guard turned around and left, Xiaohua and the other 4 people entered the formation. The formation wasn't big, so it was just right for the 5 of them to stand inside. Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at the gray light under his feet. He had a very familiar feeling, so he lowered his voice and asked, "Fellow Taoist Kai, what's the use of this formation talisman? Isn't there a teleportation formation?" Wuxia knew that Xiaohua was asking about the difference between this formation talisman and the one from Huanhua sect. She glanced at him and said in a low voice, "Although the teleportation formation talisman is a low-grade talisman, it can only move people for a short distance. Although it's called teleportation, it's actually thousands of miles away. For places like Shihuang Town that are far away, they can only rely on teleportation formations. And the pressure produced by teleportation formations is enormous. If you're not a nascent soul cultivator, you won't be able to withstand it. I'm afraid that chi condensation cultivators like us will be crushed into meat paste." This formation talisman is used in conjunction with the teleportation formation. It distributes the pressure of teleportation to the formation and reduces the damage caused by teleportation. "Oh, so it's like that?" Xiaohua nodded. "However, with our cultivation levels in the middle stage of chi condensation, it's still difficult. Every time we teleport, we'll be dizzy for a long time," Wuxia said with some lingering fear. "Is that so?" Xiaohua's heart stirred. He thought about how he felt when he used Huan Hua Sec's teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman is already like that. Since this teleportation formation is so far away, it must be even more unbearable. Xiaohua and Wuxia whispered to each other on the side. The other 3 cultivators stood on the side, looking down and not saying anything. Not long after, 2 old men with white hair and beards walked out from the wall. Judging from their cultivation levels, they were both in the late stage of foundation establishment. The 2 old men each held a pagoda-shaped magic tool in their hands. They walked to the 2 sides of the teleportation formation and stood steadily. Then, they formed seals in their hands and sent the seals into the magic tools in their hands. The pagoda-shaped magic tools gradually lit up layer by layer. When a round bead at the top of the pagoda became completely transparent, the 2 old men shouted in a low voice, "Go." The magic tools in their hands faintly pointed forward. 2 beams of black and white light shot out from the 2 beads, shooting straight into the teleportation formation. With a burst of crackling sounds, the black and white lights in the teleportation formation flickered at the same time. A gray light cover rose, enveloping Xiaohua and the other 4 people. The gray light cover flickered several times, and Xiaohua and the other 4 people disappeared. At the same time that Xiaohua and the others disappeared, a burst of enormous pressure pressed down from all directions. With a muffled pop, the formation talismans that were stuck on the 5 people's bodies a moment ago suddenly emitted a burst of faint gray light, enveloping the 5 people within. A burst of enormous pressure followed by a burst of confusion in his mind. Xiaohua's vision darkened, and then it lit up again, followed by a burst of dizziness. Xiaohua's figure slightly swayed, seemingly about to go limp, but he stood upright and steady. This feeling, why is it so familiar? Xiaohua's eyes were somewhat blurred. He stood there blankly, not moving in the slightest. "Oh, this little guy is quite fierce. He actually didn't collapse on the ground." An astonished voice startled Xiaohua awake. When he raised his head to look, he saw a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator around 50 years old, dressed in a gray Taoist robe. The middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator was standing not too far away from him, looking at him with wide eyes. Next to him, there were 2 chi condensation cultivators who were also looking at him in amazement. Xiaohua suddenly woke up. When he looked to the side, he saw Wuxia and the other 3 7th-level chi condensation cultivators all sitting on the ground with pale faces. They were also staring at him. These people all had such strange gazes. Xiaohua himself felt embarrassed, but at this time, it was too late to pretend to be dizzy. Xiaohua could only rub his nose and laugh bitterly in his heart. "What are you staring blankly for? Hurry up and help these fellow Taoists out." That foundation establishment cultivator turned his head and instructed the 2 cultivators next to him, "Maybe there will be more people coming over in a while." "Yes, disciples will go over right now." The 2 disciples came to their senses and hurriedly stepped forward. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please help I up." Seeing the 2 cultivators coming over, Wuxia promptly said to Xiaohua. "But..." Xiaohua responded, helping Wuxia up and helping her to a praying mat not far away. Seeing Wuxia close her eyes and adjust her breathing, Xiaohua could only stand to the side. The other 3 cultivators were also helped out and sat separately on the praying mats. Chapter 1441. Xiaohua was in a small room. In the middle of the room, there was a transportation array that was much smaller than the one in Yenyuan City. There were a dozen or so praying mats scattered in the corners of the room. Inside the room, aside from the foundation establishment old man and 2 qi refining disciples, there were also 8 armored cultivators standing in the 4 corners of the room. Their armors were slightly different from those in Yenyuan City, but there were also many similarities. Little guy, do you have a Qian Kun teleportation token on you? Xiaohua was looking around when a voice sounded in his ear. N. Xiaohua frowned and looked around. He saw the foundation establishment old man looking at him with a smile. This old man will transmit a message to you. Don't be afraid, others can't hear it. The old man's lips seemed to be moving. Xiaohua looked directly at him and didn't know if these words were spoken by the old man. Xiaohua rubbed his nose and didn't know how to answer. Hee little guy, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. The old man's voice sounded again. If you don't have a Qian Kun teleportation token, how can you stand in the transportation array with your qi refining stage 4 cultivation? Xiaohua really didn't know what a Qian Kun teleportation token was and didn't understand why he only felt dizzy for a short period of time. Therefore, he couldn't answer. Just as Xiaohua was feeling awkward, the transportation array behind the foundation establishment old man faintly glowed with gray light. Why is it so lively today? Waves after waves of people just arrived. Many cultivators have come in the past few days. The foundation establishment old man said with an unknown expression. He turned around and looked. The teleportation array flashed and then stopped. 4 cultivators, 3 men and 1 woman, were teleported over. The one in front was an early foundation establishment stage cultivator, about 30 years old. His face showed signs of pain, but he was still standing steadily. The 3 people beside him, like Kai Zhuoxia, were also paralyzed on the ground. Fellow Taoist, please. The foundation establishment cultivator saw the foundation establishment old man outside the transportation array and smiled. Is this Shihuang village? This is Shihuang village. I am Mo Guang from Yenyuan City. Welcome, fellow Taoist. The foundation establishment old man returned the greeting. So it's Yenabis City's fellow Taoist Mo. It's an honor to meet you. The foundation establishment cultivator cupped his fists and said, I'm Pu Jianyuan from Flying Phoenix Ridge. So it's Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu clan. You must be the current head of the Pu clan, right? I was truly disrespectful. Mo Guang's face was filled with astonishment as he once again cupped his hands. I wouldn't dare. The Pu clan is nothing compared to Yen Abyss City, and I's cultivation is like the light of a firefly compared to you. I don't deserve your respect. Although Pu Jinyuan's words were humble, there was a trace of pride on his face. Little ones, hurry up and help the Pu clan's disciple out of the teleportation array. Mo Guang shouted. The 2 beside him scrambled to help the female cultivator. We don't dare to trouble you 2 Dao friends. Pu Jianyuan waved his hand, and the female cultivator and the other 2 disciples floated into the air and followed him out of the teleportation array. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua watched from the side with interest. Kai Zhuoxia had already opened her eyes and slowly stood up. Fellow Taoist Kai, can move now? Xiaohua turned his head and asked curiously. Of course, it wasn't only Kai Zhuoxia who stood up. The 3 cultivators who were teleported together with Xiaohua had also stood up and were currently walking towards a door in the room that was emitting a faint light. I's already fine. We can go now. Kai Zhuoxia nodded. Xiaohua smiled and said, We'll listen to fellow Taoist Kai's instructions. At this moment, the 3 cultivators had already walked to the door. Among them, the slightly frail cultivator intentionally turned his head to look at Xiaohua. When Xiaohua noticed and looked again, the 3 people had already walked out of the room. When Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia walked out of the room, they discovered that they were on top of a towering cliff. Below the cliff, There was a large area of houses and pavilions, terraced fields, and even a river ferry. It was a not small town. As for the three cultivators just now, their figures had already flown into the air and gradually disappeared. Those three cultivators, why are they also going in the direction of Flame Forest Marsh? Wuxia didn't lower her head to look at Shihuang Town, but rather looked in the direction that the three cultivators disappeared in. It can't be that something happened in Flame Forest Marsh, right? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Just now, in the teleportation formation, did the Pooh clan of Flying Phoenix Ridge come again? Moreover, their clan master also came. I don't have ears, can't I hear it myself? Wuxia rolled her eyes at him and said indifferently. Xiaohua opened his mouth and secretly said in his heart, did I provoke you? Let's go. Wuxia waved her hand and flew into the air. She didn't go in the same direction as the three cultivators. Xiaohua didn't say anything and followed closely behind. After flying for a while, Wuxia and Shi turned around and went back the way they came. Fellow Taoist Kai. What are you doing? Xiaohua followed behind and couldn't help but ask. But just as he opened his mouth, on the distant cliff, Pu Jianyuan came out of the small house with the teleportation formation with three disciples. Seeing Wuxia and Xiaohua fly back to the small house, he only faintly scanned them with his divine sense and flew in the direction of Flame Forest Marsh. When Wuxia saw Pu Jianyuan come out, she immediately stood respectfully in the air and quietly waited for Pu Jianyuan to fly away. Then she slowly flew for a while and stopped in the air. At this time, Xiaohua also understood Wuxia's meaning. He flew to Wuxia's side and said in a low voice, so, the Pooh clan of Flying Phoenix Ridge is also going to Flame Forest Marsh. Yes, of course, what do you think? Wuxia rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Pu Jianyuan is a foundation establishment cultivator. We don't have divine sense, so if we hide on the side, we will definitely be discovered by him. Then she raised her head and looked in the direction of Flame Forest Marsh. After thinking for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, they are only going in the direction of Flame Forest Marsh. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to Flame Forest Marsh. Besides, Flame Forest Marsh is so big, we may not necessarily meet them. Let's go. Finished speaking, Wuxia took the lead and flew away. However, her direction was still a bit off, not exactly the same as the direction of the people in front of her. Just as Xiaohua flew after him, far away in Yinyuan City, outside the courtyard where the transportation formation was located, Shui followed a fat foundation establishment cultivator into the room where the transportation formation was located. Beside him were several cultivators around the 8th layer of qi condensation. They were all entering the room where the transportation formation was located. Next to the fat foundation establishment cultivator, a guard of Yinyuan City asked curiously, fellow Taoist Ling, why are you in such a hurry? I remember that fellow Taoist is scheduled to go to Shihuang Town tomorrow. Why do you want to go there today? It is already late, and fellow Taoist wants to go with 8 people at once. It is really difficult for me to explain. The fat on the fat cultivator's face trembled. He clapped his hands and secretly stuffed a few high-grade spirit stones into the guard's hands. He smiled and said, I have no choice. It is all because of the rush. If I can go a day earlier, then I will go a day earlier. The guard waved his hand and received the spirit stones. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist Ling is a frequent visitor of my Yinyuan City. Even the city lord has seen fellow Taoist Ling more than once. How can we dare to neglect you? It is just that we need to talk to the elder a bit more. These days, there are really too many cultivators going to Shihuang Town. These days, which cultivators went there? Are there any that I know? The fat cultivator's eyes turned and he asked with a smile. Hee, they are all unknown cultivators. Even if I can't remember their names, I am sure that fellow Taoist Ling wouldn't know them either. The guards smiled and didn't say the names of the people who were going to be transported. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the place where Xiaohua and the others were transported. Fellow Taoist Ling, please wait a moment. I will ask the elder to come over. The guard cupped his hands and left. Shue whispered, Uncle, I'm afraid there are some problems. What? Did so many people go to Shihuang town? Could it be? Shue. The fat cultivator glared at Shue and said in a low voice, the more people there are, the more it proves that the matter is true. Otherwise, Uncle wouldn't have arrived today in advance. The earlier we go, the earlier we have a sliver of opportunity. Ling Jingyi, if you don't know your Misty Mountain, why are you going to Shihuang town? A voice rang out. It was precisely the two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators who were controlling the transportation formation. Greetings, fellow Taoist Bai and fellow Taoist Liao. Ling Jingyi cupped his hands and said, I went to Shihuang town to visit an old friend. Because I was afraid that he would go wandering, I was in a hurry to go this time. Hee. One cultivator looked at the other and laughed. Do you believe Fatty Ling's words? That cultivator glanced at Ling Jingyi and laughed. You can't believe even 1 out of 10 of his words. I don't think you can believe even half a word. Even if you don't believe it, how can we not let him go to Shihuang town? That cultivator laughed loudly and raised his hand. Fellow Taoist Ling, please. Ling Jingyi cupped his hands towards the two people and led Shue and 3 others into the transportation formation. Following the flicker of gray light within the transportation formation, the 4 people's figures disappeared. Outside Shihuang town, in the already dark sky, Xiaohua flew with Kai Wuxia for a while and said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist Kai, I have something to ask. What is it? In the darkness, Kai Wuxia said with a smile at the corner of her mouth. What's a universe-shifting token? Universe-shifting token? Kai Wuxia stared blankly. Obviously, this question wasn't what she thought. Doesn't fellow Taoist Xiao have this thing on him? Why are you still asking about I thought fellow Taoist was going to ask why we didn't directly go to Blazing Forest Marsh. Even if fellow Taoist Kai didn't lead me, I definitely wouldn't directly go to Blazing Forest Marsh. What's there to ask about this? Xiaohua said with a smile, it's just that. I don't quite understand. Why did fellow Taoist and that Foundation establishment senior from before all say that I have a universe-shifting token on me? Fellow Taoist Xiao really doesn't have one? At this time, astonishment appeared in Kai Wuxia's eyes. I thought fellow Taoist was hiding it. However, since fellow Taoist doesn't have a universe-shifting token, why didn't you feel dizzy like I? Why didn't you collapse on the ground? Fellow Taoist Kai, after talking for so long, what exactly is a universe-shifting token? Xiaohua asked with a bitter smile. Kai Wuxia lowered her head and looked, then pointed with her finger. Today we'll rest here. After we land, I'll tell you. Chapter 1442. Previously, didn't fellow Taoist Xiao ask about the formation talisman used for transportation? It's used in conjunction with transportation formations. Every transportation formation has its own special formation talisman, and they can't be replaced. Outside of this formation talisman, there's another special item. This item is the Universe Transference Token. The Universe Transference Token is a formation talisman? No, the Universe Transference Token isn't a formation talisman, nor is it a spirit talisman. It might be a magic tool or it might be a magic treasure. However, as for what it is, only a few people know. Kai Wuxia sat cross-legged on a blue stone under the moonlight and said very mysteriously, because this universe transference token came from the distant past, and the refining method has long been lost. Even the universe transference token's material is unknown now. How is it so powerful? Xiaohua also sat cross-legged across from Kai Wuxia, and he cried out involuntarily. Powerful? Fellow Taoist Zhao's understanding is somewhat wrong. Kai Wuxia covered her mouth and laughed. That universe transference token admittedly came from the distant past, but this item can only be used for transportation, especially long-distance transportation. When used in conjunction with a formation talisman, it can reduce the discomfort of the person being transported. Or in some transportation formations, it can also be used alone to reduce the pressure during transportation. Presumably, that foundation establishment senior saw that you, a fourth-level qi condensation cultivator, could actually stand steadily in the transportation formation, so he asked you this. That's right, fellow Taoist Xiao, you still haven't told I? Forget it, I'll just pretend I didn't ask anything. Halfway through her words, Kai Wuxia changed the topic and said self-mockingly, I hurriedly went to reserve a transportation formation when I was free, but a certain person actually minded his own business, and even knew some female cultivators. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he finally understood the subtlety of Kai Wuxia's attitude today. Fellow Taoist Kai and Li Zongbao. The more Xiao Hua thought, the more afraid he became, because Li Zongbao was a foundation establishment senior. When Li Zongbao left, he gave him 2 message talismans. That thought, as an outsider, how could Xiao Hua not see it? And Kai Wuxia was actually angry because he knew Shui. What should he do? Thinking of Li Zongbao's flying sword, Xiao Hua shuddered. Fellow Taoist Kai, I only met Shui by chance. Is she a loose cultivator, or a cultivator's family, or perhaps a cultivator's sect? I don't know anything. The more Xiao Hua spoke, the more he stuttered. In the end, he didn't even know what he was saying. Fellow Taoist Kai. This poor Taoist is going to cultivate. Since we want to avoid them, we should hide here for a while. After saying this, Xiao Hua's body flashed and he flew into the cave behind him. Why is this fellow speaking incoherently today? Kai Wuxia looked at Xiao Huafei's back in a very strange manner as she thought to herself. Then, he raised his head to look at the gradually rising full moon and muttered, Alas, I hope that we will be able to stay together for 1,000 miles. I wonder, how is he doing now? Presumably, for him to enter the foundation establishment stage at such a young age, any sect would pay attention to him. He will definitely be nurtured by his sect, and on the road of cultivation, his future will be limitless, and the great Tao will be within reach. As for me, compared to him, I am only a village woman. Why should I delay him? Kai Wuxia's eyes were somewhat blurred as she looked up at the bright moon in the sky. If there is true love in one's heart, even if endless years pass, one won't necessarily be lonely. But without me by his side, will he remember me? For a moment, Kai Wuxia's emotions were jumbled up, and it was difficult to sort them out. Under the hazy moonlight, she looked around in self-pity, and didn't have the slightest thought of cultivating. Inside the cave, Xiao Hua calmed his heart and took out the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique from the space, and carefully looked through it. Xiao Hua hadn't seen cultivation techniques after the 5th layer of qi refining, so he could only pick up the 1st to 4th layer to carefully look through them. After carefully looking through them, Xiao Hua couldn't help but be overjoyed. From the cultivation technique's records and cultivation, this Heavenly Law's embodiment technique seemed to be comparable to Shang Huaming's cultivation technique, but in some aspects, it was more extensive, and he felt that it was more suitable for male cultivators. And comparing it with raising fire to the heavens, he could almost be sure that this Heavenly Law's embodiment technique was definitely of a higher level than raising fire to the heavens. No matter whether it was the details of the cultivation technique or the method of refining the meridians, they couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. What made Xiao Hua the most happy was the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. At the end of every layer, there would be an appendix of basic cultivation techniques that could be practiced and used at that layer of cultivation. What Heaven's Eye technique, what object controlling technique, they were all included. Strange. After Xiao Hua's joy, he felt a little strange again. If it was a coarse cultivation technique like raising fire to the heavens that was exchanged for some 100-year-old child mother spirit fruit, I could still believe it. But this is actually comparable to Shang Huaming's complete cultivation technique. How could he be willing to take it out? It's really inconceivable. What's the value of this cultivation technique, and what's the value of a 100-year-old child mother spirit fruit? If it weren't for the fact that this young master's child mother spirit fruit was old enough, I'm afraid that cultivator would have suffered a huge loss. Then should I change my cultivation technique now? Or should I continue cultivating raising fire to the heavens? Xiaohua was a little hesitant. After thinking for a while, he opened Heavenly Law's embodiment technique again and slowly read through the rest of the cultivation technique bit by bit. Soon after, he closed his eyes and carefully pondered. The 12 layers of qi refining are divided into low-level, mid-level, and high-level. But from the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique, it seems that the 4 layers in the middle of each level are very closely related. And between each level, there seems to be a bottleneck or a comprehension of the realm. If I want to change my cultivation technique, it's best to finish cultivating the 4 low-level layers and properly consolidate the low-level realm before cultivating a new cultivation technique. I haven't seen the other cultivation techniques before. It seems this Heavenly Law's embodiment technique, when it's at the foundation establishment stage, it seems to be somewhat unfinished. Could it be this cultivation technique still has a part for the foundation establishment stage? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart suddenly heated up, and he inwardly said, I can get the other part of this Heavenly Law's embodiment technique into my hands. How great would that be? Soon after, Xiaohua covered his mouth and laughed. This person, he's always unsatisfied. Before today, he was still thinking about how to find a cultivation technique for the 6th layer of qi refining. Now that he's gotten a cultivation technique for before the foundation establishment stage, he's thinking about the foundation establishment stage. I'd better save it and finish cultivating this 12th layer of qi refining first. I'm not Li Zongbao, maybe I won't be able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime. Li Zongbao? Thinking of Li Zongbao, Xiaohua's heart trembled again, and he inwardly said, looking at Kai Zhuoxia's intentions, she can't be thinking of shifting her affections to someone else, right? It seems that after the Flame Forest Mountain Marsh, I'd better have less contact with her. As for that Liang Kai clan, it'd be better if I didn't go there. Soon after, Xiaohua calmed his mind and flipped the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique to the 8th and 11th layers of qi refining. At the end of the 8th layer, the cultivation technique introduced a method of using spirit stones to cultivate. This was something that Xiaohua learned from other cultivators, and he had long been drooling over it. He didn't expect to see it today in the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. And at the end of the 11th layer of qi refining, there was also a mnemonic chant. The book clearly stated that this mnemonic chant could stimulate the growth of divine sense in preparation for the 12th layer of qi, refining to produce incomparably powerful divine sense. Xiaohua first looked at the method of using spirit stones to cultivate. This cultivation technique didn't seem to be difficult. It only required one to use the acupoints on both hands to absorb the spiritual energy from spirit stones into one's body. It was essentially the same as when cultivating basic cultivation techniques, drawing spiritual energy into one's body. However, the method was much more ingenious. After reading this, Xiaohua somewhat impatiently flipped to the very end of the book and carefully comprehended the mnemonic chant that could stimulate the growth of divine sense. After reading it, Xiaohua actually felt that it was somewhat familiar. This mnemonic chant was actually similar to the nameless mnemonic chant that he practiced every day. Could it be that nameless mnemonic chant can actually stimulate the growth of divine sense? Xiaohua frowned as he thought, but if it's also stimulating the growth of divine sense, this Heavenly Law's embodiment technique's mnemonic chant seems to have something even more mysterious. Could it be that this thing is the essence of the mnemonic chant? Then, doesn't that mean that the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique's mnemonic chant is of a higher level than the nameless mnemonic chant? The generated divine sense is even more powerful? But immediately after, Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. This cultivation technique was easy to talk about. After he finished cultivating the 4th layer of qi refining, he could use the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique to continue cultivating from the middle layer of qi refining. However, this nameless mnemonic chant was something that he had comprehended long ago and had been cultivating all along. And he didn't know whether or not the perception of divine sense appeared because of this nameless mnemonic chant. If he changed the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique's mnemonic chant, would this perception disappear? Moreover, the heavenly law's embodiment technique's mnemonic chant can only be comprehended at the 11th layer of qi refining. Could he practice it now? Divine sense is the foundation of a foundation establishment cultivator. If he was careless and cultivated it incorrectly, not to mention whether or not he could produce divine sense, even if he was weaker than others in the future, wouldn't he be letting down the results of his cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated? Forget it, cultivation techniques aren't necessarily good only if they're of a high level. It's best if they're suitable for me. After thinking for a long time, Xiaohua finally came to a decision. Immediately after, Xiaohua took out 2 pieces of top-quality fire attribute spirit stones from his space. He silently recited the cultivation technique that used spirit stones to cultivate in his heart for a while. According to the cultivation technique, he slowly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the spirit stones. A wave of slightly hot spiritual energy quickly followed Xiaohua's circulation and entered his meridians from his hand. This seems somewhat familiar. Xiaohua thought very strangely. After holding the spirit stones in his hand and cultivating for a while, Xiaohua took out a clean lotus pill and put it into his mouth. The cool medicinal power of the clean lotus pill fused with the hot spiritual energy of the spirit stones, causing the meridians of his entire body to feel incomparably comfortable. For 3 days in a row, Xiaohua and Wuxia each went into seclusion and didn't take half a step out of the cave. On the morning of the 4th day, Wuxia sent a message and Xiaohua came out of seclusion. In these 3 days, Xiaohua's 2 top-quality fire attribute spirit stones didn't have much of a change. Wuxia seemed to have something on her mind. When she saw Xiaohua fly out, she didn't take a closer look and called out to him again, flying in the direction of the Flame Forest Mountains. Chapter 1443. Because he had misgivings in his heart, Xiaohua distanced himself from Wuxia and spoke more carefully. Wuxia seemed to be thinking about something, so she didn't notice. The 2 of them traveled like this for more than 10 days. On this day, a fiery red streak appeared in the distant horizon. Xiaohua pointed and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Kai, is that Flame Forest Swamp?" Wuxia raised her head and looked, somewhat at a loss. "Yes, it is. I came here with my family's elders a few years ago. When I saw it for the first time, I was just as surprised as fellow Taoist." "But how did we arrive so quickly?" Wuxia asked curiously. Quickly? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "We've been flying for more than 10 days. According to fellow Taoist Kai, we should have arrived." Wuxia seemed to wake up from a dream. She smiled apologetically and said, "I was a bit strange during this time. I was always absent-minded. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't blame me. Fellow Taoist cultivation seems to have increased again. I'm afraid you're about to reach the middle stage of the 4th layer of qi refining." "Not at all." Xiaohua was somewhat proud and repeatedly waved his hand. "I just entered the early stage of the 4th layer of qi refining. I'm still far from the middle stage." In fact, Xiaohua was clear that after he obtained the cultivation method of spirit stones, the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed into his body every day was more than twice as much as before. In other words, his cultivation speed was much faster now. Not only did he catch up to the speed of ordinary cultivators, he even surpassed them by a lot. Although these 20 days were extremely short, it allowed his cultivation to take a small step forward. Soon after, Xiaohua looked around and said with a smile, "We've been traveling for more than 10 days and haven't met any other cultivators. Presumably, even if they also come to Flame Forest Swamp, we won't have any disputes, right?" "Perhaps. Flame Forest Swamp is extremely large. I have a vague impression of the place fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned. It should be in the periphery of Flame Forest Swamp. Moreover, it can be considered concealed. That place shouldn't be the place Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pooh clan went. The other 3 fellow Taoists probably have their own matters to attend to. However, other than those cultivators, there are many other dangerous places in Flame Forest Swamp. It's better for us to be careful." "Yes, this poor Taoist knows," Xiaohua replied with a smile. Just as he was about to continue speaking, suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from the direction of the flame forest swamp. The entire ground shook up and down. Although Xiaohua and Wuxia were in midair, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was rapidly surging towards the flame forest swamp caused their figures to sway from side to side. Wuxia's expression changed drastically as she shouted, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, let's quickly land on the ground." At this time, a clear voice sounded in Xiaohua's heart. "Mother? Where is Mother?" Xiaohua's heart felt as if it was being hammered. Previously he had also heard these words, but he only thought that he had misheard. Now that he heard it again, and it was actually somewhat clear, how could he not be extremely astonished? Whoosh, the heaven and earth spiritual qi formed a hurricane that lifted Xiaohua's body high up into the air. He almost lost his balance, and at the same time, the sound disappeared without a trace. Xiaohua's figure swayed left and right along with the hurricane, but this couldn't compare to the shock in his heart. "Mother? This voice, who is it?" A few ghost legends inexplicably rushed into Xiaohua's heart. "Fellow Taoist Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao." Wuxia's voice came from below. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed deeply. His hand formed a seal, and his figure turned rapidly. Like a vertical awl, he rushed through the airflow and plunged into the lush mountain forest below him. In the mountain forest, Wuxia's beautiful face turned pale. Seeing Xiaohua descend, she welcomed him and said with concern, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what are you thinking about? This kind of heavenly phenomenon is not something a human can resist. How can you be absent-minded at such a crucial moment?" Absent-minded? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. How could he say that voice that came from his heart? After all, he couldn't explain it clearly. And the one who was truly absent-minded was probably Wuxia herself. However, fellow Taoist Zhao's flying technique is indeed exceptional. Just by relying on a flying talisman, you can freely move unhindered in this kind of heavenly phenomenon. This control of magic power and the use of spells is truly not something I can reach, Wuxia said with a bit of envy. Xiaohua waved his hand, looked into the distance, and said with a smile, "No matter how powerful I am, I'm only at the 4th level of qi refining. It's impossible for me to be a match for a foundation establishment senior. In front of an old senior, I simply don't have the power to fight back." Wuxia's eyes moved, but she looked into the distance and muttered, "This kind of heaven-collapsing and earth-rending earthquake is very rare. I don't know what happened in Flame Forest Marsh. Is there even a need to say it? Naturally, it's something that Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pooh clan and the 3 cultivators who teleported here with us want to do," Xiaohua said resolutely. But soon after, he hesitated again. That Pooh clan's clan master is a foundation establishment senior. Should we still go forward? Wuxia also hesitated for a moment. Soon after, she clenched her teeth and said, "Go, of course we have to go. We're already so close, how can we not go? Besides, even the Pooh clan's clan master came, maybe there's something good inside. If we run into it, we might even be able to fish up some benefits. Let's go." Wuxia waved her hand. Her figure flew up, and she flew towards that line of fiery red in the distance. Why did this girl change her personality? Xiaohua was stunned at first. Previously, Wuxia always thought about everything she encountered and had a lot of misgivings. This time, it was obvious that there was a lot of danger ahead, but why did she brace herself and charge forward? It seemed like she was even more of a rogue cultivator than a rogue cultivator like himself. Just as Xiaohua and Wuxia sped up their flight towards the flame forest swamp, in the direction where the loud sound came from, there was a depression in the flame forest swamp. In the depression, there were more than 10 cultivators wearing 2 different kinds of clothing. They held different kinds of talismans and magic tools in their hands. They were currently surrounding a 10-zhang-wide formation in the middle of the depression. Blood was seeping out of their 7 orifices. Their blood-stained eyes were wide open, and they were fiercely staring at each other. They were in a stalemate. Around the formation, there were more than 10 cultivators' corpses. They were bleeding from their 7 orifices and collapsed on the ground. These dozens of cultivators' clothing were also divided into 2 kinds, and their numbers were roughly equal. On both sides of the formation, there were 2 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. They each held a magic tool in their hands, and they were coldly looking at each other. Of these 2 foundation establishment cultivators, one was Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu Jianyuan, and the other was Ling Jingyi, who teleported here with Xue Xue. Xue Xue was bleeding from her 7 orifices. She had a dull expression as she sat next to Ling Jingyi. Pu Jianyuan, you're despicable. Ling Jingyi's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said coldly, our 2 clans made a vow to break this formation together. But why did you go back on your word when the formation was about to break? If you didn't change sides, how could this formation have backfired? How could more than half of our disciples be injured? He Ling Jingyi, don't talk to this old man about righteousness. Pu Jianyuan also sneered, didn't your Ling clan's disciples also have evil intentions? If they didn't use all their strength to mobilize the formation to defend against the enemy, how could they have fallen to such a state? Ha! Ling Jingyi raised his head and laughed. According to what you said, my Ling clan's disciples should have stood there obediently and been destroyed by your Flying Phoenix Ridge? That's really preposterous. Forget it, forget it. What's the point of arguing? Let's see who's the real deal. Pu Jianyuan waved his hand, and a palm of lightning struck towards Ling Jingyi. Good. Ling Jingyi snorted and waved his hand, and a blue light spilled out from his hand. It was a net-like magic tool that flew out and blocked the palm of lightning. The palm of lightning crackled, but the lightning was all absorbed by the net-like magic tool, and not a single bit of it came out. Old thief Pu, your cultivation is only SOSO. Ling Jingyi roared, and the magic power in his hand surged. A bright light flew out and spun in the air, and smashed towards Pu Jianyuan's head. It's just a replica of the immortal binding ring. What's there to be proud of? Pu Jianyuan also threw out the flat Dharma treasure in his hand. A ray of light that looked like a white cloud appeared above Pu Jianyuan, holding the immortal binding ring in the air. It floated up and down a few times, unable to fall down. How is it? This old man. Before Pu Jianyuan could finish his sentence, a dazzling golden light shot up into the sky above the basin. In the blink of an eye, it flew in front of the 2 of them. From the golden light, a huge spider appeared. The spider stopped in the air, and from its abdomen, 2 thin golden threads suddenly shot out, flying towards the 2 magic tools that were fighting in the air. The golden threads were also strange. They flew to the 2 magic tools and quickly wrapped around them. At the same time, the 2 magic tools immediately lost contact with Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan. Golden cover spider. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan were shocked. They couldn't care less about fighting. They flew away and formed seals in their hands, wanting to attack the golden spider. But just as they flew up, the gold-covered spider had already retracted its spider silk. It followed the golden brilliance and suddenly flew into the sky above the basin. Where do you think you're going? Ling Jingyi patted his hand and took out a flying sword from his storage bag. He channeled his magic power, and the flying sword pierced towards the golden cover spider like lightning. With a kachit sound, the flying sword pierced the back of the golden cover spider. There was a burst of sparks, but the golden cover spider didn't suffer any damage and continued to fly back. Which fellow cultivator is watching the battle from the side? Seeing that Ling Jingyi's flying sword was ineffective, Pu Jianyuan knew that something was wrong. He looked at the equally shocked disciples around him, and he chased after the golden cover spider and flew towards the high mountain above the basin. Ah, I said that there must be something strange going on. The Pu family of Flying Phoenix Ridge and the Ling family of Mist Mountain came one after another. There must be something strange going on. This old man guessed it right. A loud and clear voice came from the sky. Chapter 1444. When the crowd in the basin heard this loud voice, they all raised their heads. A figure flew down from a nearby mountain and landed directly on the back of the gold-covered spider. Before the crowd could see clearly, a powerful pressure came from that person's body, causing all the Qi refinement cultivators to be unable to breathe under the pressure. A foundation establishment middle stage cultivator? Everyone was shocked, but at the same time, they understood. I greet fellow Taoist Mo. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan heard the voice and stopped in midair. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with bitterness, and then bowed. The gold-covered spider was hovering in midair, its golden spider silk still wrapped around the two immortal treasures. The two immortal treasures were no longer struggling as before. They floated quietly beside the gold-covered spider. The person standing on the back of the gold-covered spider was Mo Guang, the Foundation Establishment Stage Elder who had set up the transportation portal in Shihuang Town. Fellow Taoist Ling, fellow Taoist Pu, we haven't seen each other for just over 10 days. Have you become enemies? Mo Guang retracted his aura and said with a smile. This? Ling Jingyi sighed, looked at Pu Jianyuan, and didn't say anything else. Mo Guang lowered his head and looked at the array below the basin. He smiled and said, I want to see what's under the array. Unfortunately, the two of you aren't of the same mind. Before the array is broken, there's already an internal conflict. This kind of behavior is really unwise. Hearing this, Ling Jingyi glanced coldly at Pu Jianyuan, his eyes filled with hatred. That's right, the formation of the Flame Forest Swamp was only recorded in the ancient records of the Ling family of the dense fog mountains. Ling Jingyi was currently organizing his own disciples, wanting to rely on his own strength to break the formation. However, he didn't expect that there would be other cultivators rushing towards Shihuang Town. Left with no choice, Ling Jingyi could only lead the disciples he had gathered at the last minute and rush over. Fortunately, Ling Jingyi had already sent many disciples over beforehand. Even if they encountered the Pu family of the Soaring Phoenix Ridge, their strength was not inferior. Since the Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu family had also discovered this array and seemed to have gathered their strength, Ling Jingyi could only sit down with Pu Jianyuan and discuss how to break the array together. Moreover, with the disciples of the two families working together, the chances of breaking the array would increase. Unfortunately, just when there was hope of breaking the seal, Pu Jianyuan suddenly turned on them. Not only did the array backfire, a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual qi burst out from the array, killing more than half of the disciples of the two families. What made Ling Jingyi even angrier was that such a huge commotion in Flame Forest Marsh would definitely attract the attention of other cultivators, and the secret of Flame Forest Marsh would be exposed. Let's not talk about other people for now. How could Yenyuan City not know of Mo Guang's arrival? Fellow Taoists? Since it's come to this point, you still don't want to tell either reason? Mo Guang wasn't in a hurry and asked with a smile. Please explain, fellow Taoist Ling. Pu Jianyuan cupped his hands and said, Go ahead, fellow Taoist Pu. After all, fellow Taoist Pu came first. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan tried to push each other around. He, fellow Taoist Pu should say it. Mo Guang waved his hand and cast a spell on the gold-covered spider's body. The gold-covered spider's body flashed with brilliance and the spider silk that was wrapped around the two magic tools quickly shrank. Mo Guang took out a spirit storage pouch from his waist and put away the gold-covered spider. When Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan saw this, they were overjoyed. With a sweep of their spiritual will, they retrieved the magic tools and looked at each other. Pu Jianyuan smiled and said, Since that's the case, I will say it first. Fellow Taoist Pu, please. Ling Jingyi raised his hand and said expressionlessly, I'll let fellow Taoist Mo know that 10 days ago, my Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu clan received a message from Xuanyan School, offering a reward of fire essence flame crystals. As long as we can bring out enough fire essence flame crystals, Xuanyan School will provide some secret techniques for us to choose from. Fellow Taoist Mo should know that these secret techniques are what our cultivation families desire. Naturally, I would want to find some fire essence flame crystals. Of course, if the fire essence flame crystals were easy to find, Xuanyan School wouldn't need to offer a reward to our cultivation families. Just when I was at my wit's end, I occasionally remembered some ancient books that I read when I was young. There seemed to be some records of this. Fellow Taoist Pu went to look through the ancient books and found information about the fire essence flame crystals. Mo Guang asked with a strange expression. Yes, that's exactly it. Pu Jianyuan smiled apologetically and said, although my Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu clan has many ancient books, I have only seen a few. After flipping through them, I naturally knew. So, there are fire essence flame crystals under this magic array? Mo Guang's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but look at the magic array on the ground. He turned his head and asked, fellow Taoist Ling, is what fellow Taoist Pu said correct? Yes, what fellow Taoist Pu said is the same as what I know. Ling Jingyi's face was a little cold. He nodded and said, the difference is that I have always known about this magic array. It's just that I don't have the ability to use the fire essence flame crystals. If I can use this fire essence flame crystal to exchange for some secret spells of Xuanyan school, I will naturally be happy. Actually, as long as you all tell the location of this fire essence flame crystal to Xuanyan school, wouldn't you all similarly get the reward? Mo Guang's eyes flashed slightly as he asked again. Fellow Taoist Mo must be joking. Pu Jianyuan said with a smile. Who knows if there are fire essence flame crystals under this magic array? If there aren't, wouldn't it be a joke? Mo Guang pursed his lips. How could he not know what Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi were thinking? Probably nobody knew how many fire essence flame crystals there were under the magic array, right? However, he didn't ask too much. He only thought for a while and asked again, then, your two clans' array-breaking spells are the same? Yes, that's right. Otherwise, we wouldn't have joined hands. Ling Jingyi nodded and said, Hee, since more than half of your disciples have already been lost, this magic array, I'm afraid there's no hope of breaking it. Mo Guang looked at the disciples on the ground and said with a smile, why don't I lend you a hand too? Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly. Wasn't Mo Guang waiting here for this opportunity? If not for the fact that the Ling and Pu clans had array-breaking spells, Mo Guang would have left the two clans in the dust. If Yen Abyss City can join in, this magic array will naturally be easy to break. Pu Jianyuan said with a smile. However, how will the fire essence flame crystals be divided? Mo Guang looked at Pu Jianyuan with a smile and said, fellow Taoist Pu, it's I who helped you, not Yen Abyss City. When Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan heard this, their eyes lit up. Just now, the two of them were depressed because they didn't understand the meaning behind Mo Guang's words. Ling Jingyi's eyes turned and he smiled apologetically. Since fellow Taoist Mo helped us, I think that fellow Taoist Mo can get 30%. The remaining 70% will be divided equally between our Ling and Pu clans. How about that? When Pu Jianyuan heard this, his face was also filled with joy. This way of dividing was indeed beneficial to them. Then he looked at Mo Guang nervously. Mo Guang seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, he nodded slowly. Both of your clans will provide array-breaking spells. I will only use my hand to break the array. When the time comes, it will be very fair. Great! Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi clapped their hands and smiled. I will instruct the disciples to quickly set up the array. Later, we will need fellow Taoist Mo's help to break this array. I will wait for your orders. Mo Guang nodded and said. Then, Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi organized the disciples of their respective clans and stood on both sides of the array. These disciples had survived the backlash of the array and were all very strong cultivators. Just now, they had rested and consumed some pills. By now, they had already recovered by more than half. Not long after, everyone was in position. These disciples were holding an old yellow talisman in their hands. Although they were disciples of the two clans, the size and style of the yellow talisman were the same. Looking at these disciples, although they were a little scattered, they were arranged in a picturesque manner. Fellow Taoist Mo, we will begin to break the array again. When I call for you, you just need to pour your spiritual energy into the array. Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi stood on both sides of the array and shouted loudly. I will listen to fellow Taoist Ling's orders. Mo Guang nodded and smiled. At the same time, he began to circulate his spiritual energy, ready to go. Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi looked at each other. Ling Jingyi said, fellow Taoist Pu, this is not a small matter. It is our last chance. fellow Taoist, please don't have any other ideas. Sigh, fellow Taoist Mo is right above us. Fellow Taoist Mo, do you think I dare to do anything? Pu Jianyuan also smiled bitterly. Just now, he thought that victory was in his grasp, so he burned the bridge after crossing the river. He did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. This time, he naturally did not dare to do anything. Okay, disciples of both clans, get ready. Ling Jingyi did not hesitate and shouted, listen to family head Ling's orders. Pu Jianyuan immediately echoed. The disciples of both clans obeyed the order and poured their spiritual energy into the yellow talisman in their hands. When the yellow talisman received the spiritual energy, it immediately emitted a faint fiery red brilliance. The brilliance gradually rose up, like a burning flame. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the faces of the disciples of both clans were pale. Their foreheads and temples were dripping with sweat. Activate the yellow talisman. Ling Jingyi saw that the time was right and shouted sternly. When the disciples of both clans heard this, they waved their hands at the same time. The yellow talisman flew into the air. The dozens of fiery red flames first drifted in the air. Then, as if there was a pulling force, they gradually gathered together and gradually formed two huge fireballs on both sides of the array. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan also clapped their hands and took out an almost identical hook from their storage bags. The hook was also fiery red in color. Ling Jingyi channeled his spiritual energy and the hook made a sizzling sound and bloomed with a fiery red brilliance. Ling Jingyi spat a mouthful of blood on the hook. The hook made a tong sound and actually ignited. Looking at the opposite side, Pu Jianyuan on the other side of the array was doing the same thing. Ling Jingyi flew into the air and raised the hook. Then he waved his hands and a spell was cast on the hook. As the spell was cast, the two hooks above the array gradually changed. Ling Jingyi's hook gradually became round, and Pu Jianyuan's hook gradually became wider. The two hooks were in the shape of a sun and a moon. Chapter 1445. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan and Ling Jingyi's magic treasures had turned into the shape of the sun and moon, Mo Guang frowned slightly. He didn't believe that the two of them wouldn't have any thoughts when they saw their magic treasures echoing the shape of the other's magic treasures. Since the two magic treasures could open the array and even work together, why were the two magic treasures given to the two cultivation families? Today, the two families might even have a grudge because of this. Looking at Ling Jingyi again, he glanced at Pu Jianyuan's magic tool. His heart was no longer as shocked as when he saw it for the first time. After he finished his hand seals, the round hook made a buzzing sound and slowly rotated in the air. Every time it rotated, the tip of the hook would emit a circle of light. The light was like brilliant fireworks, one after another, sprinkling in the air and gradually disappearing. With a puff sound, Ling Jingyi flew up again and spat a mouthful of life essence on the hook. The hook's brilliance suddenly expanded as if it was about to expand. At this moment, Ling Jingyi made the chant in his hand. The hook, driven by the chant and Ling Jingyi's divine sense, smashed into the array in the middle of the basin like a meteor. What surprised Mo Guang was that when the round hook hit the magic array on the ground, it didn't make a loud noise or destroy the magic array as he had expected. Instead, it seemed to be one with the magic array. Half of the magic array emitted a colorful light and swallowed the hook. Immediately afterward, the brilliance of the entire half of the array was like boiling water, surging into the air. As the brilliance boiled, the entire array began to slowly rotate. Fellow Pu, are you still not going to make a move? At this time, Ling Jingyi stood with his hands behind his back and looked coldly at Pu Jianyuan. At this time, Pu Jianyuan also finished the incantation. When he heard Ling Jingyi's question, he opened his mouth and also spat out a mouthful of life essence. The moonlight hook also expanded and looked like Ling Jingyi's magic tool. When the hook entered the array, it fell on the other side of the array, so the entire array boiled. As Pu Jianyuan's hook entered the array, the entire array began to rotate without using any magic power, and it rotated faster and faster. Ling Jingyi glanced at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan had suddenly made a move at this moment, which caused the entire array to backfire. That boiling brilliance suddenly exploded, and the two hooks were thrown out. More than half of the disciples of the two families were killed or injured. Pu Jianyuan seemed to feel Ling Jingyi's gaze. He raised his head and glanced at Ling Jingyi without any apology in his eyes. As the brilliance rotated, the array formed an illusory image like the sun and moon, gradually floating above the array. Disciples, do it. At the same time, Ling Jingyi made a hand seal to send his magic power to the shadow, and at the same time he shouted again. The disciples of the two families stood still and made the same hand seals, sending their magic power through the hand seals to the shadow that flew up. Pu Jianyuan also shouted, fellow Mo, please. As he spoke, his hands shouted, he raised. As everyone's magic power was sent out, the illusory image became higher and higher. However, when the illusory image flew to a certain height, it quietly floated there and no longer rose. Mo Guang knew that it was time for him to contribute. He let out a loud shout, and a strange spell appeared in his hand. He sent his foundation establishment middle stage Dharma power into the shadow. Woo! There was a muffled sound, followed by silence. Looking at the array below the illusory image, the rapidly rotating brilliance seemed to have stagnated and suddenly stopped. Just as the brilliance seemed to have stopped, the illusory image in the air suddenly flew up 10 feet into the air. When the illusory figure stopped once more, it suddenly dispersed and turned into the shape of a bird that was about to fly. The bird's wings flapped up and down, as if there was a heavy object beneath it that was preventing it from flying up. However, as the bird flapped its wings, the bird actually flew up a few feet. Looking at the array, the stagnant brilliance also seemed to have been pulled up. Gradually, a trace of hot air seeped out from the bottom of the brilliance. Seeing that they were about to succeed, Mo Guang, Ling Jingyi, and Pu Jianyuan's eyes were filled with joy. The true qi in their meridians flowed rapidly, and all the magic power in their bodies was injected into the illusory image. The illusory image turned into a bird and did not disappoint, flying up a few feet. Waves of hot air rushed out again, causing the disciples of the two families to be unable to stand still. All of you, move to the side first. Seeing this, Ling Jingyi knew that these disciples' magic power had been used up and could no longer be of any use. When the remaining disciples of the Ling and Pu families heard this, they immediately flew up and hid behind. The 3 foundation establishment stage cultivators channeled all the magic power in their bodies, causing the illusory image to fly up another foot. However, as the illusory image rose, the light of the array below the illusory image became heavier and heavier. The illusory image was like a bottomless pit, swallowing all the magic power of the 3 people. Not good, Mo Guang held on for a while, and his heart thumped. He felt that something was wrong. This array was really too brilliant. 2 foundation establishment stage cultivators and 1 foundation establishment stage cultivator channeled all their magic power, yet they still could not do it. Under this array, was it only fire essence flame crystal? Just as Mo Guang was hesitating, a bung sound rang out, as if the string of a zither had broken. A trace of black and white suddenly appeared in the middle of the condensed light of the array. Immediately, a huge force was transmitted from the array to the illusory image of the bird. Suddenly, Mo Guang and the other 2 people's faces changed greatly. At the same time, they withdrew their hand seals and stopped channeling their magic power. Without the support of their magic power, the bird immediately retracted its wings and turned into an illusory image again, rapidly descending towards the array. As the illusory image descended, the light of the array began to rotate again. However, at this time, the trace of black and white was exceptionally bright. Sigh, what a waste of effort. Ling Jingyi flew forward and whispered, "Fellow Taoist Mo, do you still have any energy left?" Mo Guang stared at the trace of black and white above the array and frowned slightly. He said, "I feel that this is a little strange." What do you mean by that? Pu Jianyuan also flew forward and asked curiously. "Fellow Taoists, Don't you think that the place where the fire essence flame crystal is hidden is too heavily guarded? Pu Jianyuan glanced at Ling Jingyi and smiled. Perhaps fellow Taoist Mo does not know this, but this fire essence flame crystal was a spirit stone used by my cultivator ancestors in ancient times to speed up their cultivation. Especially for cultivators with fire-type constitutions, it is even better than the foundation establishment pill. There is such a saying? Mo Guang was slightly stunned. I know the uniqueness of this fire essence flame crystal. The fire-type spiritual energy contained in it is more abundant than ordinary top-grade spirit stones. However, I have never heard of this fire essence flame crystal being used for cultivation. Let fellow Taoist Mo know. Ling Jingyi smiled and said, in the records of my Ling family, in ancient times, the cultivator ancestors all had heavenly bodies. The meridians in their bodies were naturally formed and incomparably strong. Although the fire-type spiritual energy in this fire essence flame crystal is fierce, it does not cause much damage to their meridians. Using it to improve cultivation, especially for cultivators with fire-type constitutions, is definitely a gift from the heavens. But today, the meridians of our cultivators are more than 1,000,000 times weaker. Not to mention that the fire essence flame crystal has disappeared for countless years. Even if there is a piece, who would dare to directly absorb the fire-type spiritual energy in the fire essence flame crystal into their body? That is purely seeking death. Then why is Xuanyan cult looking for this fire essence flame crystal? Mo Guang asked curiously. But at this moment, without waiting for Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan to answer, they heard a series of crisp bung-bung-bang sounds from the array above the basin, as if someone was playing a moving pipa. Not good, there is a change in the array. Mo Guang's cultivation was still much higher than the two of them. With a sweep of his spiritual will, he saw that the brilliance of the array was becoming more and more black and white. Quick, both fellow Taoists, quickly retrieve the magic weapon that is used to break the array. Mo Guang hurriedly shouted. Yes, fellow Taoist Mo, please wait a moment. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan responded at the same time, and simultaneously formed hand seals to hit the array. Unfortunately, the hand seals were like clay oxen entering the sea, and did not have any effect. Ling Jingyi's face turned pale, and he shouted, not good, fellow Taoist Mo, I's magic weapon is not listening to my orders. I's is the same. Pu Jianyuan also shouted. Could it be that the array has been broken? Pu Jianyuan anxiously said with joy. With a loud bang, a protrusion suddenly rushed out from the array. That protrusion seemed to be something flying out from under the array, and it stretched the restriction of the array extremely long. The array was very tenacious, and the protrusion immediately fell down. But in a hurry, with another bang, the protrusion continued to appear. What is going on? Fellow Taoists, what can you tell me? Mo Guang's heart trembled and he asked nervously. I don't know either. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan both shook their heads, but they looked at each other with inexplicable joy in their eyes. With a tearing sound, like silk being torn by a strong force, the protrusion rushed out again, and it hit the intersection of the black and white. Immediately, a thin crack appeared on the array, and from that crack, not only a fiery red brilliance and a hot aura, but also a beast arm that was as thick as a tree and several feet long with fur on it. Quick, this array. Seeing this, Mo Guang turned pale with fright, and his body immediately straightened up, wanting to escape into the distance. But at this moment, as the beast arms stretched out from the formation, a huge fire ape covered in long, fiery red fur, with flames several feet long, jumped out from the torn formation. The fire ape had already jumped out, and under its body, endless magma flowed out along the crack of the array. The fire ape stepped on the magma and looked up at the sky. In midair, Mo Guang's body had already flown up, and in the blink of an eye, he was already several feet away. Chapter 1446. The fire ape stepped on the rolling magma and tore apart the array that even the foundation establishment stage cultivators couldn't break with its bare hands. Once the fire ape appeared, an unparalleled pressure was emitted from its body. In an instant, it covered the entire basin. The disciples from the two clans who had flown up in a panic earlier had already flown to the edge of the basin. Under this pressure, they were unable to resist. Without exception, they all fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Fortunately, these disciples had already exhausted their magic power. They barely managed to activate the flight talisman and flew very low. This was actually a blessing in disguise. Except for a few unlucky ones who landed on sharp mountain rocks and suffered some serious injuries, the rest were mostly fine. Along with the pressure of the fire ape, a violent, merciless, and furious divine sense swept across the area, directly skipping over the Qi refinement disciples, covering the sky and covering the earth as it swept towards Mo Guang, Pu Jianyuan, and Ling Jingyi. Good heavens, golden core stage strength. Mo Guang, who was flying up, couldn't help but groan in his heart. This flying Phoenix Ridge and Fog Mountain records. What kind of things are recorded? This array actually has a 5th grade spirit beast. This is rare even in the Dawn Rain continent. But immediately, Mo Guang's heart trembled again. He had a very bad feeling. When he turned his head slightly to take a look, sure enough, Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan, who still had some fear on their faces, now had a trace of surprise on their faces. The most chilling thing to Mo Guang was that the two of them didn't flee like he did. Instead, they flew a little further away, clapped their hands, and each of them took out a gray rectangular celestial artifact from their storage bags. At first glance, it looked like a big seal. Following the big seal, the two hooks on the ground also flew up and rushed into the two big seals. Two damned ignorant men. Seeing this, how could Mo Guang not know that there was something fishy about this? But at this moment he couldn't care less. He only wanted to quickly escape from the hands of the 5th grade fire ape. However, things did not go according to one's wishes. The fire ape, which was dozens of feet tall, scanned the area with its divine thought. Its bright red eyes, which were hidden under its long hair, revealed a joyous expression. The flames that lingered around its body swelled slightly as its body suddenly rose. Like a fireball, it flew towards Ling Jingyi and the rest. Before they could even get close, Ling Jingyi took out the magical artifacts. Roar! The fire ape lifted its head and roared towards the sky. The long fur and flames around its body danced. However, there was a trace of fear in its eyes. Seeing that Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan were about to activate their magical tools, the fire ape swung its arms, and two huge fireballs comparable to top-grade fireball talismans flew towards the two of them. Although Ling Jingyi was not afraid of the fireball talisman, they did not dare to be careless. Their hands formed a seal, and an ice seal technique shot towards the fireball. A human-like expression of ridicule actually appeared in the fire ape's eyes. Sure enough, when the icebound art struck the fireball, it only extinguished the flames on the fireball, and the fireball still whistled as it charged towards the two of them. Rumble! The two loud sounds combined into one. That power was several times higher than Xiaohua's fireball talisman. It directly blasted the two early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators away. How could they still have the chance to activate their magical tools? The fire ape took advantage of this opportunity and flew through the exploding flames, chasing after Mo Guang. Although Mo Guang had already flown away, his divine sense had always been paying attention to his back. When he saw that the fire ape had actually blasted Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan away instead of directly killing them, his heart turned cold. When the fire ape used its divine sense to lock onto him and saw that the fire ape was much faster than him, Mo Guang sighed lightly and stopped flying. He patted his hand and took out a small flying sword from his storage bag. He turned around and stood still in midair. The fire ape flew extremely fast. In a dozen breaths, it arrived in front of Mo Guang. Looking at the extremely long trail of flames behind the fire ape, Mo Guang's pupils shrank slightly. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of life essence onto the flying sword in his hand. That flying sword suddenly swelled as if it had gained intelligence. The sword light shrunk and contracted a few times, then flew out of Mo Guang's hand and very nimbly stabbed towards the fire ape. However, the fire ape's flying speed did not slow down in the slightest. When it saw the flying sword stabbing towards it, it did not dodge at all. It only raised its hand slightly and grabbed with its furry claws. The flying sword actually flew towards its hand. Guang was shocked when he saw this and immediately controlled the flying sword to dodge. However, the fire ape's hand seemed to have an endless suction force. The flying sword's sword light shrunk and contracted rapidly, but it was unable to dodge. In the blink of an eye, the flying sword fell into the fire ape's hand. Before Guang could take a closer look, a ball of true samadhi fire appeared from the fire ape's hand and directly melted the entire flying sword. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Guang's mouth. His face turned pale gold. But that was not all. Everything happened while the fire ape was flying. Just as Guang's flying sword was destroyed and his mind was damaged, the fire ape had already flown in front of Guang. Guang did not have the time to take out any Dharma artifacts. All he saw was the fire ape reaching out its hand and grabbing the top of Guang's head. The defensive true chi on Guang's body flashed slightly before it was broken. It did not seem to be able to resist. With a pu chi sound, the fire ape's claws directly penetrated Guang's skull. The intense pain caused Guang to cry out involuntarily. However, under the fire ape's suppression that was comparable to a golden core, and under the divine will that was several times stronger than Guang's, Guang did not have the slightest ability to resist. He was like a little chick that had lost all its feathers. With a slight force from the fire ape's hand, Guang's skull was ripped open, revealing the white brain matter inside. When the fire ape saw the brain matter, saliva flowed out from its mouth. It stuck out its tongue and actually ate Guang's brain matter raw. Evil creature! After Guang's brain matter was eaten by the fire ape, Guang's corpse, which had died with his eyes wide open, was casually burned by the fire ape with the true samadhi fire. A trembling but excited voice sounded from behind the fire ape. When the fire ape turned its head impatiently, it saw Pu Jianyuan holding a Dharma artifact that had turned into a ball of light. There was an inexplicable excitement on his face as he chased after it with extreme speed. Behind him, Ling Jingyi was also trying his best to catch up. However, looking at Ling Jingyi's slightly pale face, it seemed that he was slightly injured. His flying technique was a little forced, and he was about a few feet behind Pu Jianyuan. A trace of disgust flashed across the fire ape's eyes. However, when the Dharma artifact landed in its eyes, there was a lot of fear and dread. At this moment, it heard Pu Jianyuan's loud shout. The Dharma artifact in his hand flew into the air like the rising sun. From the Dharma artifact, red and white light shot out and enveloped the fire ape. The red and white light was extremely fast. Before the fire ape could react, it had already hit the fire ape. Wherever the red and white light went, the flames on the fire ape's body would be extinguished. Roar! The fire ape raised its head and roared, as if it was in extreme pain. It did not dare to meet the attack head-on. With a somersault in the air, its body flew far away. Seeing this, Pu Jianyuan was overjoyed. He urged his divine will, and the Dharma artifact in his hand also released a Dharma artifact. The Dharma artifact shone brightly and chased after the fire ape. Following Pu Jianyuan's chase was naturally Ling Jingyi. However, Ling Jingyi's face was far from Pu Jianyuan's excitement. His eyes were filled with doubt. When he saw that the fire ape was not flying as fast as before, a trace of understanding appeared on his face. Hence, his flying speed became even slower. However, even though Ling Jingyi's speed was slower, he still continued to follow and did not give up. After all, this fire ape was the main reason why Misty Mountain came to the Flame Forest Swamp this time. However, no matter how much Ling Jingyi thought about it, he did not expect that the fire ape would be imprisoned under this Dharma artifact. Furthermore, it was a 5th-grade spirit beast that was comparable to a golden core cultivator. A 5th-grade spirit beast, a golden core cultivator that could tear apart a foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator, how could he give up on this? With the Dharma artifact that was passed down in his family, which was specially used to subdue spirit beasts in Dharma arrays, even if there was only a trace of hope, he was willing to give it a try. Fortunately, Ling Jingyi still did not get carried away by the records in the ancient books and only followed from a distance. At the same time, Xiaohua and Wuxia had already flown to the edge of the flame forest swamp. Looking at the crimson sand under their feet, as well as the brown-red earth and rocks, as well as the similarly fiery red Zhuotong mountain, Xiaohua stared blankly and asked in a low voice, "Is this the flame forest swamp? How come there isn't even a single blade of grass? What kind of forest is this? What kind of swamp is this?" Hee, Wuxia covered her mouth and laughed. "Who said that only 2 trees can form a forest? Fellow Taoist, take a look, there are countless stone pillars over there, aren't they also able to form a stone forest? This can be said like that? Then what about the swamp? It can't be a swamp, right?" Xiaohua asked in amazement. "Fellow Taoist Xiao is too dogmatic. This place is so hot, even an egg placed on the ground would be cooked. How can there be a swamp? As for the swamp, I believe that fellow Taoist Xiao will be able to see it after a while, right?" Wuxia blinked her eyes and just didn't tell Xiaohua the answer. Xiaohua looked around. In this flame forest swamp, other than stone, there was only stone and gravel. Everywhere was a fiery red color. Where could he see even half a drop of water? "I know that the place is indeed a crimson red mountain range, but I didn't say that every place is crimson red." Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "According to the crimson red mountain range can only be found in flame forest swamp. I really haven't heard of it in other places." So when fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned it, I's first thought was flame forest swamp. As for the name of the place, perhaps we can also find it if we search a bit more, Wuxia said with a smile. "I also know a bit about it. I'm afraid that it won't be easy to find it. Why don't we go to the place where there was an explosion just now? Maybe we can find something," Xiaohua suggested. "I also have the same idea," Wuxia nodded, "but we still need to be careful. Don't make any mistakes." After the two finished talking, they flew up again. After the time it took to eat a meal, a huge basin appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. It was precisely the basin where Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan broke the formation earlier. At this time, the fiery red magma had already stopped gushing out, and the basin was covered with a thick layer of magma. At first glance, it really looked like a fiery red lake. And the 2 disciples from Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge had already disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1447. This is the so-called pond? Seeing the magma, Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Fellow Taoist Xiao is brilliant. This is the fire pond, Wuxia said with a smile. "Sigh, it's really better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books." Xiaohua looked at the magma on the ground and said with emotion, "It's not that I didn't know about magma before, but I never thought that magma could actually form a fire pond. There are really all kinds of strange things in the world." Fellow Taoist Xiao, it's not just that, right? Wuxia glanced at the basin and pointed at the place where the formation was just now. At this time, the formation was already torn apart by the fire ape, revealing a large hole with a radius of 10 feet. From that large hole, there was some white gas that came out from time to time. "This is..." Xiaohua and Wuxia cautiously flew above the hole on the ground and carefully looked inside. The inside of the hole was very dark, and only in the very depths, there was a faint red color. Inside this hole, is magma also? How can this magma come out from such a deep place? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Wuxia's face showed a trace of excitement and said softly, "There must be a treasure in this hole. Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu family must have come for the treasure in this hole. If it's not a treasure, how can this magma come out from the ground? But I don't see anyone from the Pu family here. Then wouldn't the treasure have already been taken away by them?" Xiaohua was also a little disappointed when he heard that. He looked carefully again and said, "This place is not consistent with what the ancient books said. There might not be any fire essence flame crystal. Why don't we go somewhere else to look?" Fellow Taoist Xiao, fire essence flame crystal, as the name suggests, It's using fire as the flesh to form the marrow, using fire as the essence to form the flame. This hole is so deep, and there's a treasure accompanying it. The possibility of there being a fire essence flame crystal is very high. If we don't go down and take a look, wouldn't it be a waste of a trip? Xiaohua looked at the hole, and a faint wild aura came out. He unconsciously felt a little unhappy and said with a smile, "What fellow Taoist Kai said is reasonable. I keep feeling that it's not appropriate." Fellow Taoist Xiao, this flame forest swamp, was chosen by fellow Taoist. If we can find the place fellow Taoist pointed to, then I can only shamelessly ask for 30% of the fire essence flame crystals. I discovered it at the same time. If there is a fire essence flame crystal, we can split it equally. Fellow Taoist Xiao is drooling over the martial arts taught by Xuanyan. Wouldn't I also desire it? Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Kai Zhuxia interrupted him. Xiaohua hesitated and wanted to persuade him again. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this time, just follow I. Kai Zhuxia looked at Xiaohua very pitifully. I took back the initiative with great difficulty. Xiaohua immediately thought of Li Zhongbao's flying sword and hurriedly nodded. No problem, fellow Taoist Kai. We'll do as fellow Taoist said. However, how about I go down first? I was thinking that if I went down first, I would get an extra 10%. Kai Zhuxia covered her mouth and laughed. Forget it, fellow Taoist Kai. I's flying talisman is easy to use. If there is anything wrong, I can also escape quickly. Fellow Taoist should follow behind I. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. We'll do as fellow Taoist Xiao said. Kai Zhuxia jumped in the air and laughed while clapping her hands. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed and shook his head. He took out the devil spear and held it in his hand. He slowly flew down into the cave. Kai Zhuxia also slowly followed. She took out a stack of yellow talismans and was carefully on guard. Just after Xiaohua and Kai Zhuxia flew down into the cave, on a crimson mountain peak in the basin, a cultivator with a pale face and a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth slowly climbed up from the ground. He straightened his body and looked at the direction the fire ape flew towards and the lava in the basin. He said to himself weakly, "Uncle, don't be greedy. Don't go for wool and come home shorn." This cultivator was Xue Xue. The cave was extremely deep. Xiaohua and Kai Zhuxia were carefully on guard and flew slowly. They actually flew for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before they gradually reached the bottom of the cave. At this time, it was already extremely hot. Although the two of them had already used the weak water talisman, the brilliance of the weak water talisman could only ensure that their bodies and robes were not burned. However, the extreme heat still made the two of them feel very uncomfortable. Wow, when Xiaohua flew down to a certain height, the stone wall gradually disappeared. What Xiaohua saw was actually a crimson sea of fire. The lava in the sea of fire was like water ripples. On top of the lava, there were several feet of flames moving up and down. This is the real lake. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. Top-grade crystal stones? Xiaohua was lost in thought when he heard Kai Zhuxia shouting behind him. Where? Xiaohua was also overjoyed. Seeing Kai Zhuxia quickly fly towards the distant stone wall, his eyes also lit up. Sure enough, at the place where the stone wall and the lava came in contact, there were some fist-sized, bright red, fiery crystals. They reflected the fiery red folds of the lava and shone brightly. Weren't they the top-grade fire-type spirit stones? Kai Zhuxia's movements were fast, and Xiaohua was not slow either. The two of them pounced towards different parts of the same stone wall. However, when they were still several feet away from the stone wall, a sudden change occurred. Xiaohua suddenly felt that the flight talisman and the weak water talisman suddenly lost their effect. His body could no longer fly, and he fell straight into the lava and flames. Damn it! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his magic power and poured it into the flight talisman. However, the flight talisman did not seem to have any reaction. What should I do? Xiaohua's face was ashen. He was at a loss. And at this moment, Xiaohua had already fallen into the flames. The heat of the lava had already ignited Xiaohua's robes. My life is over. Xiaohua looked at the crimson lava that was close at hand and wailed in his heart. He was in despair. Seeing that he was about to fall into the magma and lose his life, the true qi in the meridians of Xiaohua's entire body suddenly flowed rapidly. His spiritual power involuntarily rushed to Xiaohua's hands, and his hands also naturally formed hand seals at a rapid speed. A series of strange yet extremely familiar hand seals were cast. With a plop sound, Xiaohua's body fell into the crimson lava. It was also at this moment that the hand seals in his hands were finally completed. A dark red light shield was formed around Xiaohua's body, blocking the hot lava outside of Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua looked around in amazement. His two hands moved again, and his figure was actually able to swim in the magma. With another plop sound, Wuxia also fell into the lava. It was also the top of Xiaohua's head. "Ayo, this is bad." Xiaohua suddenly woke up and immediately flew over to support Wuxia's body. However, when he supported Wuxia's body, it was already too late. Wuxia fell into the lava lying flat. At this time, half of her body had already been swallowed by the lava. Her flesh was badly mutilated and scorched black. "Fellow Kai." Xiaohua stepped on the magma and supported Wuxia with one hand. Seeing this situation, he turned pale with fright and shouted. His other hand quickly took out a best quality parasol pill from the space and stuffed it into Wuxia's mouth. Wuxia's eyes were closed tightly and she was unconscious, but as the parasol pill liquid entered her throat, her eyelashes trembled slightly. "Hey, fellow Kai. How did you change?" Seeing Wuxia's movement, Xiaohua noticed that the current Wuxia was different from what he usually saw. The black color on her face gradually faded, her thick black eyebrows gradually curved, and her somewhat thick lips gradually thinned. When Wuxia opened her eyes, she had already become a woman who was even more beautiful than Shui and Wuxia. What's going on? Xiaohua was extremely puzzled. Fellow Xiao. Wuxia woke up and saw Xiaohua's face full of surprise. She forced a smile and said, "I hid it from fellow Taoist for a long time. Oh, I hope you can forgive me." "Fellow Kai, I don't blame you. You bear with it. I found a way out, let's see how to get out." At this time, how could Xiaohua still care about this? He comforted Wuxia and then looked around to see where to fly to the surface. Fellow Taoist Xiao. I'm afraid I can't. Completely gone. My meridians are completely broken, damaged. I'm afraid I don't have much time left in this world. Wuxia slowly said. Gradually, her tone also became smooth, but looking at the red blush on her face, she was afraid that this was the final radiance of the setting sun. "I have a few things to tell fellow Taoist. I hope fellow Taoist Xiao will promise I on account of the fact that we went through fire and water together. Fellow Taoist Kai, please speak. As long as I can do it, I will definitely promise." Xiaohua said with tears in his eyes. "There are things in the storage bag that fellow Taoist gave to I. I hope fellow Taoist can bring them to the Kai family of Lu Yang and personally hand them to my younger sister, Fairy Hong Xia. My Kai family is really poor. The rise of the Kai family is completely dependent on these things. And I promise." Xiaohua nodded. "There is a token in the storage bag with a bamboo pattern on it. It was also given to I by fellow Taoist Xiao. That is the last good fate token of the rinsing flower sect. Oh. Fellow Taoist can give it to Hong Xia and let her enter the rinsing flower sect. In the future, the Kai family will be handed over to her. That is the good fate token?" Xiaohua was stunned, but he still nodded and said, "I know. The good fate token will definitely be given to your younger sister. I know that this good fate token is also useful to fellow Taoist Xiao. However, fellow Taoist Zhao's words carry enormous weight. Since you have promised, my younger sister will definitely receive it. I can also rest assured. As for this matter, I have let fellow Taoist Xiao down." Oh. Fellow Taoist can forgive I. Wuxia smiled faintly. At this moment, her smile was abnormally desolate. However, when paired with Wuxia's flower-like appearance, it was indescribably beautiful. Fellow Taoist Xiao has given I and the Kai family so many benefits. I have nothing to repay you with. My Kai family has a very profound transformation technique. I have been practicing this technique since I was young. This technique will definitely be useful to fellow Taoist. When you arrive at the Kai family of Lu Yang, you can ask my younger sister for it. Just say that I said so. Sigh, actually, fellow Taoist Xiao has unlimited potential. I have repeatedly invited fellow Taoist to my Kai family because I want to introduce my younger sister Xianxia to fellow Taoist. It's 100 times better than some shue, cough cough. Wuxia's voice began to stutter, and her gaze also collapsed. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1448. Hearing these words, Xiaohua suddenly understood. Then he counted his nose and tears flowed down his cheeks. These were tears of sympathy, tears of gratitude, and tears of gratitude. At the same time, these tears were tears of empathy. Wuxia was only a 5th-level Qi refining female cultivator, a mere disciple of a cultivation clan. For the sake of her clan's development, for her own cultivation, and for the sake of her younger sister, she had endured countless hardships and tribulations. Even in the end, she had given up her own life, but she had never forgotten her responsibilities. Thinking about himself, thinking about Shang Huaming, thinking about Xiao Yuehong, thinking about Gong Mingwei, Zhang Qingxiao, and Xiao Xinrui, how could Xiaohua not be hurt? Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't forget these top-grade spirit stones, and eyes, 50%. Wuxia seemed to have thought of something and said in a soft voice, but her tone was like that of a little girl. I know, fellow Taoist Kai. Don't worry, I will definitely personally give this 50% to Fairy Hongxia. Xiaohua nodded with tears in his eyes. I was really lucky to have met fellow Taoist Xiao. Not only did I get medicinal pills, even spirit stones. I also got a lot. Wuxia's pale lips moved slightly. I still have to advise fellow Taoist, in the cultivation world, don't be too kind. After all, not every cultivator is as broad-minded as fellow Taoist Xiao. You see, even I felt that I was extremely benevolent to fellow Taoist Xiao and was magnanimous, but that good fate card was still concealed by I. Fellow Taoist Xiao can understand. Moreover, I acted like a spoiled child, and when you see I in the same situation again, you actually don't even want the top-grade spirit stones. This kind of soft-hearted person must not be allowed. Fellow Taoist gave me a lot of foundation establishment pills in this storage bag. You only need to leave half for my Kai family, and the rest, you can leave it all to fellow Taoist. Just treat it as I, using foundation establishment pills to exchange for fellow Taoist's top-grade spirit stones. Hearing these words, Xiaohua's heart became even more sorrowful. Wuxia had already said these words a moment ago, and now that she mentioned it again, her consciousness must have already begun to blur. She was not too far away. Wuxia's eyes were no longer looking at Xiaohua. She raised her head and looked at the black hole in the distance. Joy appeared on her face and she whispered, Fellow cultivator Zhong Bao still came. Did your master agree to let you dual cultivate with me? I know you're troubled. Don't be in such a hurry to tell me the answer. As long as you treat me sincerely, even if I can't always be by your side, as long as our hearts are together, I'll be satisfied. Zhong Bao, I regret my attitude that day. I shouldn't have left you, and left. But, Zhong Bao, you're an outstanding disciple of a famous sect, and you're already a foundation establishment. Senior, I'm only an ordinary female cultivator from a cultivator family. Really unworthy of. I can be happy by your side, but it will also delay the cultivation, and senior and junior brothers find out that you actually dual cultivate with a low-level female cultivator, wouldn't it make you lose face? And also make you lose the favor of your sect? So, that's not leave you. But I would rather your Tao give up for you. I didn't expect you would actually be able to come back. Did your master agree? This something I've been waiting for a long time. But by all means, don't be a concubine. I don't want to. So cold. Zongbao hug me, just like in my dream to me. While speaking, Wuxia raised her arms with difficulty and hugged Xiaohua's neck. The elbows of her arms were completely destroyed by the lava and were charred black. Not to mention that Xiaohua had no way to avoid it. Even if he could, he didn't want to destroy Wuxia's last hope. However, just as Wuxia's arms touched Xiaohua's shoulders, her eyes became clear. Looking at Xiaohua, the redness on her face rapidly receded. Fellow Taoists, see a joke. Wuxia grimaced. Her arms were already powerless, so she could only place them on Xiaohua's shoulders. Only now did I realize that all kinds of cultivation, all kinds of divine abilities, can't compare to the dozens of days of happiness by fellow Taoist Zong Bao's side. If fellow Taoist Xiao has this opportunity, please don't. I have a small silk pouch in my storage pouch. If fellow Taoist Xiao has the chance, please bring it to Zong Bao on behalf of I think he'll understand my heart. As for what Zong Bao thinks, you don't care. If he doesn't accept it, fellow Taoist can just burn it. Fellow Taoist is afraid of trouble, also burn it. Fellow Taoist Kai, don't worry. I agree to this matter, so I'll definitely accomplish it. Xiaohua didn't know why Wuxia didn't want him to give the silk pouch to her younger sister, but he still answered without the slightest hesitation. Also, Wuxia's face was suffused with a wave of grayish-black color. It was very obvious on her fair face. She said with difficulty, Liang's Kai clan, in the future, if fellow Taoist achieves great success in divine abilities, I hope you can take care of them. This? Xiaohua didn't know how to answer. First of all, his cultivation was only at the 4th level of qi condensation. Even if he reached foundation establishment in the future, what qualifications did he have to care about other cultivator clans? As Xiaohua hesitated, Wuxia's eyes slowly closed. Her originally deathly pale lips didn't move in the slightest. Xiaohua sensed that Wuxia's body, which was still warm just a moment ago, was gradually becoming cold. There was something rapidly sucking away the heat in her body. Sigh, Xiaohua faintly shook his head. In his heart, he was somewhat regretful that he wasn't able to answer Wuxia's last question. Perhaps Wuxia didn't expect Xiaohua to answer. In a short moment, Wuxia's body was already ice-cold, without the slightest trace of life. Oh my, this fellow Taoist Kai has spoken for so long. She's already spoken of her family's matters, her younger sister's matters, and Li Zongbao's matters, but why hasn't she said how she's going to deal with her corpse? Her corpse was destroyed by lava. How should she deal with it? Should she be buried here or brought to Liang's Kai clan? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Since he was going to Liang, it was very simple to bring her corpse back. If he didn't bring her corpse back, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Liang's Kai clan and Li Zongbao. Presumably, Xiaohua took the storage pouch from Wuxia's waist, took out a pink silk pouch from the storage pouch and put it into his space. Then, he put Wuxia's body inside. Fellow Taoist Kai, forgive me for my rudeness. When this poor Taoist goes out, he will find a coffin for fellow Taoist. Xiaohua muttered in his heart and put the storage pouch in his sleeve. Soon after, Xiaohua began to size up his surroundings. This was an extremely vast magma lake. Countless streams of magma were bubbling up. Every time it bubbled, it would ignite a few feet of flames. The entire surface of the lake was covered in flames. Alas, there's a restriction on this lava. All yellow talismans are ineffective. I don't have a flight talisman, so how can I fly? I'm afraid I can only look around and see where there's no restriction. Xiaohua sighed. He formed hand seals and walked towards a nearby stone wall. This really is a supreme-grade spirit stone. What a pity, fellow Taoist Kai. If you knew your life was in danger, would you still come down? Xiaohua looked at the glowing spirit stones on the stone wall and sighed with emotion. Humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Even cultivators were no exception. There were quite a few supreme-grade spirit stones on the surrounding stone walls. Xiaohua very carefully picked them one by one. When he finished picking the spirit stones on the lava, Xiaohua carefully formed hand seals and entered the lava, picking all of the supreme-grade spirit stones. This hand seal, what kind of hand seal is this? It can actually travel freely in the lava? Xiaohua pondered in bewilderment as he traveled through the lava. Fire escape. A vague thought emerged in his mind. However, before he could think carefully, the brilliance around his body began to flicker. Oh no, I don't have enough magic power. Xiaohua was alarmed. If he didn't have any magic power now, the fire escape technique would be ineffective. Wouldn't he be buried in the lava? Would he die even more miserably than Kai Zhuxia? Almost without thinking, Xiaohua immediately threw a few clear fragrance pills into the air. He hurriedly refined the medicinal power of the pills and replenished the true qi in his meridians. Following the replenishment of his true qi, his magic power also kept up. The brilliance protecting his body was also stable. I still have to hurry up and get out. This is not a long-term solution. Xiaohua had a plan in his mind and hurriedly swam away. However, he had just walked a few dozen feet when he was blocked by an invisible restriction. No matter how he thought of a way, he couldn't break through it. Even the invincible devil spear point didn't have any effect. Oh no, this restriction was probably there before. It's used to protect some treasure. Xiaohua's heart tightened. He followed the restriction and walked around the lava lake in a large circle. It was an area with a radius of several dozen feet. Xiaohua's heart turned cold. He really walked into a trap. Hey, if I can't go above and around the lava, then what about under the lava? Xiaohua was suddenly moved, unable to conceal his joy. He formed a seal and dove into the magma. Although Xiaohua could freely swim in the magma, the deeper he dove, the greater the buoyancy force that lifted him up, preventing him from diving further. He had to expend even more magic power, and so many clear water pills were consumed just like that. However, in the end, even if Xiaohua still had magic power in his body, he couldn't dive even an inch deeper. The resistance was like a hard and unbreakable iron wall, blocking Xiaohua's hope. Damn it! Does the heavens want me to die? Xiaohua cursed inwardly and prepared to swim to the side, but at this moment, a fiery red crystal the size of a mung bean streaked across his eyes. The red color of the crystal seemed to be similar to the surrounding magma, but it was also much deeper. Xiaohua's gaze swept across it, and his entire gaze was almost sucked in by that little bit of red. Fire essence flame crystal? When Xiaohua saw it, he wasn't as happy as he imagined. Instead, he was shocked. I haven't found the way out yet. What's the use of these? Xiaohua thought and casually put the fire essence flame crystal into his space. Chapter 1449. Xiaohua tossed about for the time it took to drink a cup of tea and walked through all the places he could go. His surroundings were like an iron wall that surrounded him, and there was no way out. Of course, this restriction could even imprison a 5th-stage fire ape. Xiaohua was only a 4th-stage qi refining cultivator. How could he escape? However, because he had encountered the fire essence flame crystals, Xiaohua paid more attention. When he was looking for a way out, he searched the entire area of several hundred feet. From the magma, he found 6 fire essence flame crystals the size of mung beans. Normally, Xiaohua would be overjoyed. But today, seeing that there was no hope of escaping, who would be happy for these external objects? Perhaps he could only think of a way to escape from the sky. Xiaohua stared at the sky and thought helplessly. But his current fourth stage qi refining cultivation could only rely on a flight talisman. Without a flight talisman, it was impossible for him to fly in the air. However, that layer of restriction made all the yellow talismans lose their effect. It was precisely targeting Xiaohua's weakness. "Oh, how could I be so stupid?" Xiaohua's gaze suddenly fell on the stone wall. He slapped his forehead and shouted, "Isn't there a stone wall here? I only need to climb to the top of the stone wall and avoid this layer of restriction. What else am I thinking?" After thinking about it, Xiaohua swam to the stone wall. He reached out his hand and took out the devil spear tip. With a bit of strength, the spear tip pierced into the hard stone wall. Then, Xiaohua exerted more strength and pulled his body out of the lava. His body leaned against the stone wall. And then, Xiaohua thought for a moment and took out the black iron needle from the space. Pinching a spell, the black iron needle also pierced into the stone wall with extreme sharpness, revealing a small tail. This was enough. Xiaohua was only using it to borrow force. Xiaohua used his hand to tap on the black iron needle, and his body flew up like a swallow, leaping high into the air. Without waiting for his body to land, he pierced his hand again, and the tip of the devil spear pierced into the smooth stone wall, stabilizing his body. Immediately after, Xiaohua controlled the black iron needle while using the devil spear's tip. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had already climbed to a height of about 10 zhang. Seeing that it was about the same as the place he had fallen at, Xiaohua took out a flight talisman and placed it on his body. He slightly activated his magic power and his figure suddenly floated up. Good. Xiaohua couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. Then, without any hesitation, he flew towards the ground. Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast. Although the magma was extremely far from the ground, he still flew to the entrance of the cave in an extremely short period of time. Seeing the increasingly large cave entrance and the azure sky above the cave entrance, Xiaohua's heart was once again filled with joy. Right at this moment, a black shadow appeared above the hole in the ground. Not only did the black shadow block the hole, but a wave of pressure and divine sense also surged over, tightly locking onto Xiaohua. Not good. Xiaohua instantly understood that this shadow definitely had something to do with the explosion in the basin just now. Maybe this cave entrance was discovered and destroyed by this Foundation establishment cultivator. If he and Kai Zhuoxia secretly went in, wouldn't they be violating his taboo? What should I do? Should I rush down again? Xiaohua's mind raced, but right at this moment, a voice above his head said strangely, "Huh? How come it's you?" Although the voice was very soft, Xiaohua heard it clearly. Just when the divine sense swept over his body again, his heart was also moved. This divine sense is somewhat familiar. Which senior is it? Come up, don't resist. In front of this old man, you're just a little doll. That voice coldly echoed from above his head. Xiaohua felt that the Foundation establishment senior had already retracted his pressure, but the divine sense was still locked onto him. As long as he made any strange movements, Xiaohua absolutely believed that there would be a Foundation establishment divine ability that he didn't know about that would cover the sky and cover the earth. Just like a child who made a mistake and had to face an adult who punished him, Xiaohua very helplessly slowly flew above the cave entrance. As soon as he came out of the ground, the brilliant sunlight shone on Xiaohua's body. A kind of feeling of escaping from the heavens spontaneously arose from the bottom of his heart. Soon after, Xiaohua very strangely sized up the fat cultivator in front of him, secretly saying in his heart, "This person? I'm not familiar with him. If I've seen him somewhere before, how could I not have an impression of him? Who else could this Foundation establishment cultivator be?" Naturally, it was the Misty Mountains patriarch, Ling Jingyi. He only heard Ling Jingyi say with a cold smile, "You're called Xiaohua, right? Why did you come here instead of staying in Yenyuan City?" Yenyuan City? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Wasn't this cultivator's divine sense the same one that swept over him when he was talking to Xue Xue after the auction in Yenyuan City? Could it be? Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he bowed respectfully. This junior is indeed Xiaohua. What is senior's relationship with Shui? How should this junior address senior? How did you know? Did that girl tell you? Ling Jingyi was very shocked and asked curiously. Of course Shui didn't tell this junior, but this junior just passed by Yinyuan City and only met Shui in Yinyuan City. Therefore this junior boldly guessed. Xiaohua said with a smile. Don't give me so many reasons. Hurry up and tell me why you're here. Ling Jingyi waved his hand and asked fiercely. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then said with a smile, I'll let senior know. This junior only came to Yanlin Swamp to look for top-quality crystals. Just as I arrived, I encountered a huge commotion. This junior thought there was some treasure and wanted to try my luck. In the end, you saw this cave? That's right. Inside this cave, what's inside? What did you get? Ling Jingyi coldly looked at Xiaohua's storage bag with an unfriendly expression. I'll let senior know. Deep inside this cave is a magma lake. I's cultivation is shallow, so I didn't dare to go in. I didn't get anything. Xiaohua sighed and said. Is that so? Ling Jingyi's eyes narrowed and said in a low voice. Oh, that's right, senior. There's a powerful restriction formation about 100 feet above the magma. I almost fell into the magma when I went down. Senior, you must be careful when you go down. Hearing this, Ling Jingyi couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of restriction is it? As for what kind of restriction it is, this junior doesn't know. I only know that the fellow cultivator who came with me didn't have such good luck. He fell into the magma from the restriction and didn't come back up. Is that so? Hearing this, Ling Jingyi's brows slightly relaxed. He looked Xiaohua up and down and said with a smile, Xiaohua, you're so honest. When this old man asked one, you actually said two, as if you didn't hold back at all. If you didn't say it, wouldn't this old man have lost his life when he flew into the ground? Then didn't you escape with your life? Senior, this junior and senior don't have any grudges? Senior, why do you want to take this junior's life? Xiaohua's face was full of panic. You're just a little loose cultivator. You actually have ideas about my Misty Mountains, Miss Shui. Don't you think you deserve to die? Misty Mountain? Shui? Xiaohua was surprised. This junior and fellow cultivator Shui met by chance. We've only met a few times. Senior can't speak carelessly. Naturally, I won't speak carelessly. This old man only needs to imprison you and throw you into this cave. Who in this world will speak carelessly? Ling Jingyi waved his hand and cast a spell. Xiaohua didn't have any power to resist and was firmly imprisoned. Xiaohua didn't struggle and said coldly, if you want to condemn someone, why worry about the pretext? If senior wants to kill me to silence me, just do it. Why do you need to drag fellow cultivator Shui into this? I and fellow cultivator Shui are innocent. If senior says it like this, it's actually dirty. What a good little loose cultivator. Indeed worthy of Shui's praise. The more outstanding you are, the more I can't let you go. My Shui is looking for an outstanding disciple of a famous sect to dual cultivate with. You can only be a skeleton in the magma. As Ling Jingyi spoke, he waved his hand and Xiaohua's body was lifted into the air. Following Ling Jingyi's movements, he slowly fell into the cave. Just as Xiaohua's body fell into the cave, a voice faintly said, Uncle, you should let fellow cultivator Xiao go. Xiaohua didn't find it strange because this voice belonged to Shui. You heard everything? Ling Jingyi laughed and put Xiaohua on the ground again. Uncle's voice was so loud. Didn't you want niece to hear it? Shui looked at Xiaohua with some annoyance and said to Ling Jingyi, didn't niece tell uncle? Niece and fellow cultivator Xiao have only met a few times. How could there be such a thing as uncle said? Even if you didn't tell niece wouldn't do any dual cultivation with fellow cultivator Xiao. Although Shui's face was a bit pale at this time, her eyebrows were picturesque. Her eyes moved and there was a bit of shyness. Xiaohua also felt very comfortable looking at her. Since there's no meaning, why don't uncle kill him? Wouldn't that be the end of it? Ling Jingyi said with a smile. Oh, so it's like that. Shui Shui said with a smile. Since uncle has such a plan, niece will definitely agree. However, Shui Shui's tone changed and said, however, my Misty Mountain received a lot of benefits during the auction in Yenabi City. If uncle doesn't want to have any inner demons, then you should quickly kill Xiaohua. Received a lot of benefits? Xiaohua didn't understand. Ha, Shui heir, with such words, how can uncle kill him? Ling Jingyi scratched his head and laughed loudly. Then, with a wave of his hand, the shackles on Xiaohua's body were released. Many thanks for Senior's mercy. Xiaohua bowed in thanks. Fellow Taoist Xiao, when I heard the bad news about fellow Taoist Kai just now, I also felt very sad. Fellow Taoist Kai and fellow Taoist Xiao were a match made in heaven. Her departure is very regrettable. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please restrain your grief. This. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He rubbed his nose and didn't know how to explain. Fellow cultivator Xiao, you can go now. However, don't tell anyone about this matter for now. In a few days, there will be people coming to investigate. I believe that fellow cultivator Xiao won't tell anyone about my Misty Mountain, right? Hee, fellow cultivator Shui, don't worry. I am not the kind of person who speaks casually. I believe that I already knew about it from the Imperial Pill School. Shui Shui said with a smile, fellow cultivator Xiao, please. Xiaohua's heart relaxed. He cupped his hands and was about to leave when Ling Jingyi suddenly shouted, wait. Chapter 1450. Xiaohua was very relieved. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Ling Jingyi call out to him, wait, Xiaohua, don't you want to know who I am? Xiaohua's heart jumped, and he smiled apologetically. Junior has already asked for Senior Shui's name, but Senior Shui avoided answering, but, haha, Xiaohua, I have already said the name of Misty Mountain, don't tell me you still don't know? Ling Jingyi laughed. Xiaohua was indeed confused, and he said, Junior really doesn't know, it's really rude, please enlighten me, Senior Shui. I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. My uncle is the family head of Misty Mountain, surnamed Ling and given name Jingyi, fellow Taoist must remember. Shui Shui also covered her mouth and laughed. Senior Ling, Junior knows. Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed. All right, I stopped you not just to let you know my name. Ling Jingyi said mysteriously, I have a good thing to give you. Xiaohua didn't dare to believe it, and he said with a smile, Junior doesn't dare to have extravagant hopes. Senior, if you have something to say, there's no harm in saying it. Ling Jingyi patted his storage bag, and there was a large seal magic tool and a small book. He handed it over, and he said with a smile, because of fellow Taoist Xiao, my Misty Mountain obtained a lot of benefits in this auction, so I can't thank you. This magic tool and the refining method are for you. You can carefully study it after you reach foundation establishment. Uncle. Shui Shui saw the magic tool in Ling Jingyi's hand, and she immediately turned pale with fright. How can you give this thing away? Xiaohua's heart trembled, and he immediately withdrew his hand, waving it, and said, Junior really doesn't dare to accept such a precious thing. Senior, please take back your order. Ha, Shui, this isn't the magic tool you think it is. Ling Jingyi patted his storage bag and took out an identical magic tool and said with a smile, the one you gave Xiaohua is a fake. However, the power of this fake is also not small. If Xiaohua can successfully refine it, it will be a great help to him. But Shui Shui was still somewhat puzzled, but she didn't say anything more. Counterfeit? Xiaohua looked at the magic tool and muttered in his heart for a while. He reached out to receive it and put it into his storage bag. He bowed and thanked, many thanks for Senior Ling's kindness. Ha, this is how a man should behave. Daring and daring. Ling Jingyi was very happy. Patting Xiaohua's shoulder, he said, if one day you succeed in refining this fake, you might as well come to my Misty Mountain again. At that time, this old man's thoughts might also change. As he spoke, he glanced at Shui Shui. How could Xiaohua not know what Ling Jingyi meant? He cupped his hands and said, Junior, who knew that Ling Jingyi's expression changed slightly, and he patted Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "All right, don't say any words of thanks and explanations. You should quickly go and cultivate properly. Once you have successfully built your foundation, you can come back to Misty Mountain to look for Shui." Seeing Ling Jingyi asking him to leave, Xiaohua also stood up and said with a smile, "Then this junior will be leaving." "All right, go ahead." Ling Jingyi said kindly, "However, if it's possible, don't use the teleportation portal. Yenyuan City will do something that will be detrimental to you." "Yes, this junior understands." Xiaohua couldn't wait to leave. After cupping his hands, he flew up into the air. First, he slowly flew away. When he felt that there was no longer any divine sense locking onto him, he immediately activated all the magic power in his body and quickly flew away. Why is this? Shui waited for Xiaohua's figure to disappear and immediately asked, "That magic tool. It should be from Phoenix Ridge's Pooh family, right? Even if Xiaohua has indirectly helped my Misty Mountain, but letting him live is enough to make up for it. But why did you give him such a valuable magic tool?" Ling Jingyi's face darkened, and he scolded, "Other than you and me, only the heavens and earth know about this matter. You absolutely cannot let anyone else know. And from now on, never mention it again." Shui didn't understand, but she still nodded and said, "Yes, this niece understands." Just as Shui's voice fell, a divine sense swept over. From afar, a cultivator in a rather sorry state flew out. That cultivator's hair bun was loose and crooked. The Taoist robe on his body had some burn marks and even some holes. However, that cultivator didn't care about this. Instead, his face was filled with panic. His divine sense swept around, and when he saw Ling Jingyi and Shui, his face was somewhat happy. He flew down and immediately shouted, "Ling Jingyi, quickly return this old man's magic tool." This cultivator was none other than Phoenix Ridge's Pooh Genuan, who was chasing the 5th grade fire ape with Ling Jingyi. "Io, Pooh Genuan, you're greedy and insatiable. You vainly tried to take the 5th grade fire ape as your spiritual pet, but you didn't expect that because the fire ape's cultivation level was too high, your magic tool that was specially designed to restrain the fire ape lost its effect. You were sent flying by the fire ape and you couldn't find it yourself. Why did you come to find I to denounce me?" Ling Jingyi mocked and ridiculed, "I only had self-awareness and escaped a step earlier. How could I take your magic tool?" If the magic tool wasn't with you, if you didn't imprison the magic tool, why couldn't I sense it? In the cultivation world of the country of Xi, other than fellow Taoist Ling, who else could have such understanding of I's magic tool? How could Pooh Genuan believe him? Ling Jingyi didn't back down and said curiously, "Of course it's possible for I." However, could it be that fellow Taoist Pooh has forgotten about the fire ape? Or other Gold Core stage seniors? Pooh Genuan's face slightly changed and he unconsciously pondered. "How about this, fellow Taoist Pooh, if you don't believe me, I will make a heart oath." Ling Jingyi smiled and said, "If I, Ling Jingyi, take Pooh Genuan's magic tool now, I, Ling Jingyi, will be stuck in the early stage of foundation establishment in this lifetime, and will not be able to advance in the slightest." Hee, what if fellow Taoist hid the magic tool somewhere? Pooh Genuan sneered. "Oh, if I, Ling Jingyi, take Pooh Genuan's magic tool and hide it somewhere, I, Ling Jingyi, will be stuck in the early stage of foundation establishment in this lifetime, and will not be able to advance in the slightest," Ling Jingyi said without hesitation. "If you don't hide it somewhere, can't you let someone else hide it?" Pooh Genuan looked at Shui beside Ling Jingyi and his gaze fell on the storage bag on Shui's waist. Hee, fellow Taoist Pooh, you still don't believe me." Ling Jingyi laughed and said, "If I, Ling Jingyi, take Pooh Genuan's magic tool and give it to my Ling family's disciple for safekeeping, I, Ling Jingyi, will be stuck in the early stage of foundation establishment in this lifetime, and will not be able to advance in the slightest." This. Seeing Ling Jingyi so resolute and without hesitation, Pooh Genuan thought for a moment and sighed. Then, "I really misunderstood fellow Taoist Ling, please forgive me." It's fine. Ling Jingyi laughed and said, Previously, I didn't know the relationship between my Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge, and only thought that you were an ordinary fellow Taoist. But looking at your family's magic tool, and the secret of this fire ape, if you say that our families have nothing to do with each other, I'm afraid that I will be the first to disagree. Isn't that so? I also lost my mind at that time, and wanted to take fellow Taoist Ling's magic tool. Who would have thought that it was actually a flood that washed into the Dragon King temple? I really deserve to die. Pu Jianyuan cupped his hands and said, "Ignorance is not a crime." Ling Jingyi returned the salute. "Our families still need to get closer in the future. Maybe there will be even more amazing discoveries. Not to mention anything else, just if we can subdue this fire ape, Flying Phoenix Ridge and Misty Mountain, we'll definitely be able to spread throughout the country of Xi." Pu Jianyuan laughed, but then his face became sad again. "I still need to hurry and find that family's magic tool. This thing really involves too many things. I can't not look for it." "Fellow Taoist Pu, don't you want to go down and take a look?" Ling Jingyi pointed at the hole in the ground and suggested. This. Pu Jianyuan hesitated again, thought for a moment, and said, "Since that's the case, why not go down and take a look? Then, who will go down first?" Ling Jingyi scratched his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Ling, go down first." Pu Jianyuan was very humble, which was rare. "Forget it, fellow Taoist Pu just lost his magic tool. I will let fellow Taoist Pu go down first." Ling Jingyi thought for a moment and shook his head. "Really?" Pu Jianyuan asked with a smile. "Of course, fellow Taoist Pu, please." Ling Jingyi raised his hand and said, "However, there may be restrictions in the cave. Fellow Taoist must be careful." "Well said, I will open the way for fellow Taoist Ling." Pu Jianyuan laughed, clapped his hands, and a fiery red flying sword appeared in his hand and flew into the cave with the sword. "Shui, it's dangerous inside, you wait here," Ling Jingyi ordered. "Yes, uncle." Then Ling Jingyi followed Pu Jianyuan into the cave. Not long after, Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan flew out of the cave. Ling Jingyi was unharmed, but Pu Jianyuan was in a mess. Looking at Ling Jingyi's expressionless face, Shui knew that the two of them had found nothing. But then again, this was where the fire ape was sealed. How could there be any treasures? "Uncle," Shui whispered. "Go to the mountain peak and send out a signal to gather the disciples." "We're going to go back." Ling Jingyi waved his hand and said to Shui. "Yes." Shui flew to the mountain peak next to the basin. "What should we do here?" Ling Jingyi pointed and asked Pu Jianyuan. "Mo Guang from Yenyuan City died here. Yenyuan City will definitely come looking for him. Also, we caused too much of a commotion when we broke the array. In a few days, there will be people coming. Instead of letting people guess, why don't we do nothing? There's nothing here anyway, so we don't have to worry about people finding out." Brother Pu's thinking is very meticulous. "We'll do as you say." Ling Jingyi cupped his hands and said, "I will bring the disciples back now. What about you, Brother Pu?" "You cough. Of course, I still have to go look for a magical item. You can go first." Pu Jianyuan said awkwardly. "All right, then I will go first. We'll meet again later." Ling Jingyi cupped his hands and said goodbye. He flew to the mountain peak and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the disciples to gather. Looking at Ling Jingyi's back, Pu Jianyuan's brows furrowed tightly. He thought to himself strangely, could it be that my magic item really wasn't taken by this fellow? Chapter 1451. Xiaohua left the basin. At first, he didn't dare to fly at full speed. He only flew at the speed of a fourth-layer qi refining cultivator. After flying for a while, he sensed that there was no divine sense following him. Immediately, he mustered up his magic power and activated the flying talisman. He quickly flew in the direction he came from. Even when his magic power was exhausted, he didn't dare to stop. He threw a clear fragrance pill into his mouth and refined the medicinal power of the pill. At the same time, he continued to circulate his magic power. When the flying talisman lost its effect, he changed it again. It seemed that he didn't dare to delay. After flying for a day and a night, Xiaohua finally stopped. He identified the direction and immediately changed his direction, flying in an unrelated direction. 2 days later, Xiaohua arrived at a mountain range that was also scarlet red. Xiaohua didn't dare to stay outside for too long. He found a dry cave and drilled his head into it. He used a huge rock to seal the cave entrance and sat on the ground. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, and his heart focused on cultivating. Xiaohua had taken a lot of clear fragrance pills in the magma lake. There was a lot of medicinal power in his meridians that hadn't been refined. It was the same on the way here. At this time, he already felt that his meridians were somewhat blocked. Xiaohua circulated his true qi through his meridians several times in a row, refining all of the remaining medicinal energy. Only then did he stand up, patted his storage pouch, and took out the magical tool and small book that Ling Jingyi gave him. After carefully looking at it for a long time, Xiaohua didn't see anything wrong with it. However, Ling Jingyi was a foundation establishment cultivator. How could Xiaohua see through what he was doing? However, Xiaohua wasn't afraid at all. With a wave of his hand, the magic tool and small book were both placed into the space. Anxiously, Xiaohua pushed away the huge rock that was blocking the entrance of the cave and flew out of the cave. He didn't stop to rest and flew in another direction. This flight took more than a few days. He was already far away from that scarlet-red mountain rock. On this day, seeing that the sky was already dark, Xiaohua's figure stopped in midair and looked around with some hesitation. Needless to say, this guy must have lost his way and doesn't know where to fly. Xiaohua originally remembered the direction to Shihuang town, but because he wanted to set up a maze to prevent Ling Jingyi and the others from finding him, he flew around randomly. At first, his mind was clear, but after a few times, he became confused. He didn't know if he had shaken them off or not, but he couldn't find the direction to Shihuang town anymore. Looking at the sky and the surrounding terrain, Xiao Huafei landed on the ground and found a place with water to rest. Just as he drank 2 mouthfuls of water and lay on the ground to look at the darkening sky, the sound of something breaking through the air came from not far away. Could it be that the disciples of Ling Jingyi's sect are chasing after us? Xiao Hua was shocked. He quickly got up from the ground and hid his body among the vines beside the stream. Just as Xiao Hua hid well, a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator landed on a tree not far away. His figure gradually rose and fell, then gradually came to a stop and became one with the night sky. This person seems to be a disciple of Flying Phoenix Mountain Range. Xiao Hua saw clearly and thought to himself, he's following that clan master Pu from Flying Phoenix Mountain Range. Looking at his appearance, he's not chasing after me, but instead waiting for someone. Sure enough, after waiting for nearly an hour, a similar figure also flew over from the night sky. That figure hadn't even landed on the ground when a voice came. "Senior Brother Puchi, this is a sensitive time. Why are you in such a hurry to send a message? If it wasn't for this little brother's vigilance, I'm afraid that Ling Yan would have already seen through me." Ling Yan? That guy always thinks he's smart and thinks that he's the only smart person in the world. How could he discover our situation? How could he know that Ling Chongya should be called Pu Chongya? The cultivator called Pu Chi chuckled. "Don't say so many useless things. What's the matter? This little brother still has to hurry back. If Ling Jingyi were to find out, wouldn't he skin this little brother alive?" The cultivator who called Ling Chongya hurriedly asked. "This guy, he was transported here together with me and Kai Zhuoxia. He's one of those 3 cultivators. He's actually a disciple of the Ling clan?" "Oh, that's not right. He should be a disciple of the Pu clan." Xiao Hua suddenly realized. "Skin my ass, didn't you see that the Ling clan's inherited magic tool is so similar to our Pu clan's? What's the relationship between our Pu clan and the Ling clan? Maybe in the future, the Ling clan and the Pu clan will be one. Why would he skin you?" Pu Chi curled his lips and said, "Ah?" Pu Chi was just casually saying this, but when Xiao Hua heard it, it was like a bolt from the blue. He thought of Ling Jingyi's appearance when he took his magic tool and Xue's extremely surprised expression. Could it be the magic tool in my space? Sure enough, he heard Ling Chongya wave his hand and say, That's a matter for the future. Who knows what will happen to the two clans in the end? That's right. Why did senior brother call me here? Oh, has there been any abnormalities in the Ling clan recently? No, there hasn't been any movement. Isn't it just that they weren't able to subdue the fire ape and even killed Yenyuan City's Emoguang? Does Ling Jingyi not know how to deal with Yenyuan City? Right now, he's racking his brains on how to pass through Shihuang Town's transportation array. Then, are there any other abnormalities? Other abnormalities? It's nothing much, like Ling Jingyi's niece Shui. She's going to some sect to participate in the disciple selection? Of course, this was something that happened before coming to Shihuang Town. Senior brother, what are you saying? Since you're asking me, why are you still hesitating? Could it be that you don't trust me anymore? Ling Chongya asked curiously. This, cough cough. Pu Chi coughed a few times and lowered his voice, saying, Clan head said it clearly, this matter. It's fine as long as I know. But, if I don't tell you, how are you going to investigate? However, little brother, you have to keep your mouth shut, don't say anything. Senior brother Pu Chi, don't worry, what do I do? How can I leak it so easily? Ling Chongya patted his chest and laughed. It's like this. Pu Chi recounted the incident where Pu Jinyuan's magic tool was sent flying by the fire ape. Although he didn't explain it clearly, he explained it clearly. What? Clan head's family heirloom magic tool was actually sent flying by the fire ape? How is this possible? Ling Chongya cried out involuntarily. At that time, Clan head and Ling Jingyi both used the magic tool to subdue the fire ape. Isn't this magic tool the fire ape's nemesis? How could it be sent flying by the fire ape instead? Pu Chi's face became anxious and he whispered, Little brother, lower your voice. Senior brother, what's there to be afraid of? Aren't all the cultivators of the Flame Forest swamp heading towards the basin? Who would still be here? Ling Chongya said nonchalantly, but then his face became envious. That fire ape is a 5th grade spiritual beast, comparable to the Golden Core stage. If I could use the magic tool to subdue it, wouldn't I be able to directly slap Ling Jingyi to death? You could even slap Sun Yunzi to death. Pu Chi sneered. Clan head's cultivation is at the foundation establishment stage, and he couldn't even subdue it with the fire ape's soul-capturing magic tool. What are you, a mere chi refinement stage brat, dreaming about? You'd better hurry back and find out where Ling Jingyi hid that magic tool. I'm not a direct disciple of Misty Mountain. How could I know such a secret? Besides, Ling Jingyi took Clan head's magic tool and refined it long ago. How could he have kept it until now? I don't know. Clan head knows that the magic tool hasn't been refined yet, so he only told me to ask you. Pu Chi shrugged. I understand. If there's any news, I'll immediately send 1,000 miles voice transmission to senior brother. Ling Chongya nodded and said, Then I'll take my leave. Be careful. The family head is very appreciative of what you did in the Flame Forest Mountains. He will reward you handsomely. However, because our Flying Phoenix Ridge is one step ahead of Misty Mountain, he was afraid of exposing you, so he didn't let me bring you this time. Thank you for your kindness, Clan head. I'll do anything for Flying Phoenix Ridge. Good. I'll definitely bring these words to Clan head. Pu Chi said with a smile. Then I'll take my leave. In the past few days, I've received news from Shihuang Town that Yenyuan City has sent experts to keep watch. All cultivators who want to use the transportation array have to open all of their storage pouches and check them. I think that if Ling Jingyi took Clan head's magic tool, he'll definitely think of a way to bring it back. Let's hurry and take a look. I'll leave everything to you. Pu Chi cupped his hands and sent him off. Then, the two of them flew off in different directions. After they flew off for about half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua came out from the vines not far away. He sensed the movements in his surroundings and also flew into the air to chase after Ling Chongya. Xiaohua flew in the air and thought to himself, Good heavens! What magic tool is this? It really is Flying Phoenix Ridge's family heirloom magic tool, and it's actually extraordinary. This Ling Jingyi is really something. He only met me a few times and already gave me the magic tool. Of course, it's to avoid Pu Jianyuan, but isn't that too reckless? How did he know that I would definitely return it to him? However, this magic tool, it's actually some kind of soul-capturing magic tool that can subdue a 5th-grade fire ape? Damn it, since it's a fat piece of meat that's delivered itself to my doorstep, how can I just spit it out? Wait until I refine this magic tool and subdue the fire ape, then I'll kill everyone from 100 Herb sect. Xiaohua thought as he flew. After flying for an hour, he suddenly stopped in the air. How did I become so stupid? Needless to say, that Ling Jingyi must have sent people to guard Shihuang Town's transportation array and wait for me to use it. Or maybe he's also sent people to wait for me at Yenyuan City's transportation array. How can I just walk right into their trap? Moreover, Yenyuan City actually wants to check my storage pouch. I can't just put Kai Zhuoxia's corpse in the space behind my head, right? Oh, I forgot. I've been in a hurry these past few days and haven't made a coffin with Kai Zhuoxia yet. While thinking, Xiaohua descended from the air and found a large, straight tree. He pushed it into a very rough coffin that was carved out using the flying sword talisman. After placing Kai Zhuoxia's corpse inside, Xiaohua made up his mind. He definitely can't go to Shihuang Town and naturally can't use the transportation array. Then he can only fly directly to Yenyuan City. Chapter 1452. A month later, in front of the city gates of Yenyuan City, a tall and thin cultivator with a cultivation of the middle 4th layer descended from the sky. He stood outside the city gates and calmly stared at Yenyuan City. This cultivator was Xiaohua. Xiaohua had already made up his mind not to use Shihuang Town's teleportation array and to rely solely on himself to fly to Yenyuan City. He was not in a hurry along the way. He cultivated during the day and flew at night. After consuming about 60 clean lotus pellets and a month of bitter cultivation, he finally raised his cultivation to the middle of the 4th layer of qi refining. Sigh, this cultivation is really not an ordinary level of difficulty. Xiaohua looked at Yenyuan City in the distance and thought to himself, when I was in the 2nd and 3rd layer, I felt like I could easily break through. Why did it become so hard when I reached the 4th layer? If it's like this, then wouldn't it be even harder to reach the 5th layer and beyond? It seems like, even with the purifying lotus pills and Giji pills, it would still take a long time to reach the late stage of qi refining. I have to think of a way. AI, no matter what, I'm still alive. Since I'm alive, I can naturally cultivate. Kai Zhuoxia, even if she wants to cultivate, she won't have the chance. The city gates of Yenyuan City are still open and the cultivators entering and leaving are still bustling, but who would know that the female cultivator who came here a month ago is no longer alive? I should hurry and find someone to ask where Luyang is. Sending Kai Zhuoxia's body back is the right thing to do. Kai Zhuoxia only said that she could use Yenyuan City's transportation formation to return to Lung. I wonder if there's a transportation formation in Luyang. Xiaohua thought and was about to step forward, but just as he lifted his leg, he hesitated. The disciples of Misty Mountain have already returned to Yenyuan City. That Ling Jingyi's eyes and ears must be everywhere in Yenyuan City. If I go in, wouldn't I be walking right into a trap? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua looked around and saw that there was no one around. He took out the demonic robe and put it on. Only then did he dare to walk into Yenyuan City. Once Xiaohua entered Yenyuan City, he didn't go anywhere. He headed straight for the teleportation array at the city's central plaza. At this time, the courtyard of the transmission array seemed to be a lot stricter than it was a month ago. Not only did the number of city guards in front of the gate double, there were also a lot more cultivators faintly standing by the side. Moreover, just as Xiaohua walked to the side of the city guards, a few divine senses immediately swept over him, scrutinizing Xiaohua from head to toe. Xiaohua's brows wrinkled slightly. How would they know who he was if he was dressed like a fan? What's the use of looking at it? Fellow Taoist, do you want to use the teleportation array? A city guard looked at Xiaohua vigilantly and cupped his hands. This old man is going to use the teleportation formation. Do I need to make an appointment to register? Xiaohua asked in a hoarse voice. The city guard said, however, today is not the same as before. You must take off your disguise and enter the teleportation formation with your original appearance. Why is that? Xiao Hua's heart trembled as he asked curiously. This is a matter of Yenyuan City. Since the city lord has given the order, I can only comply. If you want to use the teleportation formation of Yenyuan City, you can only enter with your original appearance. This? Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment. At this time, a 7th stage Qi refining cultivator came forward and handed a token to another city guard. He smiled and said, I am a disciple of the 7 Skills sect, currently working at the weaponry workshop. I have received orders from the shopkeeper to leave Yenyuan City. I hope fellow Taoist can accommodate me. Please wait a moment. The city guard took the token and poured his spiritual energy into it. He shook it twice on top of a round ball and handed it back. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist, please, many thanks. The cultivator took the token and walked straight in. Fellow Taoist, you don't need to make an appointment? Xiao Hua asked curiously. The city guard looked at Xiao Hua strangely and smiled. Every shop in Yenyuan City has a token issued by Yenyuan City. With this token, you can teleport without making an appointment. If fellow Taoist had this token, you wouldn't have to take me Huan. I see, I understand. Xiao Hua smiled and turned to leave. Where could he go to get this so-called token? Knowing it was the same as not knowing. Seems like I can only fly directly to Luyang. Xiao Hua made up his mind and began to inquire about Luyang's whereabouts. Fortunately, although Luyang was a small place, there were still people who knew about it. Xiao Hua only needed to drink a few cups of spirit wine in a restaurant and tip the waiter with a piece of low-grade spirit stone to clearly find out where Luyang was. However, when he found out where Luyang was, his brows furrowed even more. Luyang was a town, so it was further away than Shihuang Town. There were no teleportation formations near Luyang Town, so he could only go to a place called Linyu Town and fly there directly. Between Yenyuan City and Linyu Town, there was a dangerous place called the Sunrise Mountain Range. That place was extremely dangerous. If one was not a high-stage Qi refining cultivator, it was impossible to fly through it safely. This is going to be difficult. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If we want to pass through the Sunrise Mountain Range, we can only go around it. I'm afraid that this detour will take several months and who knows how many dangers there are. How about, we don't rush to Luyang. It won't be too late to go after the commotion in Yenyuan City passes. Xiao Hua made up his mind. He drank a mouthful of spiritual wine and took out a low-grade spiritual stone to pay the bill. At this moment, he saw a cultivator coming in from outside the restaurant. Oh, isn't this shopkeeper Fu? You haven't been here for the past few days. When the waiter saw the cultivator, he hurriedly greeted him with a smile. Isn't this shopkeeper Fu from the Fu clan's talisman shop, Fu Yingmin? Xiao Hua saw clearly. I had some matters to attend to these past few days, so I didn't have time to come. Fu Yingmin smiled as she looked around. Her eyes swept past Xiao Hua's body, then she casually found a seat and sat down. Waiter, quickly bring 2 pots of your Lin Hua jade liquid. This poor Taoist has been missing it for the past few days. Look at what shopkeeper Fu said. If you like it, you can just ask the shop's disciples to come and get it. Why do you have to trouble yourself? As the waiter spoke, he trotted over and brought 2 jade bottles from the back. Fu Yingmin poured the spiritual wine from the jade bottle into a jade cup and took a sip. She smiled bitterly and said, My Fu clan's elders came over these past few days and selected a few disciples that they want to recruit. I carefully accompanied them. How could I be greedy for food? So the Fu clan's shop is recruiting disciples. The waiter smiled and said, This matter has been going on for many days. Why haven't you found anyone suitable? Isn't that right? I have also found more than 10 disciples. In addition to the ones I've found in the past few days, I'm afraid there are more than 20. But either their cultivation level is not high enough or their talisman crafting skills are not good enough. None of them are suitable. Fu Yingmin drank a few more cups before letting out a long sigh. She looked around and said in a low voice, "If I can't recruit enough disciples for the Fu clan before I retire to the Fu clan, I'm afraid that the elder's position will fly away." "Oh, then shopkeeper Fu will have to be more careful." The waiter served by the side and asked very considerately, "There are so many cultivators coming and going in and out of Yenyuan City. Why haven't you met any of them?" "There are a few suitable ones, but they either think that my Fu clan is not strong enough or they have other things to do and don't have the time for now. The day is coming and I still can't find a suitable disciple to return to the Fu clan. This really makes I anxious." Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. If he could join the Fu clan, he would definitely have to leave Yenyuan City in a short period of time. He just had to find an excuse to go to Luoyang City and it would not take much time. Furthermore, if he joined the Fu clan, he could cultivate in peace and learn how to craft talismans. Wouldn't this be the best of both worlds? Therefore, Xiaohua was not in a hurry to pay the bill. He sat nearby and slowly tasted the spirit wine while listening to the waiter and Fu Yingmin talk about the situation in Yenyuan City. It turned out that after the huge commotion in the Flaming Forest Marsh attracted the attention of Shihuang Town, many cultivators went to check it out. At the same time, the news spread extremely quickly and many cultivators came to Shihuang Town through the transportation array in Yenyuan City and other places. The city guards of Yenyuan City naturally received the news and went to Shihuang Town. However, Mo Guang, who was in charge of the transportation array, was killed by the fire ape. Without Mo Guang's control of the transportation array, one could only enter and not leave. This naturally caused the city lord of Yenyuan City to be furious and he sent many city guards, elders and worshippers to Shihuang Town. Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan did not hide the cave and magma in the basin of the Flaming Forest Marsh. Naturally, it was easily discovered by others. Some people said it was the birth of a treasure, some said it was the escape of a spirit beast, some said it was a tribulation. In short, there were many different theories. Of course, Yenyuan City could also find out that the disciples of Flying Phoenix Ridge and Misty Mountain had been to Shihuang Town. However, Ling Jingyi and Pu Jianyuan had completely pushed the matter away, leaving Yenyuan City with no choice. In this month, who knew how many cultivators had gone to Shihuang Town through the transportation array? Who knew how many battles there had been and how many cultivators had died? However, the cause of the incident had never been revealed. The cause of Mo Guang's death had always been a mystery. Therefore, Yenyuan City was also affected and the transportation array was inspected even more strictly. It was almost like Shihuang Town where even the storage pouches had to be opened to check. And so that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded inwardly. He understood in his heart that he had also used the teleportation array to go to Western Huang Town. This time, even if the disciples of Soaring Phoenix Ridge and Misty Mountain weren't present, he absolutely couldn't use his original appearance to enter the teleportation array. After a long while, Fu Yingmin finished drinking the spirit wine, paid the bill, and leisurely left. Xiaohua waited for a moment before paying the bill and leaving the restaurant. He was not in a hurry to go to the Fu clan store. Instead, he found an inn to stay in. After waiting for another 2 days and seeing that the transportation array was not lax in the slightest, he once again went to the Fu clan's talisman store. "Greetings, fellow Taoist. Do you have any yellow talismans you want to buy?" Xiaohua did not wear his camouflage clothes. The moment he entered the store, a waiter greeted him. "I am here to look for shopkeeper Fu." "Fellow Taoist, please inform him on my behalf." Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. "Was that so? Fellow Taoist, this way please." The waiter smiled and raised his hand to invite Xiaohua to the second floor. Chapter 1453. Not long after, Fu Yingmin came down from the third floor. She was slightly stunned when she saw Xiaohua. Then, she came to her senses and looked him up and down with a strange look in her eyes. "Shopkeeper Fu, do you still remember I?" Xiaohua stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a seat. It's only been a month since we last met. How could I forget?" Fu Yingmin smiled and returned the greeting. She walked to a chair and sat down. Then she looked at Xiao Hua with interest and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, a month ago, you were only in the early 4th layer of the qi refining realm. In such a short time, you actually reached the middle 4th layer of the qi refining realm. This cultivation speed really makes me feel ashamed." Shopkeeper Fu is joking. Xiao Hua sat down with a smile and said, "This junior just had some good fortune in the past month. This little bit of cultivation? Compared to the seniors, it's really not enough. It's nothing but a joke." Shopkeeper Fu didn't ask what kind of good fortune Xiao Hua had. He took a sip of tea and asked, "Then, fellow Taoist Xiao, why did you come to my shop this time?" Seeing that Shopkeeper Fu asked directly, Xiao Hua didn't hide it anymore. He smiled and said, "This junior did get some benefits during this time, but after thinking about it, being a loose cultivator is really difficult. I lack cultivation methods and medicinal pills. Moreover, I don't have any seniors to guide me. Therefore, I feel that what Shopkeeper Fu said last time is reasonable. I want to join the Fu clan, to practice the art of making talismans and become a talisman master." It's rare that fellow Taoist Xiao can understand. This old man is very gratified. Shopkeeper Fu obviously understood the purpose of Xiao Hua's visit. He didn't seem surprised and said with a smile, "However, in the past month, many loose cultivators have come to this old man's shop. Their aptitudes are also very good. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you've come a little late." "It can't be. Shopkeeper Fu, didn't you say that it's suitable for anyone to come within half a year?" Xiao Hua asked anxiously. "That was then and this is now. I didn't expect that my Fu clan's talisman crafting techniques would be so popular. In just a few days, more than 10 fellow Taoists have come. It's really tiring for me to select them one by one. I owe Shopkeeper Fu this matter. I'll have to trouble you a lot. If this junior is able to join the Fu clan to practice the art of talisman crafting, I will definitely remember Shopkeeper Fu's kindness." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "AI, who asked this old man to promise you that day? I can only reluctantly put in a few good words for you in front of the elders." Fu Yingmin sighed and said, "Elder?" Xiao Hua pretended to be surprised. "Let me tell you, fellow cultivator Xiao. Our Fu clan's guest elder, Lu Yun, is in charge of this selection. She'll be in Yenyuan City during this period of time. If you can win her favor, joining our Fu clan will be a piece of cake." Fu Yingmin said with a smile. "Then I'll have to rely on Senior Fu to deal with him." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Then fellow Taoist Xiao, please follow this old man." Fu Yingmin stood up and said. However, just as Fu Yingmin was about to take a step, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, are you planning to join our Fu clan to become a talisman crafting master? Or are you planning to become a disciple?" Xiao Hua was confused and asked, What's the difference?" Look at this old man, I'm really getting old. Previously, fellow Taoist Xiao didn't agree to join our Fu clan, so this old man forgot to explain this matter." Fu Yingmin slapped his forehead and said, "It just so happens that Elder Lu Yun lives in the backyard. This old man will take you there and take the opportunity to explain it to you. Senior Fu, please." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Thus, Xiao Hua followed Fu Yingmin down to the 2nd floor and exited from a corner door on the 1st floor. They walked towards a small courtyard behind the building. During this process, Fu Yingmin explained the difference between a talisman crafting master and a disciple. Just as Kai Zhuoxia said, the Fu clan first divided their disciples into 2 types. One was specialized in cultivation, and the other was specialized in crafting talismans. The Fu clan's descendants were specially trained according to their aptitude when they were still young. The disciples who specialized in cultivation were the same as the disciples of the cultivation sections. As long as they reached a certain level of cultivation, they would receive the corresponding cultivation techniques and elixirs. They would also receive guidance from the Fu clan seniors with profound cultivation. As for the disciples who specialized in crafting talismans, they would also start from the simplest talisman crafting techniques and gradually delve deeper. As long as it was possible, the Fu clan would provide them with high-grade talismans for them to practice. As for the disciples who did not share the surname of the Fu clan, they were generally classified as disciples who specialized in crafting talismans. These disciples were further divided into two types. One was the outer circle of talisman crafting masters, and the other was the disciple who specialized in crafting talismans. The so-called disciple who specialized in crafting talismans was the disciple who could inherit the techniques of crafting talismans in the Fu clan. This type of disciple could practice profound talisman crafting techniques, and they could even enter the ranks of the disciples who specialized in cultivating talismans. Of course, there was a price to pay, and that was to change their surname to Sfuch. For these disciples, the Fu clan would betroth some of the more beautiful women in the clan to them, and their descendants would naturally become the direct disciples of the Fu clan. Correspondingly, the outer circle of talisman crafting masters could only practice the art of crafting talismans. Moreover, after making a corresponding contribution to the Fu clan, they would be able to practice higher-level talisman crafting techniques. As for the Fu clan's cultivation techniques, perhaps those below the 4th level of qi refining could practice it, but those above the 5th level were practically impossible. Because of this, another strange phenomenon occurred. Since they could not practice higher-level cultivation techniques, then their talisman crafting skills would not be profound. The outer circle of talisman crafting masters could only leave the Fu clan or join the ranks of the disciples in order to learn higher-level cultivation techniques. Of course, the Fu clan's way of crafting talismans was unique. There were many cultivators who already practiced cultivation techniques that joined the Fu clan to become talisman crafting masters and practice the art of crafting talismans. The goal of these cultivators was to become a guest elder of the Fu clan. These guest elders were also known as guest elders. They were different from the elders of the Fu clan. They could work for the Fu clan and craft talismans, but they would not risk their lives for the Fu clan. The Fu clan would also open up their talisman crafting techniques to these guest elders. Elder Lu Yun, who was currently in the backyard of the Fu clan's shop, was one of these guest elders. After listening to Fu Yingmin's explanation, Xiaohua finally understood why he was so impetuous. He only wanted to use this opportunity to join the Fu clan to learn the art of crafting talismans, and also use this opportunity to leave Yenyuan City. However, he never thought that the price he had to pay for joining the Fu clan was not small. He even had to change his surname to Fu. Fu Hua, why does it sound so bad? Xiao Huan naturally did not want to change his surname. He could only cup his hands and say, "Junior, thanks Senior Fu for the explanation. Junior will first become a talisman crafting master and contribute to the Fu clan. I will practice some talisman crafting techniques first." Fu Yingmin did not seem surprised and said with a smile, "I understand fellow Taoist Zhao's thoughts. After all, I also went through this in the past." Xiao Hua was stunned and said, "Senior Fu is also not of the Fu clan's bloodline." If I was a direct descendant of the Fu clan, would I have been sent to Yenyuan City? Fu Yingmin said with a smile, "However, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to improve his cultivation or talisman crafting techniques, it is better for you to become a disciple of the Fu clan. Only a disciple of the Fu clan can receive the true teachings of the Fu clan. The ladies of the Fu clan are also very good." Xiao Hua was stunned and his stiff face twitched a few times. He looked at Fu Yingmin's smiling face and did not know what to say. Young man, what's there to be embarrassed about? Which lady of the Fu clan do you fancy? Just tell me. No matter what, you were selected by me. If you can become outstanding, I will also be proud." Fu Yingmin laughed again. Xiao Hua muttered a few words. It was unknown whether he was thanking Fu Yingmin or something else. The two of them then went to the backyard. "Shopkeeper Fu, is there a problem?" Before Fu Yingmin could speak, a woman's voice came from a small building in the courtyard. The small building was very exquisite. It was under a luxuriant flowering tree. There were many thumb-sized light purple xiaohua blooming on the tree, emitting a simple but elegant fragrance. This fragrance and the exquisiteness of the small building complemented each other very well. It was very interesting. Reporting to Elder, I have brought another loose cultivator who wants to join the Fu clan. I hope that Elder can assess him. Thank you for your hard work, shopkeeper Fu. The voice was somewhat lazy, but also somewhat crisp and pleasant to the ear. How should I address this fellow Taoist? Does he meet the requirements of my Fu clan? Junior's name is Xiaohua. I can refine fireball talismans and icicle talismans. I wonder if I can join the Fu clan? Xiaohua looked at Fu Yingmin and stepped forward with cupped hands. A woman in her 50s or 60s slowly walked out of the small building. Her brows were slightly wrinkled. She looked up and down at Xiaohua and said unhappily, although fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation is at the 4th level of qi refining, but this level of cultivation is really nothing in my Fu clan. And you can only refine low-level fireball talismans and icicle talismans. This is still far from the requirements of my Fu clan. Elder Lu, Fu Yingmin at the side said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao is a loose cultivator. It is really rare for him to reach the middle level of the 4th level of qi refining at such a young age. Moreover, fellow Taoist Xiao came to the shop a month ago. At that time, he was only at the early level of the 4th level of qi refining. It has only been a few dozen days, but he can reach the middle level of the 4th level of qi refining. Of course, his aptitude is commendable. Even if he can only refine low-level talismans, there is still a lot of room for future development. This old man thinks that he still meets the requirements. Whether he meets the requirements or not, that is up to this elder to decide. Shopkeeper Fu, you should be more careful with your words. Lu Yun said with a cold smile. How? Elder Lu is the elder in charge of this examination. This old man is just afraid that my Fu clan will lose a pillar of talent. That is why I recommended him. Fu Yingmin glanced at Lu Yun and said, Xiaohua, refine an icicle talisman and let this elder take a look. Lu Yun said indifferently. This icicle talisman, Xiaohua naturally knew how to refine it. However, he used his hands and not a talisman brush. When he heard this, he could only take out a talisman brush, talisman paper, and talisman ink. He thought about the process of drawing the icicle talisman in his heart. He took out the talisman brush, slowly activated his magic power, dipped it in talisman ink, and started drawing on the talisman paper. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.